Welcome back, everybody, to the Mizzou Day 2 Valorant Invitational. I'm Aurora here with Ian, and we've got an exciting game number one here. We're going to be moving to the lower bracket here. It's going to be Butler versus the Game Changers roster. This is lower bracket, so it does mean that whoever loses this will be eliminated from the tournament. So both these teams are playing for their lives to make a run through the lower bracket. I'm very excited for today.
Oh yeah, especially now that we're seeing some pressure being applied to these teams, it is obviously do or die time now, and that can definitely change some mental states for people.
Yeah, and I mean, the Game Changer roster coming into this event with high hopes, losing their bracket or their group stage going 0-2, and then in the group stage two, the group D, going 1-1 or 0-2 for the day. It doesn't feel good at the end of the day, and then losing that best of two, the bracket, the bracket entry two, going down and losing that 2-1 against Mo State. Now they're dropped to this lower bracket very, very early in their run, and if they want to see grand finals, it's going to be a tough slog.
Yeah, definitely a giant marathon they have to complete, especially dealing with mostly mental state. Valorant's a very mental game, and not really going into that with the best of one is really hard. And I'm hoping to see them catch an early lead and be able to really get a lot of morale off that.
Yeah, we'll have to see, though. We are moving on to Lotus. It's going to be game number one. These are all best of threes, so Lotus, Pearl, and then if we see a third, it's going to be Fracture. And we're going to see how the Game Changer squad plays this out.
From the looks of it already, they're looking for a very heavy C push.
Yeah, and I mean, already finding the first. Grid finds Silk Elves as well. Starting off this early round here. Going even, but I mean, they've got to be careful of this flank. The teleport away here for Butler. Mizzou on the defensive side.
Yeah, especially in this early map where they don't really have all that many things to protect them just from that Vice.
Oh, look at where Vice is. Speaking of, finds two, and that opens up the C site immediately. Rotations are going to have to come over here from the Game Changers roster, but as Plant goes down, 2v4 situation. Game Changers have already started on the back foot, and I don't think this is where they want to be.
The really annoying thing with us too is that this is now a really big time crunch. GC is going to have to pretty much rush this site to get there in time. I mean, even right now they're dealing with roughly 30 seconds.
Yeah, they have smokes, they have a Vise. Not really the best. Immediately they get the dink, they get that gate crash to get away, and now Sober Sushi sends a couple shots through, has a ghost now, but time ticking away. Lyric, a trade, but now Tippamy, it's just impossible. The Teo, the Breach, all the util, she can't do much. She can find one more, maybe another. As the round closes out, Chippy will actually take her down. They will fall to the spike. It doesn't matter much because Butler has claimed their pistol.
Yeah, and this is now really a lot of where that momentum building comes from. Butler's going to... It's going to be a hard time for GC to really get something going here. They have to really save for the next round. The best way to do it is really just try to get a decent trade. They can't play long range because they're dealing with pistols instead of rifles. Unless they're fighting against the Spectre, in which case you're fine with that. But considering the fact that they did have some people with a pretty good amount of kills, they're likely to have someone with a Vandal. And this is actually interesting. We're going to see Chippy buy rifle for someone else, instead opting for just a Ghost here. Meanwhile, someone's going full shields, full Vandal into the second round.
Yeah, it's going to give them a good round 3, though. The bonus having that hero rifle, if they are able to win out on this, definitely can be a difference maker. Definitely can make the round expensive. Grid going to go ahead and grab this orb here. Anakin, they find the stun, but there's no one. They're trying to find Chippy, and that they will. Sadly, there is no rifle. There is no weapon to pick up for themselves. Tippamy hearing all of these players sitting in the corner. Are they going to clear her? Oh, Grid. The second man through will find Tippamy.
Great trigger control, just a little too much this time.
Yeah. Honestly, I like the discipline, but just unfortunate that the second person does clear the corner. The flash through. Oh, didn't see them. And that means Derpy gets 3. Anakin alone. She's got a slide. She gets 1. But it's just a consolation kill.
Yeah, not all that many kills, unfortunately, for GC. But they are going into this with a full buy. Granted, the caveat to that is Butler does have. They did buy another rifle too, and it
Oh,
looks
they're
like
gonna
they
actually
can't
buy
afford
up.
it. Yeah,
Chippy, the only one who's not gonna get a
it seems
sheriff
like
here. Yeah, they've got so much money. They've got 2 players with rifle 4 armor. They've got 2 bulldogs. This is a very scary round for game changers. They need to make this a clean win. They need to not lose too many members, or it's gonna be pricey. And if you lose out on this round, it's gonna be even scarier.
yeah, especially with the fact that Butler really is playing the money game on this. They're not going entirely full buys, but they're really playing off of having one person who doesn't really have anything and just kind of playing this game of, okay, if you die, I'll pick up your gun, and then we'll trade you out for a kill.
Yeah, both the Teo drones will go out. They will not find too much information. Smoke not up. The door gonna get tapped here. Smoke's going up. And
They
that's
do
gonna
hear
be a
They do hear
fine
that.
as they rotate over to B, actually. SoCal is down to 5 off of the util.
Yeah, especially now that they basically just took this entire B site by force, and they do have to worry about a lot of angles, but altogether, it's just a matter of can they kill one in each side.
Oh, the flank here from Mizzou through A. This could be important. They've got 2 members. And also they've got Vise. And that's going to draw their attention. Anakin finds the first. That's the opening kill. Tippamy. The shot doesn't land. Derby Squid Chippy able to take ones out. Sober Sushi and Anakin, though, you whatever picks up one. And now it's a 1v1. They should know where this last player is. The reload, unfortunate timing. But Anakin will claim a 3K. Mizzou will win out on the bonus. They only lose 2 as well.
Anakin getting that 3K means they do now have an ultimate to work with, which is pretty big for them, and means they can be a little risky with their life just because whatever round they have after that, they'll be able to get a decent bit of money too.
Yeah. It looks like they're going to be able to buy up everyone as well. So first full rifle round across the board. Derby Squid has from the shadows available. Not the most impactful ultimate, but we'll see what they want to do with it if they have any cheeky plans.
They are one away from that Yo roll, though, which can be really good for a lot of this information gathering. And considering their team comp, that means a lot to them, actually. They can check out where that Tejo and Vise are. They can, pre-scout for abilities and stuff like that. And just, it's a pretty decent ult for what it actually costs. And they're going to grab the orb to get it.
Early drone as well, clearing out a lot of space outside of C by Mound. They do have that Your ultimate. I think they want to invest it, too. The stun goes out. Thorns go up here for Sober Sushi. Lyric forced to teleport away. Actually teleports across Sober Sushi along with Derpy. Nice shot there. Sober Sushi finding 2. And there's no one to follow up as the wall prevents any sort of follow-up. A good hold there by Sober Sushi. It's a 2 for 1. You whatever falling as well. But you lose your duelist. You lose your smokes. Butler is in a bit of a predicament.
Not even mention that, they lost all their ultimates they had available. GC still has their one from Neon, but their Omen and their Yo are both dead, and that's who their ultimates were reliant on.
Yeah, and those are 2 big, important players for these side X.
Yeah, and also, now that both teams do still have that Tejo, but GC gets so much value off of having that defensive Tejo here. Any plant they try to start is just going to get hit by the mines.
They're going to read the rotations as well. Teo Util comes out, but so does Mizzou's. The flash here for Chippy. They're waiting 15 seconds. They're going to pop it. Stuns go out. Chippy can't land the shots. Anakin down to 11. Playing her life will fall. SoCal with the drop. The plant will go down. It's a 1v3. Grid finds 1. It's a 1v2 now. There's no trade. Sober Sushi, Tippamy line up now. Swing together the stun. It tags 1. Tippamy playing the time. Ring around the Rosie. The tap. And Sober Sushi's got it on lock. And the key.
Yeah, Anakin really doing a lot of work there, getting a lot of value off, especially allowing Tejo to get that kill there. Getting 2 kills for that 1 life is honestly even valuable in this kind of situations. Not to mention what we've seen in the past couple rounds of just sort of building up that value over time.
And now the Vise, the Steel Garden, online. Butler, though, they've got 4 of their own. Sarah, the only one not with their ultimate online for Butler.
Yeah, those big ones are going to be that Breach ult and that Vise ult. The Aura ult's really good for information too, but having those like entirely game-changing ultimates for a fight is really big. Vise just stripping you of your guns, and Breach pretty much just clearing out a point and forcing everyone to either get out of the area of it or get just stunned, which is really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, Butler onto an eco round. Lyric has the dimensional drift, has a shorty, chipping with the first onto Silkells, and Lyric is gonna go ahead and send that dimensional drift. They're gonna try to find the Bucky kill when they pop out with a flash. They're looking. They find one, and I mean, I like this. Tippamy just running away, knowing what Butler is trying to do.
Yeah, they used that Aura ult in a way to really clear out point. They knew that anytime they would push, it was a threat because they had people following up on it, so they could flash and then have 3 people diving onto it.
Steel Garden, Butler thinking about using it. They've got a Rolling Thunder. The first kill goes the way of Mizzou. Jenny with 2. Sober Sushi finds the last. They don't have weapons, but it doesn't matter that much because it's a 1v3, and all Sarah's got is a Sheriff. And when the rifles come back on, can't do much after that. Mizzou will go ahead and claim their third, take the lead.
Yeah,
Game
GC really playing that post pistol round really well. Once they've gotten those rifles in hand, it seems like they're just playing really well together and just getting that guaranteed trade every single time. Not to mention, they now have that Vise ult, and they and also from the shadows, so for a quick rotation, I guess. But that Vise ult really big, and we are going to see is that a Butler timeout?
Yeah, Butler's going to go ahead and call this timeout. They started off strong with those first 2 rounds, but, you know, losing 3 in a row, they're going to take a timeout here and try to figure out what's going wrong. I think it's a pretty good time, you know. You don't want to let Mizzou get this momentum, and a timeout is a good way to stop that momentum.
Yeah, these pauses, they have 2 different uses, and that's be able to strategize a plan once a coach or something has a good idea. The other one is break momentum, which is really big in these kind of situations, especially in a game like this. Being able to shut down that momentum they've been building up over the past 3 rounds, at least mentally, is really big and allows them to kind of create an opening, especially when they can completely change their game plan so the GC doesn't know what to expect going into this fight.
Yeah, I mean, and you just had a save round. You just invested 2 ultimates as well onto that eco round, and it doesn't pay off. So now they're going to go back to the drawing board, figure out what's going wrong, and try to start bringing this back. But, you know, Game Changers, they get time to talk as well. They've got some time to talk amongst each other with the coach and to see how do we keep this momentum up? How do we keep putting on the pressure?
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of that is coming from how they're utilizing these kind of utilizing this game plan. GC really is playing this kind of, we'll slow you down a little bit, but we'll let you take the point, and then just getting a really big regroup. I don't think GC has had a retake yet where they had less than 4 people.
Yeah, they've had some pretty solid retakes. Silkel is a few away. Neon, very aggressive, running down C with the hot hands. Clears all that angle, all of that area out, and now I think Mizzou has got to know that A site is definitely the play here for Butler. Smokes go out, util onto site. They hear so much noise. Jenny definitely knows that, you know, spike going down, it's an A site hit. Sober Sushi, they're finding Chippy on the flank.
We're going to see Butler pick up that Annihilation, though, which really good for clearing out a set, and they may be part of their game plan, actually.
Oh, a good flash. Derby Squid with 1, make it 2. You whatever can find a trade, but now it's evened out 3v3. Butler, they've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got the Annihilation. Steel Garden going to get used. It's going to find all 3. And now the time is ticking. The Rolling Thunder gets invested now for Butler. It's going to tag a lot of Mizzou. Silkells finds the first, looking for 2. And now it's a 1v2. Derpy is stalling for the time. He gets 4, make it 5.
Derpy with the ace there, just complete, with 16 health, literally anything kills at that point. They are going to die for it, but you can't ask for a better round than that. Derpy getting that first kill up on that heaven site, just able to shoot down one, shoot down the other on that Neon, on that Breach, I think it was, I'm not sure. And then getting 3 kills back to back to back while they're all pushing at the same time. You can't ask for better just aim duels than that.
I mean, I think it was a really good investment of the Rolling Thunder to stall Mizzou. They get stunned up. They can't really take these fights. They're a little bit more on even ground.
Yeah, not to mention it saved them from having their weapons jam during that fight too. If they didn't have the Rolling Thunder, they would have been pushed up with just pistols.
Yeah, and Butler sneaks that round away. It felt like Mizzou had it in a 1v3. But again, Derpy, just really nice shooting. Unfortunately, Anakin's going to get tagged, going to get suppressed. Does find Derpy, so no ace, no back-to-back. Oh, but on top of Rubble. Mizzou is going to send out that Rolling Thunder. Lyric finding 2, though. The Stinger doesn't find much value.
Yeah, it seems like GC this time is really playing for a defensive as opposed to this this retake situation. They're down to 2, which is not been the norm so far, and they do have that Annihilation to kind of cover this up as well.
Mizzou, they don't have any ultimates to work with. They've got a Stinger. It was a force up to try to win this round. And now in post plant, they find Sarah. You were saying the Annihilation was up. It's now down. The TP away. Oh, the Stinger. It runs out of ammo. A good flash, but Jenny tipping me with 3.
Yeah, that coverage was so good in that round. GC, like, they did lose some early fights, but they even covered that decently well, making it 3-3 even. Not to mention, once we saw into this post-plant situation, just we had one person out there and then another person guaranteed following up, as we see just immediately getting the shot after. One person got flashed, the other one was looking at it, got flashed by it, protecting that, and then as soon as the flash went off, we just saw the turnaround and just immediately got the kill.
These rounds are back and forth right now. Butler once again onto a save. Sarah has that Armageddon online if they want to use it, but you just got some pistols to work with this time around. Mizzou, they don't have much cash, but at least they've got rifles and shields.
Yeah, the only one not on a Vandal, I think, was Silkels currently.
Yeah, I think they've just got a Bulldog. And they're going to try for this B side here. Silkels, the Bulldog. It works. Ew, finds Derpy stuck behind a wall. And once again, the Duelist and the Controller have fallen early. Tippemy is going to find Chippy. And that's going to be a rifle in the hands of the Vise now.
Yeah, I believe, that is just a full-on Vandal for him. But it does mean that GC is still up a member, and Butler does have one with that Annihilation, and so does GC though.
Yeah, flash from Butler. Sarah creeping their way up, meeting up with this Vise. They want to end over towards A site. They want to play this post plant with the Breach, with the Teo. They've got a lot of stall. Mizzou have to be aware of that. They have to be aware that Chippy could be anywhere right now.
Yeah, we're seeing one of these
exact whatever.
People.
The peek, the flash, the timing. And now it's a 3v3. Making that a 3v2 is Grid. Sticks Ringer in a place of doom. A lot of death there. A lot of util. Chippy finds 3. And this this save round, Butler are looking to steal it away from Mizzou, pick up a thrifty for themselves.
Yeah, we see that Chippy really playing these 1v1s so well and just calling out the timing so well.
Oh, a good flash. Chippy will find 4. It's a thrifty off the back of Chippy finding a good 4K. All of them fall. They won't get their rifles at least, but I mean, when you go into an eco and you win, you're going to have a lot of money to work with still.
Oh, yeah, and we see on the GC side that they only have the option even to buy 1 Vandal. And it seems like they're opting for just pistols here, which I think is probably the better option, except for Ringer, who is unsure at the current moment. We are seeing Butler actually in an ult advantage right now, and they've evened up the rounds too. With that Visal, we already saw Mizzou use that, and we saw how powerful that can be, especially since GC doesn't have like that breach ult. They have Annihilation, which may be their counter to that current Visal.
Oh, they're gonna go ahead and use that. Lyric has the Dimensional Drift, is saving it. It's a 1v1. Silkels falls to Chippy though on the B side while it's happening.
Yeah, losing that. Taking a 1-for-1 trade with with an ultimate is not the best position to be with, especially.
Oh, Chippy goes for a swing. Derpy finding them through the smoke though. And now it's going to be a run over across the map to the A site. Chippy still in a very scary position. Might be finding Sober Sushi if she's not careful in a corner. They're waiting for the swing and they find the shot. And now the flash, a dodge. They make it a 4K just like that. Derpy Squid.
Derpy has really been playing around those flashes quite perfectly, to be frank. How many times have we seen Derpy like about to be flashed and just completely just misses entirely and gets 2+ kills off of it?
Oh, and this is interesting. Mizzou gonna use their final timeout here in the first half. They don't want to give this momentum over. They want to stop it now. They want to go into the half even or ahead. And so they're taking a little bit of a big gamble here with these last few rounds. Maybe it's a mental reset. Maybe it's to figure out what's going wrong. There's a lot of pressure on this team. They know that they want to perform. They want to do well in this tournament. But you're already in the lower brackets. You don't have those games to drop. You can't be messing around. You can't be making these mistakes. And they're going to use their second timeout early on into this game before the second half.
Is this the first timeout for GC?
No, this is the...
Really?
Wait, no, is it?
Yeah.
It is. So both teams have used the first timeout. They do still have a second one that they can use. That's my mistake. I thought that GC used the first timeout. That was Butler. But they're going to go ahead and call a timeout for themselves now, which I think is a good call. They still have their second timeout. They're resetting. They're reassessing. Their mental... I feel like this is more of a mental reset kind of timeout.
We saw Butler. As you can look on the scoreboard right now, Butler took 3 games in total with only 1 in between of that after having the first 2. It seems like Mizzou's trying to really do the exact same here. They're hoping to get 2, maybe 3 rounds here so they can go even or ahead. And this is kind of their last chance for that.
Yeah, Butler creeping their way up. Chippy. A problem has been finding these openings in Mizzou. The drone will go out. Mizzou's own drone goes out as well. The stun. Are they going to try to hunt them down? The tail, util, the slide. A nice shot from Anakin. The wall goes up to get them to safety. But Derpy Squid is around the corner. The tail salvos come out. But SoCal's, well, the door is open, finding Lyric.
Yeah, a lot of this time we've been seeing Chippy really play on that lurk, hoping to find people. But time and time again, we've seen GC just have that Tejo drone go out time and time again there. And it's been really punishing here. One
thing is Butler is still sitting on this Armageddon. They've had it for quite some time. You know, all these deaths, all these kills that Sarah are getting are points wasted away from the next one. I'd like to see it get invested here. Maybe you can get another one. Maybe you invested it earlier. But, I mean, this plant isn't going to get an ult point over to Sarah. Now they're going to go ahead and invest it. It's not going to find much because Mizzou is nowhere nearby. They find 2, and it's all up to Omen, who finds 1. They can't get it done this time. So Bersushi shuts it down, and it's going to be an all tied up game. Once again, 5-5.
Yeah, we're seeing them go back to that strategy of playing really good retakes, and it was working very well. And I'm liking that they're going back to it, especially now that they have this kind of game plan of... They even got out Butler's ultimate here. They do still have 3, and GC is currently down, but you just look at those numbers. They're 1 away from 3 different ultimates here. One of them is Omen's, but they do have a Vice ult that's 1 away. And if they can get that, that's a pretty good fight winner.
Yeah. They're a few away from some of these really, really powerful ultimates right now. Butler, they've got a couple good ones. Oh, Lyric, Bucky with the dimensional drift. Anakin getting into a close position. The stun goes out. They're hunting. They're trying to find these players. They find 1, but it's shut down as Derpy will get the trade. The flash goes out. Tippamy. They hear a TP. The jump, they spot. The swing. Lyric now running with this dimensional drift, trying to find someone for the Bucky. Oh, and Grid. Tippamy just looking the wrong way. And this is going to be this A side. It's going to be a 4v3. They're going to get the plant. Mizzou struggling again. The TP as Yoru sends the flash through.
Yeah, especially losing that one off of just a bad aim duel is kind of really bad for GC here. They were hoping to go in here even with that 4v4, but...
Nice shot from Silkels. Evens it up 3v3, no trade. Sober Sushi taking this long fight, and Derpy Squid in the corner. But the tap, they're trying to bait out this util. The Teo Salvos come out, and it's a 1v2 as Sarah has to run. Silkels just has to cover, and Mizzou will go up to 6.
Yeah, on defense, once you've really solidified that point, being able to just force someone, that's really the biggest benefit of being on a defensive side of 2v1. You can have one person stick while the other person knows where they're going to be. They have to push and they have to do it fast. 7 seconds is not a lot of time. Not to mention if you have util to even slow it down a little bit, a singular blind can be the difference between an easy win and a slightly harder one, or even a loss if you lose the fight.
Yeah, and Butler, they've got a couple of rifles. They're sitting on a couple of less than good weapons. They do still have the Visor, but Mizzou do as well. The tail salvos go out. Tippamy flashed off the angle.
It does seem like GC was really planning for that B hit again, which we've seen Butler do a lot.
Look at Butler. They're just sending all 5 members quickly to A. And now the fast rotations here from Mizzou. The plant's going to go down. There's no one on the flank. Derpy Squid in this position. Again, a paranoia as Anakin with the hot hands comes out. They get some shots, but they can't find the kill. And now Mizzou is stalled out as everyone is using pistols. It's a pistol round again as weapons finally come back online. Sober Sushi finding Chippy, 3v3. Derpy Squid sitting outside that smoke waiting for someone, but time is ticking away. Mizzou, they want to go into this with an advantage. Still haven't made their way onto site. Derpy Squid finding Tippamy. And now they just need to play the time. They just need to wait it out. And Grid with 3 will shut it down.
Yeah, we saw that. The big thing was how that ultimate was really played out there. We saw both Vices use their ultimate, which would have put Ringer in a really good situation, except for the fact they were just a little too fast for it. You know, Neon being too fast, who would have thought? But just because they were a touch too quick with it, they got shot out by that Vandal before they got swapped to pistol. If they had timed it perfectly, they would have gotten on the pistol swap animation too, which would have been perfect. But without that, it really meant a really hard time for GC, especially having that ultimate down in what they intended to be essentially a pistol v pistol fight with a Neon ultimate in tow.
Yeah, now we're moving on to the second half. 6-6. It is an attacker-sided map, so Game Changers has a little bit of an advantage, but Butler, it's still a very close game. Derpy Squid, 18-9 on the scoreboard, doing very well. It's a very aggressive play here for Butler over to Rubble. And Mizzou, they're going to try to fight back, sending their members over to Mound. It's just the Vise here. A good flash. They spot Chippy, the slide across. Anakin hunting a good flash, though. Is going to tag Anakin. She gets taken low, but not out just yet. Down to a few HP. A nice kill over for Tippamy, and Sober Sushi will clean up Lyric. Mizzou, a very strong pistol. It's all up to Derpy Squid.
Yeah, Butler really took a really aggressive stance there and just ended up losing the bet.
Oh, the stun, the slide. They're forced to run away. They get the right click. Too low. Trying to find any sort of lucky shot. Mizzou are just awaiting his 3.
Yeah, we see there that Derpy just really looking to get a couple more creds in this fight. If you die, you die. If you're in a losing fight, getting only 1,000 creds is really hurting. Even if you have a full sheriff. Not to mention with that entire fight, once GC really had picked the site they were going for, it was half lost for Butler already. Having 4 people on that A site committed to it, even though this map can be rotated pretty quickly through that B site, is still really rough to try to rotate all the way across the map for.
Yeah, Mizzou, oh, they're going to go with their own rifle here onto Anakin. We saw this from Butler, and it worked well. Sober Sushi with the Guardian, seeing if there's going to be some over-aggression from Butler. Oh, but Lyric, oh, a nice flick from Anakin.
Really seeing that benefit of having those regen shields already back up to half their shields already with, what, 72 in total? That's nothing to scoff at, especially on pistols.
Sober Sushi finding Derpy Squid, trying to sneak their way behind Mizzou. Flash to clear the close angles. They'll set up a wall. And now Mizzou making their way over to this east site. They're even going to go ahead and grab Sober Sushi. The weapon, Silkel's covering for her team.
So far, really, GC's really looking in a great spot. No deaths yet even, which is amazing for this buy round.
This is a good bonus round if they can go flawless.
Yeah, you can't really ask for better. They got their buy round, and ooh, did they make it count? 0 deaths, flawless across the board.
And now this is going to be a good bonus round. You just take everything. You've got a rifle. They're going to go ahead and buy full shields to help out.
I mean, just looking at their credits, Butler's in a kind of worse position than GC is even. They do have a couple more. They do have like full rifles compared to you whatever having just the Spectre, but honestly, I don't think you can ask for a better bonus round than this.
Yeah, it's a really good position for Mizzou to be in. You're up 2. If you win this bonus, you are poised to take a very dominant part.
Not to mention, we do see Vise grab that orb, so they will have that for this fight too.
Oh, do you use it for the entry or do you use it for the post plant? Ooh, trying to bait out that wall, trying to figure out where it is. Ooh, Lyric looking for a swing, doesn't find it.
It looks like GC's hoping to catch this lurk off from both the Tejo along with the Breach, considering that they're trying to force them to rotate to C-site.
Oh, it's going to be this. Vise ult comes out. It actually tags Grid, so down to a pistol. Sokel's finding 2. Or no, Sarah finding 2 onto Sokel's. And Tiffany, though, not getting tagged by the Vise ultimate. And now Grid has a stun ready and waiting. They'll send it out. They'll send out the tail rockets as well. The clone out. It finds value. Chippy finds another. The flash. They're hunting. They're trying. Nice 2 kills. Go over to Sober Sushi. And now it's all tied up. Sober Sushi. 1v2 now, though. Trying to find this up down. It's a tough position to be in. They have the Rose. It's a tough angle, though. And Sarah with 3.
I don't think they realized there was one on bottom too, especially with how low that was. It's one of those fights where Butler's just in a really good spot because they can get a up-down. That's such a powerful position to be in, especially in a 1v2. GC looking, they are still at a round advantage, and they are at full guns, even after losing that one. The funny thing with this, too, is that Butler's actually in a worse gun position than GC is at the current moment.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the power of the bonus round. If you go into it with a pretty good position, it makes the next round, because Butler spends so much, it makes it a little pricey. And so Butler, not the best guns. They send out the clone, and it's a good bait. Lyric finds 1.
Yeah, those Yoru mind games are so powerful if played right. Even with that Spectre, able to get a kill off of it.
Yeah, Mizzou not ready for it, and Anakin takes, unfortunately, a bad angle and is punished for it.
Yeah, we are seeing GC play a little cautiously, though, looking to potentially even rotate here. Meanwhile, they're letting the Vise stick, trying to find out this lurk.
Yeah, right now Mizzou going quiet, slowly playing the map. They are going to go ahead and walk into this Omen, who is going to TP across the safety. I don't know if that actually scouted him out. It did, because they're going to send the Paranoia. They're going to send the stun.
Yeah, it's a Butler really here is going to just hoping to not be stalled off point. And honestly, it looks like GC's playing this extremely safe.
Oh, and the lurk here from Vise. Both Vises meet. Chippy with a judge. Unfortunate timing for Sober Sushi. And Derpy Squad loves playing in these smoke angles. They love playing in these interesting spots. And they find 1, 2, make it 3.
Derpy Squid really playing in a very clutch position. If someone was able to find him, that would have been the freest kill in the world, especially if they could have seen the gun through the smoke. Derpy Squid just played that in such a risky but potentially winning situation, and in this case, it really paid off. Having that, especially on a round where they were a little gun deficit.
It's a flawless round. Everyone's got rifles. Everyone's getting credits. Mizzou was off to a good start, and they're starting to fall behind. They're starting to watch this game slip between their fingers. Anakin, though, has the overdrive, has the stinger, potentially looking to play this as they get that Rose. Anakin's a little angry, finding the first, looking for more. She will find 2. Those are 2 rifles that Mizzou's able to grab them, but they're going to just use this ultimate to clear the site. They will get the plant. I don't believe they got the weapons. Yoru still having that dimensional drift too. Maybe it's time to invest it. The drone will scout out. Mizzou will know that those rifles could be picked up. Tipping me the timing The shots. One lands. Lyric finding the trade. SoCals, they can't TP away. And now it's all up to Sarah. They've got the first. They need 3 more. The salvos come out. Mizzou is just holding for the spike. They're looking for 2, but whatever. A Sheriff shot with the team.
Yeah, being able to pick up these rifles off that too is such a big win for GC. I was honestly half expecting them after this, if they lost this, to go into a potential timeout. Now that they have this, they even picked up the Annihilation off that too. Butler, they didn't use any ultimates, but if they forced them to use an ultimate on a full save round, honestly, that's pretty monumentous. Even if they did have to use ringer on the Neon.
I mean, but I will say the hot hands, the overdrive coming out, was really what won them that round. They found 2 early picks under 2 big players, and that opens up the site, that opens up for the play, and that gives them the round at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, it was such a massive play just by being in the right place at the right time and hoping for something good to happen.
Drone does get a scout.
Meanwhile, we do see Vice really playing safe here, forced to pretty much play this 2v5.
Oh, Operator. Nice trade, though, from SoCals on the Lyric.
Yeah, not having that heavy shields really hurt them in the end.
Nice shot. They have that Armageddon. So smokes are down now, but Anakin with a clean headshot.
Not to mention, GC's got the opportunity for an up now.
Ooh, Omen gonna TP. Anakin jumping around here on the Neon with the movement. A fast rotation here from Butler's Omen. But the salvos are gonna stall. A flash, a good dodge, but Grid, a nice shot. 4 or 3v3. Armageddon gonna get invested here from Mizzou, but it's not gonna find much. It's gonna push them out into the open. It's gonna be a 2-for-1. Derpy Squid taking out 1 before falling, and now Grid. We've seen him do it before. It's a 2v1. Mizzou just need to play together. They find the first, but whatever, a good trade.
That top-down trade really swinging them fully out. Able to save 1 gun off that, not the worst position to be in. Honestly, I think the Annihilation there wasn't intending to get too many kills. It probably could have been arranged a touch better, but being able to force people out into the open, essentially, while you have control of the point, isn't a bad strategy. But it does mean they are in 0 ultimates, with the closest they have being the Omen ultimate. Not counting that, it's Vise with 2. Meanwhile, Butler does have 2 relatively powerful ultimates, again with that Armageddon, along with the Yoru ult.
I mean, they're close to having 4. They're 1 away from that Rolling Thunder. They're 1 away from Vise. So they've got a pretty powerful set of tools to use, as that Armageddon is going to be used. And it's not going to find much value.
Yeah, it seemed like it was mostly a gamble on what they'd be pushing. And since GC is playing this a little cautiously, it's not going to hit that many.
Yeah, they're playing pretty slow. They know that Butler's on a save. They know that they like to try these trap plays. And Derpy Squid, the Sheriff, doesn't land this time.
Yeah, and hitting only that body shot there is really painful in these pistol rounds. If he had a Vandal or something, it might have been a lot better of a situation for him, especially getting that first hitter's advantage.
SoCals, the tap. Grid going for a swing, but whatever. A nice shot. The flank now from Chippy. But Sober Sushi is watching that angle.
GC has really been cautious of these off angles the entire time. The amount of times we've seen that lurk spot or it's just someone covering the back is insurmountable.
Anakin finding Lyric. And now Sarah versus the world. A Sheriff in a dream.
Yeah, even if they pick up a Vandal here, it's still going to be rough. Even if you just have to hit everyone, the chance of you running out of ammo is pretty high just in that situation.
And you need 5 headshots with 6 bullets. And with a stun, with 3 people swinging you, Mizzou will claim a flawless. They will claim their 11th. I can only assume we're going to see a timeout here from Butler, and
yep,
I'm right on that one.
Yeah, especially knowing they have to win, 5 rounds with back-to-back, with only dropping 1 round. That's really rough. It means they kind of have to full buy every time and force up if they do lose, which that's not a good spot to be in.
They need to go 4-1 to tie, to go to OT. They need 5-0 if they want to win map 1 without that overtime. So Mizzou is sitting pretty right now. And if Mizzou can win this next round, Butler's going to be on an eco going into that last round. Mizzou are in a very, very good position right now.
Yeah, they know that this is kind of their do-or-die time. And especially since Mizzou is playing a little bit of that safer game. And keep in mind, they still have that timeout for this round. if they need to, they can use it to sort of cut this momentum off. Especially, I would expect to see that, especially if Butler gets maybe a third win, probably 2. If they get 2 wins in a row, I would expect to see Mizzou sort of try to break that chain off right at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think you just use it to stop the momentum from Butler, stop any sort of progress, and to make sure that you clean up this game quickly.
Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen these timeouts being used to almost efficiency.
We got the Odin. Chippy on the Odin.
Trying to go for something new here, it seems like. And it seems like they realize that the old stuff isn't working as well anymore and that they really need to change things up.
Oh, and they are. Look, Chippy over on the A site, we've seen her primarily on this C site, so they're rotating away, and they're going to go for a 3-stack Mizzou. They hear the Odin now. The paranoia goes out, the salvos, the stun. Both teams trading utility, but Butler wins out, and they take the space.
Yeah, they are. It doesn't mean GC is playing this defense position again, but we are knowing them. They will likely leave someone to lurk here.
Look at Sober Sushi, though. Look how far she's gotten.
Oh, yeah, she's on a Mission Impossible
mission. Tripwire. The sheer in front of her, waiting for her team. The door, hobbit hole, still open. Mizzou, they do know that Chippy's in here. The flash, counter flash comes out. The spam, but Silk Elves. It doesn't matter what weapon you have. 1 headshot's all you need.
Yeah, honestly, with the downside to it is that it requires more shots. Yeah, you get them out faster, but 1 Vandal headshot's all it's going to take.
Oh, Anakin looking for an aggressive play.
Yeah,
and it's punished. That gives Grid this Rolling Thunder now. They're going to go ahead and send out the Dimensional Drift. I'm assuming they're going to send out the Rolling Thunder. And now Mizzou is stuck. And Lyric is going to pop out, but you whatever. Staying alive through all the chaos. Drops the Aftershock. Both teams will use their Aftershock to stall, to push them off this angle. You whatever falling. And now there's an Odin for Mizzou, but it falls. And they just hold the defuse.
Oh my gosh, that was such a stressful position for Butler to be in. They are going to go down the member, but it is kind of a saving grace for them. But they are still going to have by here, which is rough beyond belief. Especially with Mizzou having ults. Yeah,
Mizzou has ults. They used 2 very, very powerful ultimates last round. And Mizzou, they've got money to buy. They've got a couple of safety rounds still. It feels like a round that got stolen away at the last second.
Yeah, the big thing there was Derpy Squid. Derpy Squid apparently is just completely invulnerable to blinds. That's at least what I've been seeing from this game.
Yeah, I mean, another 3K for Derpy Squid, been the hero for Butler right now.
Honestly, what I'm expecting to see here is another one of the standard things of GC playing a bit of a safe game, and then once they push, potentially rotating
look at this
around.
trap play. There's 3 people here, and Lyric will find the first. The TP away. Derpy Squid by Mound has to shadow step away. But Mizzou, they lose their first. They're down their Neon. They're down Anakin, one of their top fraggers right now. Sober Sushi, though, if she can find this Vise,
they do still have some time to work.
Important. Or maybe she finds a lurk into the spawn of Butler.
Especially with GC's ability to rotate so well, having a lurk here, especially from the B side.
Oh, she spots him, and they can't get their weapon out in time. Sober Sushi finds Lyric as they teleport, but they're taken out. And now Spike will go down. 3v3, but Mizzou, they've got the ultimates to work with. They send a fake TP to try to scare Butler. Make them question where this Omen is.
Yeah, honestly, paranoia is the best way to put it.
The stun, the aftershock, the flashes, the Mizzou playing in tree, and he whatever falls. There's no Rolling Thunder. Grid's sitting on the spike again, and no one is firing. The defuse is just gonna come through.
Oh, such an unlucky play from GC. Not having that Rolling Thunder to stop the plant, I think, was their going strategy, and having that die is just an utter collapse onto the team.
I can only assume the timeout now.
Yep. Exactly what I said earlier.
Yep.
Two rounds is all they can really afford to properly lose, and now we're going to see that timeout. I don't think we've had a bad timeout this entire time. We've seen time and time again that it's just been the best of plays of, okay, we got a timeout, we just win 2 to 3 rounds after that, guaranteed.
Yeah, and these rounds are close. They're falling with you know, someone sticking the spike and people covering. The first time it happened, when Butler picked up their ninth, it was a 1v1. It was barely. Mizzou won out on the trades, but the spike got defused. That one a little bit more in favor of Butler. But these rounds are so close, and now they're one away from tying it up. Mizzou, they needed 2 to win. They need 1 to secure overtime. And Butler, brink of loss,
Yeah.
is coming back.
And it seems like they're just all letting every time they can. They've just been sticking to the mantra of pros don't fake. Just every time they can get on whose side, they're just holding it, sticking it, and just letting everyone else on the team handle the problems.
Yeah, I mean, it's so unfortunate. If whatever doesn't fall there, that Rolling Thunder gets invested. But I think there was just so much util. Everybody was stuck in tree, and they just dump all of the util on top, and it works. The Mizzou, they've got money still. They can buy up, but I mean, the money is starting to run thin. You see Tippemy and Silkel's down to about 100 credits each. The rest of the team, though, they're doing okay on money for themselves.
Now, what I expect to see here is Butler might even commit this ultimate from Vice here. And if that happens, I'm expecting GC to return to it in turn.
Oh, the salvos go out. Sarah backs away from Link. The stuns. There's a wall here that will go up and split Mizzou in half. But they've got to be careful of this flank by the wall because there's an Omen over there if you're not ready. Nice shot there. Chippy falling. Oh, but that's going to be the Garden.
Full pistol
Anakin
rounds.
having the shorty, though, will find a kill with their pistol. Now, the weapons are not jammed anymore, and it's just going the way of Mizzou. It's almost a flawless. Grid will find 1, looking for 2. But whatever. Well, full blind doesn't need to see.
Yeah, apparently that's how they do it. Apparently, Derpy is just playing around these blinds so well, but being able to counter off of that, especially with having the second person there, just to aim at those 2 different angles. Because we saw that in there. They missed because they ended up looking high instead of low, and then we just see another person behind them covering the other angle, which is amazing to see. Butler now guaranteed to go to OT. They know they have to win at least 4 rounds here.
Yeah, and Mizzou, they've got 3 ultimates to work with. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They've got the Annihilation. Anakin's got Overdrive. They've got so many tools to work with. They've got 2 rounds, or they've got 2 rounds to try to finish this. And finding a first blood is definitely a good look.
Yeah, especially with Butler on this back-to-back force. They have to play so smart to get this, and being down a member is probably the biggest detriment I could think of for that situation.
Yeah, Spike gonna go down here. Sober Sushi has to be careful. There's a stinger behind the smoke. Oh, line goes out.
Honestly, I'm expecting to see
They're
some
waiting
ult
for the
spam from
door.
GC.
Oh, Sober Sushi finding 2. Derpy with 1. Tippemy trying to hold, but Sober Sushi will find a 3K. And now it's all up to Derpy Squid, who will find 1. It's a 2v1 now.
I'm expecting
Just stuck behind the door, though. The Annihilation comes through. Sober Sushi with 4 on the round. And Game Changers will go up 1-0 in this elimination game.
Just as I was talking about, it was really just a matter of, in that last round, GC just said, okay, we have ultimates here. We saw 3 different ultimates. Granted, we did see the Breach ult did get canceled, but we saw the last round, we saw the Vise ult trade. Then after that, we saw Neon try to ult, get killed out of it. We saw the Breach ult happen, get killed out of it. And then finally the Teo ult finally happening, forcing the Omen out, who already won it out a little bit, but forced to go in a certain direction and just immediately right into the open arms of GC.
Yeah, so now Game Changers up 1-0. They've got a map that they can lose. We're going to Pearl as map number 2. This is the first time we're seeing Pearl at the tournament so far. Maybe teams have played it before, but this is the first time we get to see it on stream, which is going to be interesting. Before we go to a quick break, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Pixio, Reactor Gaming, Advanced GG, Red Bull, Corsair, MSI, and Buy Blue Light. Could not do this event without you guys. Thank you all for the prizes, the giveaways, and of course the first place, second place, third place, fourth place, the rewards that they'll be getting. Thank you all to our sponsors. We're going to head to a quick break before we get to game number 2, so don't go anywhere. Elimination game, Game Changers versus Butler, up in just a few. We'll see you then. Just a few.
Just a few.
Just a few.
Yep.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Mizzou off to a good start here. The Game Changers roster takes game number 1 of Lotus. We're going on to game number 2. It is going to be Pro. This is elimination bracket in the lower bracket right now. So both these teams, Butler and the Game Changer roster, are fighting for their lives because whoever loses is going to get sent home. So they don't want to go home early. They don't want to be the first team eliminated. They're both fighting. And Mizzou, up 1. They only need 1 more to make sure they're staying just a little bit longer. But we'll have to see if Butler can fight back here in game number 2.
Yeah, the pressure is on Butler right now, like, entirely. This is their potentially last map of the entire tournament. They kind of have to go into this with that in mind. They know they have to play these pistol rounds really well because that's a guaranteed 2 rounds off that plus a better situation. But the kind of crazy thing we've seen with it is you can lose pistol rounds well, and it seems like teams have actually been doing a lot afterwards, which is kind of shocking.
Yeah, so, I mean, pistol round is such a big advantage. Both these teams going into the second game are definitely looking to pick those up. I'm curious about the comps. It's Pearl. It's the first time we've seen this on stream at the tournament this whole time. And I'm curious, we don't see this map a lot. What are the picks? What are these comps going to look like?
Yeah, especially with how the map's set up, it really does kind of lend to 2 very distinct kind of styles, with that very long B, the kind of mixed around A, tight, some tighter corners, and then mid where it's kind of a mix between that. Not to mention how we do have that crawl space going from defender side spawn, which I have seen be used for some really weird ganks at times.
Yeah, but loading in here, looks like we are going to have a pretty similar composition. It's going to be Astra, the controller of choice. Both teams were going to be running that Yoru as well. Both teams have a Teo. One thing to note, one big change is it's going to be the Fade for Butler and the Breach for Mizzou.
Honestly, the really big thing with why Astra is so powerful on that map, especially on that B site with stars there's 2 really positions you can physically put a spike that are pretty good, and both of them can be shut down so easily by a singular Astra star.
Fade does get a tag with the Haunt, but with those tail rockets firing from both sides, it's going to make a lot of space. Butler right now looking to find someone. A nice dink, but it's not going to pan out for a kill.
Yeah, both
the
teams.
Thorns were used and accidentally cut off the rest of the team. I don't know if that was planned. I don't know what that call was, but it's going to be a play here through mid to B. And Tippamy is at 12 HP, trying to find one, but knows that they can't just take that fight. They're going to turn tail and run. Ooh,
Yep.
The Thorns get some more damage out on the Chippy. 5v5 retake right now.
We really know that Timpani can't die properly here until they use all their stars.
The smoke goes out, the concussion. Tail rockets from both sides. Grid and Lyric find the first 2. Grid finds the third. And now Mizzou in a 2v5. A couple of these members are very low.
3 to be specific.
But time is ticking away. You still have numbers. Derpy Squid is still alive. And he will find 1. He will find 2. Butler go into this game number 2 with a flawless.
Yeah, we see that reaction time of Squid with every single one of those flashes. As soon as you see it, just immediately flicks away, looks back, and gets that kill on the Yoru, followed up by that breach. An insane play just to protect themselves so well. We're seeing the pretty obvious play here of basically, especially in a flawless map like that, where I don't think Butler lost a singular person.
Nope, they didn't. Another interesting thing to note, Derpy, who was on Omen last game, swapped off, is going to be moving onto the Fade, while Sarah onto Smokes this game. So a little bit of an interesting swap up here.
Yeah,
and it can TP's on out of there.
These 2 maps definitely play very differently with how their smokes play.
Ooh,
The
SoCal.
timing.
Shots don't land, but gets the info and gets away. Now the drone out and popped immediately. So not a lot of info, but does spot out 1. And it can up close, though. The pop flash. The shots don't land, and it's 2 for Lyric. Looking for 3. Derpy Squid. Can't find it. The C's gets invested, and Derpy will find a kill. Mizzou, they want to try to find something, but it's another flawless. Butler, 5 for 5, 5 for 5, back to back.
We saw this last round with GC. Actually, the table's being flipped now of having a flawless first buy round, and how much value that can provide. Honestly, right now it's just a matter of, okay, GC, they're playing into this with a pretty big deficit. They can't even buy full shields right now. How do you handle the situation? Do you play this in a way where you're basically trading out people left and right? Are you all in a site? And it looks like right now they're planning to be kind of doing a mix of, sort of a mix here with 3 and 2.
Oh, the flash, the salvos used. And again, forced to TP away. The gate crash, trying to go aggressive. Just not panning out so far. Lyric TP's away as well. Sends out a clone to try to fake, to try to bait Mizzou. But Derpy Squid making a lot of noise. Rotations back around, back to this default sort of setup that Butler likes to play.
Yeah, and we are going to see GC does get some vision off these jump peaks here.
Yeah, look at this B side. Look how far they've already made their way. Oh, SoCal needs to find this, and Derpy and Grid actually find the first 2. And now this A site is the one that's open for the taking.
Yeah, that rotation really pulled a lot of people off from GC, and Butler really taking advantage of that in full force.
And now this Vise is on this long flank. GC are in a difficult situation right now in a 3v5 with a flank. They're on a timer, making a 2v5 as Derpy finds another. Ooh, Grid falls. But this flank, another pop flash. They're running out of time as Chippy around the corner.
Yeah, we are going to see some ultimates start to build up pretty intensely for Butler, as we see Yoru already has his. And not to mention that we do see that Tejo is at 6 already, which is absolutely insane.
Derpy Squid, 5 of 8. Grid, 6 of 8. These ultimates are coming online faster and faster, and Mizzou are struggling. They found 1 kill so far in the whole 3 rounds that we've seen.
Honestly, I wouldn't be
we're going to see another save. I wouldn't be surprised if this is another low kill round for Mizzou.
Honestly, I'm expecting to probably see a timeout in the relatively near future. They can't afford much more than this.
I would like to see a timeout as well. Butler is just going to go ahead and invest this dimensional drift as well. Mizzou trying to fight mid here. Oh, and Chippy just finding 1. Super Sushi. There's a Yoru somewhere as he pops out of the dimensional drift. Mizzou find 1. They will find a weapon as well. So it's a 1-for-1 right now. The flash shoots the clone.
Meanwhile, we are seeing already a 4v4 with
a good flash, but I don't think they're paying much heed to where these players are. Sarah and Lynn, Lyric finding 2, Grid finding 1 more. Oh, it's a messy kill, but it comes through. And knife out around the corner. Lyric's waiting. Mizzou finally able to find some kills on the board, but Butler still is getting these round wins.
Yeah.
Mizzou, the game changer squad, struggling on this defensive side.
Yeah,
now,
Lyric even
another buy. They've got op.
Lyric already even having to worry about maxing out creds coming up in this next round. Already at round 5, even at that. Not to mention, with all this just in mind, we haven't seen any, but we do see an op from here, which I think is their kind of hope and prayer here of just hoping to get a couple good kills from it. And we are going to see a lot of util immediately being thrown out to try to get as much possible vision. Butler has just been playing this so aggressive, and GC just hasn't had the proper time to reset back up.
Mizzou hoping this operator will be an out for them, but it's set up towards B, and Butler is towards this A site. All 5 members. It's going to be a split A as the dogs go out. It's 2 on site. SoCals is good for 1. Traded instantly. And they're just going to give up the site. They're just going to play this retake.
Yeah, GC's going back to that strategy of taking a full retake with that 4 members.
Oh, and this spot. The Nightmare is out. Derpy and Lyric finding kills. Mizzou, it's a 2v3 with Chippy finding 1. But you have an operator. Do you go for this? The grab. Nice shot. Now I think you can go for it. It's a 2v2. And you've got the wall. It might be time to invest it.
Yeah, beautiful.
The tap. the flash. Anakin, the TP. A nice shot, a nice 2K!
Oh my gosh, unbelievable
Anakin clutching out the
play.
round.
Really showing that GC's bread and butter is those retakes. Not to mention, that was such an amazing tech play by the Astra from GC, just using that pullback to get that very short split second smoke to get the impeccable timing. Got a free kill off that and was able to set up for another afterwards too. Not to mention they have the resource now going. They have the resource there for it going into that. We are seeing GC take the timeout though. I'm pretty sure they did that during the last round, not expecting to win it.
I think this is a good time for that timeout. Anakin saving the day here for GC, preventing a 0-5 scoreline with an incredible first shot and then the flick over to the second. Really, really good mechanical play there from her. But they're still down. They're down 3 rounds. Butler's got a lot of money to work with. They're forcing up on scraps. They've got an operator. But I don't think this is how they really wanted to start off this game, too.
No, definitely not. It does mean that we are likely going to see Butler take on this A site because you do not want to challenge that B site when the enemy's got an operator.
They don't know that she has an op, though. They never saw her a shot. They never saw it. So they might not know that there's an operator.
Ooh, you're right. Oh, that'd be scary just to see on Butler. And I think as soon as they hear one shot, they might even retreat, which might get enough time for GC. Because my first thought process in here is, okay, let's hypothetically say Butler goes B, which doesn't look like they're going to. It seems like A's been their bread and butter.
Yeah, they just want to keep hitting this A site. I don't think they know that about Anakin and the operator that she has, which could be quite a game changer, pun intended.
Especially in this mid set where it can get a good bit of value. Not to mention they're just going to have such a hard time playing this rotate when they have a death gun on with that.
Yeah, it's once again going to be the split here. The dimensional drift gets used. Lyric's going to clear out a lot of space. Lyric is just hunting for Tippamy right now. Flash in hand. Gives her a tap with the flash and walks away. It's going to be a 5v5 retake, but Butler's got that Armageddon. And
yeah, and
it's going to be
especially
able
in a
to
map
stall.
like this, it's going to be really hard to not get hit by that Armageddon.
Ooh, Silkos. Chippy up close. Jenny, a nice shot, but Chippy with 2. Sober Sushi finding one back. There's another one right around the corner. Does Mizzou sniff it out? Anakin trying to clear a lot of space, and they don't because Derpy finds one. It's a 2v3. Butler, once again, holding on to this Armageddon. And now it's all up to Anakin. She can't get it done twice. Derpy squad with 3. Butler is going to force Mizzou back onto another eco.
Not to mention, Derpy's got that operator now. Except they didn't pick it up. Okay. Seems like they don't have anyone that's particularly skilled at using one. It does mean, though, that GC is in a bad money spot.
Yeah, and now Butler, early on, is looking to take 6. But Mizzou, they're falling further and further and further behind as this game continues. Butler is building ultimates. They're cycling these ultimates. Mizzou, they burned that dimensional drift. They don't find much. They've got no money this round. And Butler is wanting to go up to 6-1 now.
Honestly, I do kind of think GC broke a bit of their own momentum with that timeout. I'm pretty sure they took it at some point in that last round. And breaking their own momentum like that, I think really hurt them in the end of things.
Sober Sushi, the lone hero on this site. You whatever. Quick rotations. Break that clone. Mizzou is doing a good job of stalling Butler as quick rotations come from the team. And no picks go the way of Butler so far as Util gets invested. But I think it's a fake and they want to rotate on away. Sober Sushi just jump peeking, spotting Derpy Squid, but not much else. Oh, Lyric might find a timing, but Anakin with a Bucky. Oh, finds one and the TP away.
Yeah, really just the Yoru game plan at its finest. We even saw earlier a fake Yoru clone coming out too. Especially now that they've got...
Oh, Silkos. If she can find this with the right click. Chippy once again finding these kills. And now this A site is free for the taking. Tippamy, Derpy, another shot, another kill.
Yeah, really just
5.
Yeah, really consistent headshots coming out from Derpy here. They do still have ultimates in tow. GC does have the counter for the Visal with that own Visal of their own. But honestly, that's probably a better situation for Butler by a pretty decent margin.
Oh, the Bucky is always good for 1.
In this case, too.
Oh, a flash goes out. Another flash from both these sides. Sober Sushi with that Vandal, that pickup, is able to find Lyric. It's still an Armageddon and Teo Mollies and the vacuum here. And Sarah finding one. Nice shot there from Sober Sushi, but she just can't defuse the spike with all of the util on site. And Butler will go to 6.
Yeah, none of Butler is going to die off that. Just a little too early for that spike to go off in time. It does mean though that Mizzou is pretty low on creds. They do have full buys, but it's close. Meanwhile, Butler's got 6800? Yeah, 6800, 6700, 3750, 6500. They could lose 2 rounds and still be in a pretty decent spot. But GC needs to start winning here because the best case scenario, GC right now is going 6-6 going into the second half, and that is not the best space to be in.
No, you have to win 5 in a row if you want to go 6-6. An even half is not the best, but at this point they'll take what they can get.
Yeah, especially with Butler's kind of setup here, they're able to get a lot of good stuff.
Nightfall invested, Armageddon used. They're even gonna go ahead and throw in, Mizzou's throwing in that Steel Garden, but I mean, 2 fall quickly for Mizzou. Nothing lost for Butler. They're gonna get a spike down. The weapons are no longer jammed. Finds 1 over for Mizzou. A good flash means 2 for Lyric, and Tippamy in a 1v3.
It is still a rough situation to be in, and Butler can just really come back from this. Mizzou's, even if they win, is still not going to have full buys. And that's, I think, kind of what Butler is somewhat fine with even.
But, I mean, even if you don't have full buys, you need rounds at this point. You need something.
Yeah, Butler's just able to get away with so much just because they have the room to not
Yeah, just so much util, so much stall. Tippamy has no chance. Grid will find another kill.
This is kind of just what the meta's been recently, is how much util can you shove onto one team to hold a plant site. I mean,
it's annoying, but it works.
Yeah, Tejo, Astra, Vice to a degree, Breach especially. There are so many ways that these teams have to get a safe, secured spot, which is why I was surprised in the last map that GC's plan of getting those retakes was working. Butler seems this round to be playing those post plants a lot more safe, and I think it's hurting GC's game plan. And I was hoping that'd be what they talked about during their timeout, but that's currently not the case, especially with how they've been playing recently. I'm wondering if they'll be able to change that.
Oh, nice shot there from Anakin, finding this first blood. Finally, Mizzou have an advantage. Sober Sushi gonna get paranoid, gonna get blinded. They hear Lyric behind and you whatever, finding another kill. Mizzou on a thrifty, maybe he could sneak one away from Butler to prevent going down 1-8.
Yeah, and if you can win a thrifty in this kind of situation, it actually puts you at a pretty good spot, all things considered. Being able to actually get guns consistently, maybe even having room for one more just in case, it might even help them get up to a pretty okay first half.
Silko is just holding this corner, waiting for this team. Oh, is going to spot them out. The Haunt goes out. And they're going to try to push, try to find Silkels, who is running for her life right now.
But every single second is a second wasted.
And now they're going to go through water and try to find a wraparound here. Tippamy not looking the right way. Is she going to expect this? She does, but Grid quicker. Mizzou, they have ultimates to stall this site, to stall the plant. I think they have to use it. The plant goes down. They're not going to stall it out. They're going to go ahead and invest that Rolling Thunder. It finds no one. And now, Derpy Squid trying to find one. Gets stunned up. Grid with one. Sarah with one. Mizzou are now down members. The Haunt not finding money, but Derpy through the smoke. Mizzou, it looked so good. And it's crumbled before their eyes.
Yeah, this is really just a matter of Butler's play style being shifted. I don't think GC knows how to play against this kind of team. We know that they've been just basically playing this game of, okay, we'll get the spike, and then we'll literally just play keep away for the rest of the map, and it's been working 100% and almost 100% of the time. As soon as Butler's been getting the spike, which GC has been kind of letting them do and hoping to get that retake, this time it's just been not helping them to do that. Meanwhile, Butler is just every single time being able to just, all right, we're going to just throw some mines at you with Tejo. We're going to slow you down with Vice. We're going to throw out Fade stuff to blind you and get vision. We're going to just do everything we can to make you not be able to just not be able to retake. And then as soon as they even try to, they're just going to send their 3 people plus at them and just hit the shots. Derpy has been showing how powerful that's been recently.
Wall goes out, but so does that Armageddon to try to stall, prevent the site exec. Oh, Sober Sushi in the back. Stuck. Trying to get out. Dodges out on the C's. Chippy with one. You whatever with one. The trade goes out. The wall will fall. A good flash here from Lyric, forcing Sober Sushi back. And Lyric is just going to keep on pushing. Find another kill here for Butler. The clone taken down. Lyric is so confident in these aggressive areas.
Yeah, we see even now that Butler is really playing their keep away game as we see everyone preparing basically for
Lyric,
this retake.
Another nice shots there from You Whatever and Tippamy, but You Whatever forced back away as the Tejo salvos come out, and now it's a 2v1. They know exactly where she is, and she's just running out of time. Derpy Squid, another one tap. Butler will go to 9. Mizzou is going to be on another save. And Butler in this game number 2 has flipped the script.
Yeah, Butler has been doing an amazing job, and it's a matter of fact that they've been hitting GC's weakness so hard. I mean, once GC stopped being able to retake site, Butler pretty much has just been running away with the entire game. And I'm wondering if that'll affect the next map too, and I'm wondering if GC's going to have to change their entire playstyle to recover from it.
Mizzou.
They are out of ultimates, though.
They are out of ultimates. Mizzou is on scraps, though, as well. And to be honest, Butler, while ultimates help and they're really nice, it feels like they really haven't even needed them.
Yeah, they've mostly been using them just to buy themselves a little more time. They're pretty close to a couple more, too. Like that Yo-Roll just 1 away.
Yeah, I mean, Derby Squid is 3 away from another Nightfall, and Chippy finding another kill, finding another opening.
Yep, it's just a matter of, it seems like GC is changing their strategy up a little bit, playing this sort of tighter defense, but in so far they just need to play it a little bit longer, and it might help them. I'm wondering exactly what this is going to mean for their playstyle shift, but with just 2 there, it's going to be a matter of if they can get these timings properly.
Oh, nice shot there from Sober Sushi. Finds Derpy Squad looking the wrong way. Lyric is stuck in a corner. Can TP away if they want, but they're going to go farther and walk into the waiting arms of Sober Sushi. Maybe a little bit of an overextension.
Yeah, GC's, almost like they read my mind, is really playing this a bit more aggressive.
Oh, tipping me with 1, with 2. Maybe Mizzou can stop the bleeding just a little bit.
Yeah, especially now that they've gotten their foot in the door. They even have an ultimate to spare, most likely for this next round. But Butler does have the spike, and it does mean they're probably going to get it. Yeah, but how do you really safely do a 1v4?
They'll get the plant. Any kill here for Sarah is essentially a no gun for Mizzou next round, or at least a much worse buy than they would prefer.
Yeah, especially now that Mizzou has been pretty much in scraps this round. It's pretty decent time to get kills.
1. Finds only 1. Can't find the others. Tippamy gonna get this defuse.
The upside, though, is that it does mean Whatever is 1 closer to that ultimate, which is pretty powerful going into this next coming up round. It is... Oh, wait. There is no... Oh, there is one more coming up round. They have match 12. Meanwhile, we do see that Whatever is less close than I thought, but Sober Sushi is pretty close with just 2 away. Wall's probably we're going to see a lot of ultimates from Mizzou here, and I think we're going to see Butler try to get what they can out, which is looking like it's going to be potentially 1 ultimate.
To be fair, they're 2 away from a lot. If they get an orb and get a plant on someone, that's another ultimate. Any kills, any 2K means that someone gets an ultimate.
Yeah. It's just a matter of what Butler's strategy is. I think GC has to...
Oh, Chippy finding a 1-for-1. They've shut down Derpy, who has been a big pain for Mizzou in this series.
Yeah, GC is really just playing for the to force them to slow down here. That's kind of been their go-to.
Oh, Lyric once again overextension and punished once again. And now we're going to see a 3v4, make it a 2v4, whatever. Good use of the play. Sarah, though, shutting down Jenny. That's going to give her the wall, and she's going to go ahead and use that. And she's just going to play Ring Around the Rosie. Mizzou, it's all up to Sarah, and she can't get it done. Mizzou are going to bring things to 9-3. 9-3 curse.
Yep. The really amazing thing that came from GC is Chippy losing out on that ultimate was so beneficial for them. Is if Chippy got one more kill or plant there, that would have been a lot harder for GC to deal with, especially without their rifles.
And now Mizzou, they need this pistol. They really, really need this pistol if they want a good shot at bringing this game back.
Honestly, what the strategy here is, I think, is probably going to set the tone for the rest of the map. They can play a little safe, or they could play a really aggressive, just rush kind of style, and hope for the pistol kind of jank to happen.
Mizzou, hopefully, have a little bit of time to mentally reset, moving on to this attack side. It was a tough first half, no doubt, but they did win the last two. Maybe that gives them a little bit of confidence going into the second half, or some hope to bring things back.
Yeah, especially now that we're in an even situation, it does mean that whatever orbs they can get are just pretty good on top. But we do see Butler going for a pretty risky orb right off the bat. Also, we do see the Vice wall come out from that clone.
So look at the clone. Anakin popping some shots, trying to see if she gets lucky. Not this time, though.
It does force a lot of Butler to rotate, as we already see 2.5 people rotated over there, as we do see one leaning towards it. Or is that another? No, that's 2 people in there. The only person really on A site is just the one.
Yeah, I mean, Yoru's got a quick TP, and he'll move on over as the stars go up here for Mizzou. They're going to try to run out onto the site. In the back, Lyric takes a headshot, but the right click. Oh, the right click finds 2. Make it 3. Whatever with 2 to try to fight on back, and Silke also find 1 for herself as well. It's a 2v2. Lyric finds so much value. A good flash, but Mizzou, they don't find a kill. Both these players are so low. Aftershock to stall to let Mizzou get into position. The salvos as well.
Yeah, we're really seeing a script flip here. GC now having the opportunity to sort of stall for time,
But,
and with 2 of the best people to do it too. But they did use a lot of their
They just
utility.
use all their stall utility though.
Yeah, it's really just going to be a matter of what their plan is going from here. The only thing I can think of is a breach flash, but you don't even know if they have any left.
They might not. The right click, they're trying to find this. Silke finds 1, but whatever will claim a 3K. Mizzou, they win a pistol that they needed.
Yeah, and we see Chippy a little upset after that. But we did see though that from Lyric, they are how do you have 5 ult orbs going to second round? What happened?
They got, they picked up the B orb, probably.
Yep, they did, and I think
they got a
also picked up the
3K
A orb.
and then they died.
I thought it was 2K.
Nope, it was a 3K.
Oh my
They got
gosh.
3.
Ugh. How?
Lyric at 5 of 7. Gonna have that on pretty quickly.
Meanwhile, two of Mizzou is at 4 out right now. But that's scary to see an ultimate potentially in the 3rd round. Ooh.
I mean, they're at 6 right now, so you will see it if they die or get a kill.
Oh my gosh, this man just eats orbs constantly. It is what satiates him.
The TP to the back. Chippy sitting in the smoke, and whatever. Well, they have ultimate now, but they can't use it.
Yep.
Whatever. A good shot through the smoke. Mizzou will get spiked down. And now Butler in a 4v5 with just pistols.
Not to mention a lot of utility stuff from GC.
2 on the flank right now.
They even have a star left, which is pretty good for a situation like this.
Ooh, Sober Sushi, nice shot. Finding grid. 2 members still stuck. Can't get out of connector. Finally out on the site. Tiffany makes quick work of those 2. And now Derpy Squid with a classic. A good shot. Finds a dink. But, I mean, down to 5.
Yeah.
Just running away. Mizzou should try to let him live.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to die. He's not oh, they will kill him.
$200 not worth the 900 you're giving them.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you just let him live, he'll be absolutely screwed on cash. We're going to see a timeout now, this time from Butler, to try to stop this bleeding. They've lost the last 4, technically.
Yeah.
The last 2 of the first half. Now the pistol and the anti-eco. Moving on to the bonus. Mizzou, all 5 survive. They've got plenty of weapons. They've got good rifles.
This is where we've seen the script flip a lot of times these past rounds, though. A lot of, I think back to back, we've seen 2 rounds from the pistol and then immediately flip for 3+ rounds. I don't think we've seen less than 3. And that's a little scary even for GC right now. It's a matter of how they're going to approach this, because they have to basically either stall out for as long as they can, hope for something to set up after they post plant, or they have to play this aggressive style. But that's not really their comp suited towards. I mean, what's their duelist currently looking like for it? I don't think that's necessarily the best.
I mean, yours is pretty good, but Mizzou, if they can win this bonus, they're going up, 6 to 9.
Yeah.
You win the eco because they're on a save. You get 4 in a row. You're at 7 to 9. That's a 2-round difference. Big round right here for Mizzou. They've got rifles to do it. They've got money. Chippy with just an outlaw.
Lyric with an ultimate, though, which is...
Silkhouse is 1 away, though.
Yes, which is... Yeah, so already at 7 of 8 with that Armageddon, and I don't think you can really hope for much of a better ult than that. Maybe the breach ult, but oh my gosh, it takes so long to charge up.
Oh, they spot Chippy. Nice shot, Anakin.
Yeah, Anakin really setting the tone for this coming up fight, especially in this bonus round. If they can get something off that is game changing.
Sarah gonna get tagged by the drone. The TP in the back gets stunned up, but once again, Anakin finding a second. Looking for more. Punished, though. Spike's still not down. The mollies are slowing, and Lyric finding the kill to even things out. The Squid finding another. Lyric is running around, causing mayhem in this dimensional drift. On the flank now, and finding Sober Sushi. They're back with their teammate with the gate crash. And now Tippemy in a 1v2 without Spike, with just a Bulldog. They're going to double up. They don't know where this Yoru is. They could have TP'd. They could be anywhere right now.
Yeah, and it looks like they're expecting that back, which I think is what Lyric was going for. And just a matter of what the game plan is going from this.
Oh, if she finds this. Oh, has to reload now. The smoke. The fake. Oh, it's a dink. It's a trade of dinks. It was a Vandal. She'd get that kill, but Mizzou lose the bonus, and Butler will go to double digits.
Yeah, looking really great at the start there. It just was unfortunately not what they wanted. It does mean, though, that Butler will not be able to full buy going into this round, which is not that bad. It does mean they're 3 rounds away from taking the whole map, and Mizzou is 8. Now, there is a gun advantage at the moment, and they are ready for the Armageddon. And Butler, the Lyric, who has been grabbing all the ult orbs in the entire map pretty much, did use that one in the last fight. So Mizzou currently at that ult advantage.
Yeah, Anakin starting to heat up here. Get some pretty big kills. They're going to trip the shear.
Yeah, that wall coming out really means that they can sort of push freely now, and it saves them a lot of time.
Oh, TP in the corner. Armageddon now gets used. Chippy still in a safe spot. The TP Anakin. They don't know about Chippy in the corner. Silkhouse will clear her out. The Prowlers get used. The Spike will go down. Mizzou, they're going to be able to back away and set up for this post plant now. They've got so much utility to help stall this out as well.
Yeah, especially all those stars from Astra is going to be so
Oh,
good.
the TP. Anakin is confused. Lyric will find 2 with a judge. Make it 3. They will pick up a 3rd with the pistol. And now it's a 4v2. Butler looking for more. Lyric with a 4K grid will steal the ace. And Butler will go to 11. the Game Changer squad will go to a save, and Mizzou is struggling, and it looks like we're going to go to a game 3.
The Bucky may be good for 1, but the judge is good for 2. That's the difference. And we see just how strong that Yoru is with that teleport after it. And GC making a pretty solid timeout here. They really need to get this changed up. They have 1 round to waste, and even then that means they're going to OT if they do.
They have 1 round. They need 7 rounds. They can go 1 and 7 in whatever order that they deem is necessary. But you're doing it as well. This next round is going to be a save.
Yeah, and if they don't win this, their game plan from there is literally just, okay, we have to prove we are better in these aim duels, because otherwise they're not having too many options, because they will have to fight with ultimates at some point, and they will have to play at this gun disadvantage going to this next round. And then after that, they will have to deal with Lyric, who's been getting ultimates every 3rd round.
Yeah, I think this next round, if they lose it, it's going to be really tough. You need 7 in a row.
Yep.
If you win this, it's a little easier. You're down 6-11. Not impossible, but again, you need so many of these rounds in a row to keep yourself alive. Mizzou is on the back foot. Their backs against the wall. They have that first game secured, though, so they know that they can lose this, but going to game 3 is never what you want to see.
Oh, yeah, 100% not. It really right now just feels like Lyric has been doing a lot of weightlifting for his whole team with 24 kills just a little bit into the second half. And
Lyric
too many ults to speak of.
is looking to grab another ultimate. Potentially also Derby Squid is going to try to find an ultimate. Sober Sushi thinking about creeping her way up to A as the Prowler doesn't spot anything. They grab the orb. Lyric, though, punished.
Jumping around really means that they can't shoot out that quickly, and with Sober, that just means 1 head tap from that Sheriff is all that is needed.
A big kill here for Sober Sushi. Onto the Duelist of Butler. Lyric has been a problem. Got a 4K, almost an ace. Last round, shut down here in this round.
Not to mention Derpy with this pixel peek, hoping to see what happens here, and it seems like GC is thinking about an A push.
Yeah, they're thinking the Haunt's going to go up. Oh, Mizzou, I like this. They're going to dodge out on the Haunt. No one gets spotted. No one breaks it. Still, this pixel peek here for Derpy. The TP goes out. The teleport here for Anakin. Smokes go up. They're going to get this plant. Derpy Squid, Nightfall in hand. It's probably just going to be a trade of ultimates. Nightfall for Rolling Thunder. A couple get tagged for the Rolling Thunder, but no one tagged for Mizzou. And now, Tipping Me Deafened will fall. Mizzou now in a 4v3. They've got the Rolling Thunder. They're going to use it. They're going to try to find these players. The salvos go out. It doesn't find any kills. Still has this Aftershock too. They're once again on it. So many members are holding. It's 2 for you, whatever. But Grid sticks. Oh, but Mizzou, they don't find Sarah defusing. Grid will find a 2K. Butler goes to match point for game number 2.
Yeah, and
Game
that was
Changers.
a heavy force from Mizzou there, too.
Yeah, heavy force. They're on eco.
Mizzou having to go, if they wanted to win outright, they'd have to go 9 rounds after this, which is rough to say the least. And that's straight. They can't lose one until that next to last round.
They need 7 in a row.
Just to even tie it up.
In order to go to overtime.
Not to mention, we are going to see a pseudo save from GC, actually.
I mean, it's spending whatever they can. Both Yorus here have the Dimensional Drift. They both got tools to work with. Mizzou, they don't have the best. They've got Sheriffs. They've got Sidearms. They've got scrappy buys. What can they do? Sarah, the Phantom, in the smoke.
Sarah is 1 away from that ultimate, though, which does give a lot of good vision for
Oh,
Butler.
this timing. Gonna swing out. Is anyone holding it? You whatever is. Luckily. Sober Sushi. Oh, spots Lyric. Knows that she's important. Knows that she can't die. Knows that they don't want to even up the score. The stun, the flash, Chippy off the angle now.
Yeah, meanwhile...
Oh, did Tippamy see them? They're walking up. They do. Anakin finding another kill.
Such a fast push onto this B side though, and in a pretty good spot too. They don't have to. Currently, no one is flanking them, which is a pretty good spot.
Dirty Squid finding you, whatever. Lyric finding Anakin, and that in an instant, it's a 3v3.
Not to mention that Butler still has an ult available, and GC doesn't anymore with that death.
KO. Silkow is in a dangerous position. Has to stay alive. Your dimensional drift invested. Grid finding one. Derpy finding another. Make it a 3K, and Butler will take us to game number 3.
Yeah, such a beautiful play. Just all using that dimensional drift at the very end to try to basically force out a little bit more interaction. Getting Silco's out in the open was just such a beautiful play by Butler there. Just kind of forcing multiple different angles, because if it was just one person, they would have just rotated out, gotten to potentially opening, used a little more utility, whatever they had, which wasn't even much at that point. But having two people to X that off and just force them to have to sit in an upfront position means they now have to commit everyone else from their team to pretty much protect Silkels just to keep the round alive.
Yeah, Silkos is the key player. They've got the salvos to try to stall out the defuse. And Butler, they know, they push, they don't let them sit in their safe spots. They don't play, the defuse, and other people, hold and pray that they don't have the util to stop them. They take the fights, they win the fights. A nice 3K from Derpy, and we're going to a game number 3 as well. Game 1 was close. It did inch out a win for Game Changers, 13-10. But Game 2 was a whole nother story.
Yeah, it really was just a matter of this giant dynamic of playstyles, essentially. We saw the big one here was that GC being able to take advantage of their retake potential. Pearl not particularly allowing that as much, especially with that. We saw it a lot in A side, but B side is actually pretty able to be held by the defenders, especially if you have someone with an Outlaw or Marshall even. Just holding down the line of sight from anywhere along that front area. Really easy to hold down, not to mention with salvos, not to mention with Astro Orbs, and just all that is just a matter of how well you can hold that sight. And going into this next round, with Fracture, that's a little harder for them to do. That might be the right map for GC here to basically play this mass retake, especially from 2+ angles, probably even 3 given most situations.
Yeah, neither of these teams want to go home right now. They're going to a Game 3, the decider. First one to lose is going to be the first one eliminated from this tournament. So both these teams are fighting to stay alive, but we're going to go ahead and take it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Game Changers, Butler, Game 3, the final is up in just a few. We'll see you then. welcome back, everybody. We are on to game number 3. Butler versus the Game Changers roster. This is for all the marbles. First one to lose is going to be the one out of the tournament, and it's going to be our final map. It's going to be Fracture. Both these teams, they don't want to go home.
Yeah, Butler really coming pretty strong off that last map. 13-5 is a pretty solid lead. The caveat to that, though, is that this kind of map is a bit better for Game Changers' kind of strategy of just letting that retake happen, getting a big retake afterwards. With all those different side angles, it might be in a little slower of a push, but it should be in a pretty solid one at the end of the day. And realistically, that's probably pretty good for them. The only issue I see with that is potentially GC running into the issue of them not being able to retreat that well, especially if Butler starts to set up like counter pushes, being able to set up lurkers at different angles. It might mean they have to play this really safely, and I don't know if that helps GC in the end of the day.
We'll see. It is going to be Fracture. Definitely a little bit more of an attacker side of the map with this very interesting design of the map. Game Changers are going to be on the attacking side first, though, so they're going to have that advantage, but they're going to need to kind of reassess. I feel like they're a little tilted after that last game. Mental. They had time to talk, to sit down, to relax for just a little bit to get that mental reset going into this next game, and I hope it was good.
Yeah, it does mean they really have to take full advantage of that attacker side. If they don't, it means they're really going to struggle going into that second half, and even now they're going to have to really work off and pay off dividends with whatever comp they run, which Fracture does have a pretty interesting comp lineup usually, but I'm wondering exactly what we'll see. It does seem like Butler is a little more willing to change up their team comp for entirely. We've seen a bunch of different controllers today. We're probably going to see it again. Brimstone's pretty popular in here. Yeah, we're going to see double Brimstone here. Very common to see on this kind of map.
One thing is, Butler is going to be, once again, running that Yoru. Mizzou going the Neon, and Game Changers also going that Cypher, where Butler is sticking to the chamber on this map.
Yeah, it does mean they are going to have some pretty good defensive capabilities being able to teleport out of those situations, especially on certain sight lines. But having GC on that Cypher does mean they can kind of commit one person to a lot of different angles, having those trips, having those blinds, and having that camera especially. Yeah,
the two traps, the two flyers, definitely what makes Cypher valuable on this map. But there's 4 members here. Mizzou find the first. Chippy falls. The Savos force Tippamy forward. Sober Sushi, though, has found this opening. Sarah finds one. And Mizzou are going to use this opening and send it all the way around to this A site. Or back around to this B site. And they'll hear all of this noise. They'll know what's going on. Mizzou will get the plant. They're leaving the Cypher on this lurk, though.
Butler is really low on health for everyone except for that breach.
Mizzou, though, they've got a couple members tagged up. You whatever. Oh, Sober Sushi, a nice flank there. Silkel is finding one, too. And now it's a 2v4. Mizzou make it a 3v2 as Sarah finds one. Sarah finds a third. You whatever. Finding Sarah. It's
low HP all around the board, though.
the tap. Oh, they have the aftershock. And now back on the swing. It's a one-shot body shot for Sober Sushi. They will find the pistol. And you whatever is definitely happy about that.
Yeah, realistically, especially once that bombs do about half on that pistol round, you can literally just wait every 3 seconds, throw one person at them, and just keep buying time. And as the defenders, you can't really do much about that. You're not just going to die there while sitting on spike. You have to look at them and just get the shot. And even then, they are swinging at you with a pretty big advantage.
Yes, and Mizzou, we've seen in the past teams win out on these anti-eco rounds. Mizzou want to make sure that this is a clean anti-eco, and look at this aggression from Butler. The stun, the flash, the salvos, so much utility.
But it does just mean a quick rotation from Mizzou.
Chippy going for a little bit long range. Bucky a little bit too far. But Lyric once again finding these kills, finds Sober Sushi, the one who gets tagged low.
It is going to mean that they are going to slow down Butler's retake with that molly there, but it does mean that's no longer there for post plant.
Derpy in the smoke. These smokes will fade. The clone goes out. These players, you whatever. Arsoko's in this corner. Oh, the Salvos are clearing her out. The flash, Derpy Squid finds one. The tap, Grid finding another. Tipping finding one, but it's a 2v1. Make it a 1v1 now.
Do they know where
Sarah,
they are?
they know where she is. Oh, has a sheriff. Time ticking away though. The tap, they don't have the time anymore. Whatever. It was messy. It was close. It was expensive. And everyone will fall, and they'll get to save the Bulldog.
Yeah, but it does mean that Butler, they are going to have most of their creds here, but Mizzou can't say the same. It does mean, however, though, that Mizzou has that armor, that does have that annihilation, which might make up the difference, especially considering the fact that they do have Sheriffs to work off of that, and if they can just, get a pretty good annihilation and force that full team group up, that might be what they need to win. And it seems like they're mostly just going all in on A.
And now Mizzou, with Sheriffs, are going to try to do whatever they can on this anti-eco round. Grid, not expecting the aggression from Anakin. Taken low, smokes go out. Molly tries to prevent the push. Lyric finding one. Sarah finding another. It's a 2v4. And Lyric will find a 3K. The Molly finds Grid, unfortunately for them, but Mizzou will lose the round. It's going to be our first full gun round here.
Yeah.
Butler, they don't lose very much, so
they
they're going
couldn't
to be
set
able
up
to buy
for a full. I couldn't really set up for a full fight with that Armageddon, though. They wanted to get full advantage of it, but they couldn't get set up properly. And that's kind of the disadvantage when it comes to Fracture, is that no matter where you are, there's always the potential for someone else to be there. And that really hurts when it comes to those post plants.
Yeah, it really does hurt. But now, Mizzou, they have rifles. It was just a bunch of Sheriffs last round. They've got an Armageddon to use.
But Butler does already have that Yower ult. So from the shadows could be coming out at any moment. And we've seen what work there can do.
Ooh, they see Anakin Derpy squad finds the kill. Silkos and Sober Sushi, though, they find a kill of their own, and now it's going to be a 4v3. Spike going to go down. Tipping one away from that orbital laser. Aftershock forces Tipping out. She gets flashed as well. Standing out in the open. It's a free kill for Grid, and now we're going to also see this Dimensional Drift. A lot of ultimates online and being invested. Lyric pops out. It's a 1. It's 2. Sober Sushi shuts it down, but now it's a 2v1 off of a big play from Lyric. And they're just holding. They find one. Sober Sushi, does she have the time?
Yes!
Oh my god, she does.
By a split second.
0.04.
Oh my gosh, if that doesn't make your heart rate go up, I don't know what will. Especially now that Mizzou is able to pretty close to full buy. Like, the worst case situation currently is Ringer, $0 with a Vandal and a... Oh, no, actually, they're going to buy for... someone's going to buy for Ringer. Instead, now having full... the only one who's in a worse situation right now is Silkels and whatever. Whatever are only having a Bulldog at the moment, and Silkels only having that Light Shield. Not bad, though, considering that Butler is working off with some Sheriffs, a Stinger, not that much else.
Yeah, but that round almost going the way of Butler. Fraction of a second left on the clock.
Yeah, and that's probably going to hurt Butler's morale there. Especially considering the fact that they are now in a very worse spot because of it.
Ooh, Chippy. TP's back to safety. Mizzou taking some space. Smoke goes down here as well. I don't think Mizzou want to run on through that, especially as they... Actually, they are. They're going to drop their smokes. They're going to drop the orbital laser. And Butler's going to respect this. They're going to back away.
It does mean they know no one is currently in heaven, though, which is some pretty valuable information to have, especially in this map.
Yeah, they're going to have the information. Salvos are going to go out to clear heaven as well. All these players are going to try to go for a quick retake. Sober Sushi falls. The Armageddon invested as well from Mizzou. They're throwing the kitchen sink right now at Butler as the orbital laser gets invested here. Derpy squad with 2. Sarah with 1. It's a 2v2. It's a 2v1. Tipping with a little HP, but they can't stop the defuse. Butler on a force-up.
Yeah, they did use some ultimates for it, but in the end, it worked for them from that save. Not to mention they picked up some guns off that too, which doesn't mean Mizzou is in a kind of rough spot here, not being able to really full buy, not being able to get all what they really wanted.
They burned some pretty powerful ultimates. The orbital laser, the Armageddon offline, and they don't get the round.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see that. Meanwhile, Sarah's already back to 3 after just using that orbital laser, literally last round, and Lyric already back to 4 too. And they just have that Armageddon up. Not to mention the fact that Mizzou really, the big thing today is they have that breach ult. The Cypher ult can help a little
Sushi
bit.
trying to find a timing, but gets spotted out. Backs away.
Right now, their kind of game plan looks to be that GC wants to kind of get this back push in, but they might be found out.
Yeah, they were thinking about going through Heaven, but back away through Arcade. Going to go through Underpass. And they try to sneak through. Chippy has that operator and finds a free kill.
Always scary with that Jammer with the op, especially now they know they can't play the single
Still just
properly.
holding the angle. It's a lineup.
Oh my gosh. Even just through the body, just gets the double kill. Already a 3K off for Chippy.
The last two fall to Derpy. Flawless to Butler. I can only assume Mizzou are thinking about a timeout right now.
Yeah, I can't see why they wouldn't, especially after that kind of round. They can get they can get 2 players with guns.
Yep. That's going to be the timeout as well here from Mizzou. I think it's a good time to call that timeout. You've lost a
100%.
couple. You know, one of them to force up, the other one you're on a save, but it's all square. It's all tied up. Time to figure out what's going wrong.
Yeah, now they have to worry about that operator too, which is a variable I don't think we've seen this entire map set. Because last round, Butler has a chance for an operator too, and they didn't pick it up in the end.
Yeah, Mizzou is really the only one that's really gravitated to that. It was a little bit on Pearl,
Yep.
but now on this game number 3 with Chamber, you know, they're kind of best friends.
Yep, literally just partners in crime there. We're likely going to see that it's going to change where Mizzou can really play from. They know those angles are really risky, and we just saw how devastating a shot can be. You're not even limited to one. Chamber talks about 1 bullet per person. He didn't even need that.
Yeah, got 3K, 2 for 1 with the collateral. And now Mizzou, they're going to be on rifles. They're going to have some tools to use in their kit, and they're going to need to figure out how to use them.
It looks like Mizzou is going to full buy here with just Jenny just not quite able to buy that full shield. Unfortunate, but definitely not the worst position. We are going to see full buys across the board from Butler. Who would have guessed? Meanwhile, Sarah's actually having to worry about maxing out creds if they win this. Even if they don't, that's still, what, 8,800? Yeah, they're not going to make Butler broke anytime soon. We do see that whatever is going for that orb, hoping to get that Armageddon soon. It is really valuable for these post plates, and that's really what they've been playing for.
Butler going for that arcade aggression. It doesn't pan out this time, but they're going to immediately burn both the Armageddon, both the Rolling Thunder. Mizzou using their own. Derby squad finds 2. Mizzou use a Rolling Thunder as well to try to fight back. Oh, but Sober Sushi looking into the spawn. Can't find the kill, and now it's a 2v4.
Yeah, realistically, they don't have too much outside of that aftershock to really delay. Not to mention that Butler is setting up a flank pretty hardcore here.
Yeah, and walking into Derpy Squid. The shots, they don't land for Silk Elves.
Yeah, Derpy Squid really taking advantage of just those slight little side steps just to force the aim off of them. Butler going in, already taking the advantage back from GC in this first half. When they have the advantage, that's a pretty rough state to be in. And unless GC can really take some advantage off of this next couple of rounds, it's going to be rough doing much of anything at all, especially once they're having to defend, especially with their kind of team comp. Yeah, they have that Cypher who can really shut down a point, but Neon really is reliant on those kind of very quick entries. Not to mention they do have some stuff set up, but realistically they need to win this attacker side.
They need to get a lead. They need to stop this bleeding, as Butler has claimed 3 in a row, looking to take 4. Chippy, the blind. Oh, Anakin looking aggressively into spawn. Silkels finds grid. Anakin taken down, but the kills are going the way of Mizzou on this eco. Chippy location revealed. They know exactly where both these players are. Oh, nice shot. TP's away, looks for 2, tries to pull out the head on her, but it misses. And now Derpy Squid in a 1v3. We've seen crazier.
Spike planted.
Not to mention, GC does still have that Armageddon up, which can be useful for this post plant, but I doubt they really want to use it, especially against a singular person from Butler. Now they don't even have that option.
Forced out with that salvo, but walking into the door behind, probably not the way you want to do that, and it gets punished. Mizzou, good job tying it back up on an eco round.
Yeah, not to mention, we do see the fact that they do have one more ultimate in that package, being that Neon ult, so they do have a little bit of money to mess around with. There is 4 more rounds in this, so they do have a safety net. The big downside here, though, is Butler's got that guaranteed op at whatever they want it, and with that chamber ult, and they still have that Euro ult, which we haven't seen this yet, which is kind of surprising considering last map, I think we saw a total of 6 different Euro ults.
Yeah, Mizzou, though, looking to take the lead here. Butler, that chamber still having an operator, still has Tour de Force as well. Mizzou, though, they've got some tricks up their own sleeve, too.
Not to mention, Butler does have that laser coming up in 2.
That Yoru single-handedly clears out all of half of the map. Mizzou gonna run out the door. Sarah waiting for timing here through the smoke. They break the trip.
Honestly, it might have been a better...
No, and Lyric is scouting out for the team. He pops out, reloading, looking for 2, but you would ever shuts it down.
Honestly, I think it might have been a better play to go in front of that tripwire so they weren't expecting to have to look at it, because you could really play that out properly. And I think that might have hurt them in the end. Butler really giving away their position there with that tripwire break.
Oh, looking for the kill, but they can't find it. They're so low. Gonna send out the stun, and Tippamy cleans it up. Mizzou will take the lead. Butler, they've got enough to buy for, I think, 1 more round. And then...
I don't know what you're talking... Oh, I don't... actually, no, they are in a bad position. Sober Sushi now taking the role of Derpy Squid, now having 7K after buying someone else. Ooh, that is spicy amounts of cash.
Chippy,
Meanwhile,
looks like they're going to go ahead and grab that operator, use the ultimate this round. So it's still an operator in the hands of Chippy this time, and I think they might have enough to buy next round too. And
yep, should be.
Mizzou, they still have to worry about operators.
Yeah.
Ooh, the first shot, though, does not connect.
Doesn't mean they will have to worry about some slows, though.
Yeah, they will. The second shot not connecting as well. Derpy Squid. Oh, finds 4.
You can't ask for a better drone than that.
That's going to scare Mizzou. Lyric's going to find Super Sushi.
They do
the
have that
quick
Armageddon.
flank. You would ever trying to get to safety. Mizzou has so much utility to stall this plant. They've got orbital laser. They've got Armageddon. They've got 3 ultimates to work with. Derpy Squid, they're finding you, whatever. It's a big pickup. It's a tap. Oh, no, you whatever. Can't get the ultimate off. They burn the rolling, they burn the Armageddon. Chippy finds 2 headhunters. And Butler.
Armageddon's still in the hands of Mizzou, though. They did not quite get it out in time. They did lose that orbital laser, though, which is not what you quite want to see. But at least they do have enough money for this next round, and Butler still has enough. For this coming round after winning that pretty solidly. They did use that operator, though, so they don't have to worry about it this fight. Unless, you know, he decides to buy it straight raw, but which he's going to.
Ooh, gonna go ahead and buy that operator once again here.
Means that if they get it out, then Chippy's not going to have much going into the last round. However, though, if they can kill a couple of people from GC, they're not going to have much money going into this last round either. So it's a matter of who is winning this round is really going to have an advantage going into the last round of the half.
Chippy forced the TP away.
Not to mention, this is where a team can build a little bit of an advantage, currently even up, which is a little rough for GC considering the attacker-sided nature of the map. But if they can even it out, that's still not the worst position to be in.
Oh, big pickup here from Mizzou, finding that first blood, and they're going to go ahead. Combat stim. Try to rush out onto this A site. There are smokes down here for Butler to try to stall, and Mizzou understand that. Go quiet.
Meanwhile, Butler is currently down 1, not to mention they are at lower ults. They do have that orbital laser, though, which is pretty powerful, but compared to that Armageddon, it's still probably about neutral.
Chippy, though, still with the rendezvous with an operator, is a threat.
Yeah, especially now that they have forced out some stuff here, and they do know that it is likely a B hit. They can play around that a lot, and it is going to force Brim to actually get a retreat over onto the corner.
So much util. Sarah holding the orbital laser. It's invested. They're going to clear out tower. A nice shot, though. Mizzou is taking these fights in Storm. They're going to hold on to their Armageddon another round. Derpy has their own. Oh, they get the dink. They're debating about using it, but with grid falling, I don't think they want to. Derpy Squid, though, trying to bring this back.
Yeah, really looking for some stuff here, and it seems like the biggest difference maker in that was a lot of it came down to GC really having that designed playstyle. We saw them all around the sides of B, and that really made it to where they couldn't get a proper orbital laser. If they could have gotten a kill or two off that orbital laser, it might have been an entirely different story for this last round.
Tipping me 3 away. Very possible on this map to get that orbital laser online here for the last round of the first half. Butler at 5. It's going to be a full rifle round for both these sides. No operator this time in the hand of Chippy. Both teams still having Armageddons for themselves.
Butler is fighting to even this up. Meanwhile, GC is hoping to get a little bit of a lead, take advantage of that attacker side of nature, and hoping to be able to lose a few more rounds in that defense.
Oh, drone goes out. Lyric forced away. Oh, but 2 kills go over to the way of Anakin as the door opens. And now she's pissed. She's looking for anyone who dares walk into her hand. Oh, you'll find Chippy with the 3K on the round. Armageddon invested. Clears out sand, but Jenny tipping me.
My question is, how did Tiffany find that last clone? That was crazy, honestly.
She found the clone. She almost found the real one, too. It's 1 HP.
Yeah, I think that was a phantom tap there. Just through the wall a little too much.
Oh, and this bottom. They know. Oh, the shot doesn't land, though. It's a little scary. TP playing mind games right now.
Even some damaging util would kill here. A molly would kill here. I don't even know if GC knows that.
Pop flash. They don't, but still kills. Cleans it up, finds out Mizzou once again going into the half with the lead, but now it's going to be the tougher half on this defensive side.
Definitely. They do have some issues they have to worry about, but it does mean they don't have to worry about the chamber near as much. Now not being able to hold that operator quite as well, having to go a little aggressive with it, which is decent for them. The only downside with that is they don't have that advantage anymore. They are a couple of rounds ahead, which is a lot better than what it was looking like earlier in the game. But that does mean they do have some things they have to worry about. Particularly, they're stressing about these kind of playstyles, especially from that Yoru. That Yoru can cause havoc if he gets in the right spot. Especially in a map like this, you play a pretty good teleport somewhere, you can get a flash, you can get a off angle and kill 2 people.
Mizzou playing aggressive. A good flash from Butler. Oh my goodness, but the double salvo kill. However, there's 2 flanking, and that's going to be 2 more over the Butler. It's a hectic first few seconds.
Yeah, all the usual coming out. I don't think I've seen a 2 kill with a regular salvo in a while. Probably about 6 months, even since the nerfs.
And now they're going to run all the way over to this A site. They're going to get this plant down. Mizzou, don't think they know.
Yeah, but they are setting up for, Butler is kind of setting up for this kind of flank onto GC. And it's a matter of how they're going to approach this.
Drone will spot out Mizzou. Butler knows where they're coming from. It's a 3v2. The Yoru a little low. It's going to be pretty tough, though. Tippamy jump spotting, trying to scout these players out. They're just holding a flash.
Yeah, especially now that they're coming from one angle. It's really easy to set this
up. Lyric doesn't hear the door open, is punished. And Jenny finds Derpy. And nice shot from Sober Sushi.
Ooh, a commanding start to this round, especially considering that we're already in the lead. 8-5 is pretty decent territory to be in. Even in these kind of close matches, we saw how close the first map was with what 13-10, and that's the same lead we're dealing with right now. Not to mention that, I mean, look at Butler's current buys. They have 3 classics, a ghost, and a sheriff. They do have that headhunter, but even that's only gonna get you so far.
Mizzou, 3 bulldogs, an outlaw, and a stinger, or an outlaw and a specter. Hoping to go into the next round with most of these weapons in tow.
Yeah, not to mention they're really having to pay attention to what Butler's kind of game plan is, and that's kind of been their saving grace. The GC playing that flank was honestly probably the critical mass there. Being able to kill that Yor before he could get the flash off probably made the difference in that whole entire round.
Chippy with 5 shots in the headhunter, creeping his way up to drop. Oh, the dink.
Hitting the head, just removing that aim off his head would completely change that kill.
Take Silkeo's low now. I don't think she wants to repeat this angle. Meanwhile, B-site is the plan for Butler.
It does mean that they are committing some people to A to finish off Chippy.
Yeah, they are. They are going to find that lurk, though. Smoke's about to expire. They hear a teleport. It's a fake. Oh, nice shot. That's 1. They grab the bulldog. Silkels finds a kill. Finds 2. And you can just hold this at this point. They know exactly where Sarah is. Silkels with 3 on the round.
Yeah, now they get an extra ult point. They get their money back. I mean, that's a pretty good spot for an anti-eco. 4 people up. You still have pretty much everything you had to worry about. They have their bulldogs. They got their outlaw. Not the worst position to be in.
Definitely not. You still got most of your weapons into the next round. And we're going to see it early timeout here from Butler. It's a little interesting. I would think they would call this after this bonus round, but I think they're a little afraid if that Mizzou has so many weapons going into the next round. If they lose it, you know, you're going 10-5. It's a similar scoreline to last game. And now you're on an eco afterwards.
Yeah, I think, though, if they take it after this bonus round, I think it ends up actually being better for Mizzou. I'm thinking of this in the coach's perspective based on what we've been seeing recently. Each round we've seen this. We've seen a timeout. It's really shifted the momentum time and time again. Now that we're seeing Butler do this before their anti-bonus, they're looking to kind of play for that after bonus. And I think they're wanting to keep their players in a mental state of after that bonus being able to take that lead, and I think they're going to play for after that. And I think that's what they're mostly planning for right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little confusing to me. I think, obviously, maybe they might need a mental reset right now. They've got some time to talk, time to figure things out. But game changers are sitting pretty going into the bonus.
Yeah, because pretty much if Butler manages to lose this round, it would be double the score for GC, currently having already 4 rounds ahead, and that's pretty hard to come back from. Apparently, GC is just better at defense on this map somehow.
It's too early to tell, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's only been 2 rounds. It's a pistol, and then the anti-eco. Lyric gets spotted out. Anakin, they're hunting for the Yoru. Oh, they take him low. They can't find him on the zip line, though.
1 bullet away. Does force them to get rid of the teleport, though.
Yeah, gate crash. The fake will get used. It's going to be a 5v5 retake here. Oh, and that's Lyric falling.
That damage built up over time, didn't it?
It definitely did. That might be a rifle if they can pick that up in tower as well. They want to try the stun. Another kill goes over to Anakin. This time on the Derpy Squid. Trying to find something. Chippy is just running around in circles. Tippy finds 1. Sarah finds Silkels. It's a 2v3. They're trying. They've got a smoke on the site. The site. It's at half, though. And they know they're going to send out the Aftershock. I think she has it, though.
With the... Oh my gosh, on the bonus too. They even only get 1 person alive. That's 1 Vandal still, but it's only 1 person. Compared to what they lost, that's pretty impressive. I mean, look at that. Butler can't even full buy anymore. They have a Guardian, they have 3 rifles, 2 Guardians with only 1 person at full shields, and they're at 100 credits.
Mizzou, they have rifles, full armor across the board. They've got 2 big ultimates to work on as well to take Butler here close to match point, series point in lower bracket.
Yeah, really just kind of taking this defensive side pretty well. Now, Butler does have some options here, especially with what they're looking for right now. They're playing these sides pretty starkly different, and it seems like they're trying to figure out where the weaker side is. But GC's pretty spread out.
SoCal's finding Derpy. Big early pickup here for Mizzou.
It seems like they're using that as an opportunity to rotate, too. Meanwhile, it looks like GC's planning for it, looking for that door pick as soon as they hear footsteps.
Yeah, they're waiting for someone to open the door. They hear noise. Oh, but Anakin, the shots don't land. Lyric finds 2. I know. It's a 3v2 in an instant.
Such a big play, making such a big difference. They do lose the 1, but that's about it.
Wow, Lyric, a little over aggressive, stepping into the smoke. Tipping me 1 HP though. Butler, they've got a rolling thunder. Super Sushi over to the door. They're gonna burn that orbital laser. They line up, but Super Sushi, the shots don't line up. They send out a Molly. They have a rolling thunder. The tap, the swing from Sarah, and Butler prevent themselves from going down 5-11.
I don't know how Butler would have done that without that insane play by Lyric already at the ultimate again. With a double kill followed up by another one by Chamber by Chamber, and just it was so big of a sweeper. They made a 3-for-1 trade in a -1 situation, and that is just brilliant design of how they got that fight won. Not to mention, they did force out the orbital laser too, and they didn't use anything in return, and that's, I don't think you can ask for much of a better round.
Yeah, Butler is very happy after that last round win. Mizzou back to the drawing board here on round number 17.
Yeah, and they are playing this very split up, looking for it.
Lyric finding SoCals.
Lyric's really winning all those aim duels, and it is hurting GC bad.
Got the Dimensional Drift. Super Sushi with a Sheriff in hand. Mizzou on an Eco. Spots out Chippy, but no timing. In a little bit of a pickle. Oh, finds 1, can't get the second. Tipping me, trying to run through the smoke, get some damage, but doesn't find a kill. Butler, they've got 4 ultimates now.
Yeah, GC trying to take advantage of that sound, but having that person to protect it really made Teo hard to kill there.
Lyric, oh, the timing. You whatever. Unfortunately, gets timinged by Lyric. The slide across. Lyric, they both flash. A flash and a stun.
Yeah, currently Anakin's looking to die here if possible.
Oh, can she find this other one?
They are running low on time though, and that is the kind of thing is they can manage to get to it in time, which isn't sounding like it.
TP behind Anakin. The shots, it's only another tag, and Butler will go to 7 now. Game changers, they've got to buy, but Butler's got a lot of ultimates in the tool belt. Derpy is 1 away from having all 5.
Yeah, I honestly would expect GC to probably call a timeout in the relatively near future. They need to kind of get this momentum shifted back towards them. Just looking at the scores, just the score screen, we're seeing a lot of this like back and forth kind of play style. Whenever that timeout's called, just shift the momentum, shift it back, shift it forward, and just a matter of how they utilize that. And it really just feels like it's kind of this game plan, this kind of match between coaches almost.
We'll see. Derpy Squid sends out the drone. Scouted, destroyed, and that's going to be the Dimensional Drift. SoCal's trying to find something. It's a 1-for-1, and the Rolling Thunder used. Lyric gets tagged by it, stuck in the middle of no man's land. Clone goes out. They will get the plant down here, but Butler, they've got 2 big ultimates to stall.
It does mean that Butler does have some people to worry about, especially from where they're located.
Mizzou gonna invest that Armageddon, but it won't find much value as Sarah, Grid, Lyric clean up the Mizzou roster. And I can only expect a timeout as Butler has won 4. in a row.
100%. They need to take this timeout. They need to get that mental reset as we see them take it. I mean, just looking at ult-wise even, Butler has that orbital laser. They have that chamber ult. They have the operator with that slow attached to it. Meanwhile, GC, they do have that Cypher ult, and they do have that, what was the other one? Do you remember?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I think it might have been Neon. Either way, less powerful ultimates, and they're kind of having to worry about that. Not as much about the chamber ultimate, but still definitely a powerful gun to have in their arsenal. It means they can basically go one round without even having a gun for half of it.
I mean, they were sitting pretty. They won the They won the pistol. They won the anti-go. They won the bonus. And now after those 3 wins, Butler striking back with 4 in a row, taking Mizzou onto another eco, looking for 5. And that's going to put them 1 away from tying this series up. Mizzou, they need an answer, and they need it right now.
Yeah, if they can, GC really needs to keep that advantage, especially in a map like Fracture. If you don't have that advantage, it really means the other team can kind of just play in such a way where they can kind of be like, okay, we just play slightly slower, we play slightly differently, and just take full advantage of the fact that you have to make decisions.
And Mizzou onto an eco. We see a Bucky, Sheriffs, a Stinger, scraps for the team. Butler, their bank accounts are growing. Chippy's got an ultimate as well, so it doesn't quite matter how much money he's got. He will always have that operator in his back pocket.
Yeah, not to mention.
And it's going to be an aggressive play here for Mizzou. The hot hands finds 1, finds 2. Jenny tipping me with a 3rd, and they get Spike. They get weapons. Mizzou, this is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, having that counterplay right after there, that's probably the best way to use a Neon ult, is immediately off the gate, just out of nowhere when they don't expect it, just go through, get 2 kills, and call it a day and have someone trade you out.
2v4 right now. Whatever, quite low.
Not to mention, they took out both of Butler's ultimates.
They did. Game Changers starting to push up here and push into a win on this round.
Seems like they're letting them get the spike, too.
They want to back away. They grab the spike. The drone goes out. Clears a lot of space. It doesn't spot any of Mizzou. Butler. Positions are revealed. Mizzou, they have rifles. They just need to play time. They need to play with each other. Crucially, and that's an enemy spotted. The salvos on smoke.
And Butler doesn't really have the time to wait around, but it seems like that's all they're able to really do at the moment.
They don't have the time to run to B right now. As they're going to try, they're going to go up rope here, and they're walking into a Bucky. And they've derpy with 2. But Mizzou, they clean it up. They get a thrifty. They keep Butler away from picking up their 9th.
I don't think you can ask for much more than from GC. They walked out with, 3 rifles, maybe 2. Butler walked out with nothing. And in the end, they didn't even get to use either of their ultimates. They do still have them for this coming up fight. But now that's a lot of pressure on Butler. Having 2 rounds to lose instead of one, having 2 rounds to lose is a lot better than having 1. That's just cut the rounds taken loss in half, and they have to get 5 wins if they don't want to go to OT. 4 if they want to go to OT.
Ever picking up that Rolling Thunder now. After that round, we're gonna see that ultimate here come out from Chippy. Tour de force, scary stuff. Mizzou have to be cautious of that operator here, especially if they get into a post plant.
Yeah, even if necessary, they can even just use it to slow down or rotate.
Missiles are out. Sober Sushi down low. Grid finds the first. Sober Sushi playing her life, but taken out through the smoke. And Game Changers, they're going to try to fight back quickly as that Rolling Thunder. It does tag some people, but now Butler's going to use their own orbital laser. Lyric finding another. And this attack, this ultimate, is a waste.
Yeah, they did force out 2 ults from Butler, but they used 1 themselves. And not to mention, it's looking kind of rough for GC in a 1v5 situation from Tejo.
I think it's a good plan just to run and hide, save this rifle into the next. It's going to be a hero rifle because Mizzou's going to be on a save.
Yeah, the only other thing I could think of is potentially trying to force someone to die on Butler, but I don't think you can even do that too well. I mean, realistically, what's your game plan going into this, like, other than just hide? And it looks like Butler's going hunting too.
They're going to go hunting. They're going to try to find Silk Elves, try to take this rifle out of her hands.
Yeah, now that we're out of that.
Oh, I think they spotted her potentially. But no, she will escape with her life with her rifle.
That saves a lot of money for GC, honestly.
I mean, it's only one rifle, though, at the end of the day.
Yeah, but that's $3,000. Not to mention, I think they even had shields, too.
Yeah, I think she had everything. But the rest of the team is a little strapped for cash.
Yep.
We see 2 sheriffs, a force up. Mizzou is going into this round with everything that they have.
Yeah, they know that if they can secure this one round, then it's really easy for them to try to get one more out just by playing until they have their ultimates.
Aggressive dish play here from the team. Sober Sushi, the camera spots out Butler's plans. Mizzou is on a incredibly quick flank here for the team. Tiffany 1 away from having that orbital laser for this retake. Butler, they don't have anything. Tanakin getting flashed, but you whatever, a good kill. Jenny with 2, make it 3. Sarah finds Sober Sushi, but it's all up to the Teo.
Really committing hard to this fight, and not to mention that Teo is pretty much going to have to use this, use whatever they can.
Ooh, but it's only enough for 1. Anakin will claim the last Mizzou match and series point here.
Yeah, the force up really helping GC in there. Not to mention they have orbital laser, they have the Cypher ult, and we're going to see Butler use their last time out of the game.
Last time out here. They need 3 in a row if they want to see a win. Mizzou, they've got 1. They've got safety rounds. Butler has money, though. It's not the end of the world. Mizzou still have some ultimates. Butler, they're close to some as well. They've got the orbs. A good comeback for Mizzou here after that last rough game. But it's not done yet. They've got 1 more round that they need to clean up and finish out.
Yeah, especially with forcing out a couple of ultimates here and there. But GC still having some is really pivotal for them, especially if they use one of those safety rounds to sort of just build up ultimates, take out some stuff. Potentially, because they don't have to worry, because Butler's already pretty good set on money. They can get kills and try to force them to get broke, but as soon as they win a game, the game's over. They can honestly play around a little bit with their lives a touch, get some ultimate orbs, get some charge, and then just pick one map, one round they want to be like, okay, this is where we're committing 3-4 ultimates to, and just taking it all over from there, and hoping Butler can't make the same happen for them.
We'll have to see. Butler, they do have a Rolling Thunder. They're close to a couple others. Lyric 2 away, Derpy 3 away. Not too hard to get those online. Sober Sushi still sitting on the Neural Theft, and Jenny, after that last round, has her Orbital Laser online. The others for Mizzou got a little bit of work to get to.
Grid does have that Breach ult, which is pretty good for that slowdown, especially if they try to do something with that Cypher ult.
Very aggressive play here from Mizzou, taking that space and backing away.
Seems to be sort of this sort of time play. We saw it really hurt Butler at one point where they had like 20 seconds to try to take a full point. And if they can do that again, it's not a bad strategy.
Butler creeping their way up through A main.
Especially if Mizzou commits some utility to here, it becomes really hard for Butler to try to push onto this properly. Honestly, the best would probably be smokes along with a molly or something along those lines.
Smokes go out onto the back of sight. Oh, teammates sitting in the molly. They've got the Teo salvos out. Tippamy waiting on that plant sound, waiting to use that orbital laser. And there it is. It's going to get used, but unfortunately, Ringer falls. Anakin falls, but Silkos and Sober Sushi find some. Chippy with another 3v3. Rolling Thunder still online for Butler.
Yeah, Butler
That's
not
gonna reveal the last 3 locations. They're gonna back away and try to run, turn tail and run to this B site.
Butler not being able to get that plant down is really kind of changing their strategy. If they had it down, it would have forced them to stay.
And we're over here. The Rolling Thunder Derpy with a nice shot. It's gonna tag you, whatever. They're not gonna be able to stop the plant. It's a 2v3. Make it a 2v2. Sober Sushi with another. And now, Mizzou, you're so close. You're just a few kills away from staying alive in this tournament. Derpy looking for kills, finds one. It's Sober Sushi, a 1v1, but it goes the way of Chippy. We're in it for another round.
Yeah, 12-10 already. Not to mention, Butler now is the only one with an ultimate with that Armageddon 2. Such a strong ultimate to have to deal with. Meanwhile, Mizzou, The closest they have is 4 out of 8 and 3 out of 7, with 4 out of 8 for Armageddon. What do you think their strategy is going into this? Do you think they play it for the long run or the short run?
I don't know. I see a couple buys up from the team, but they're going to change their mind. Anakin's going to go with the force up, the hero rifle. The rest of the team trying whatever. Going really low in credits, 800.
Yeah, not to mention, we are going to likely see some different playstyles here from GC. They were really relying on ultimates in the last fight, really trying to slow down time, and it didn't quite work for them. They needed a few more seconds and just weren't quite able to get it.
Butler grabbing that dimensional drift as well.
Seems like it's
Butler also walking into the 4 stack here for Mizzou. Oh, Chippy gets their corner spotted. Chippy finds the flash. A nice shot there from Tippamy. Make that 2. Grid gets a trade. There's Grid still stuck by the rope.
Yeah.
Anakin scared. Afraid. If she finds this kill, it's big. And they're low.
Even a wall kill will kill here.
The dash finds it. That's spike down.
Yeah, not to mention, they have pretty good angles for this too. They are running low on ammo, so they don't have many opportunities to miss.
They're going to go ahead and pick up the spike with that dimensional drift. Lyric running around. Mizzou think it's going B, but it's actually going to get planted on this A site.
Yeah, rough gamble, but it's one they lost, which just sucks because considering that Butler had both their people with ultimates live, they can Armageddon this if they really want to.
I mean, I think you do. This is another round that, they can't lose.
Yeah, that's kind of been Butler's kind of thing recently is they can't lose, and that's kind of what they've done.
Lyric, and now it's a 1v1.
Yeah, not to mention now that Butler, they're pretty forced to have to try to use this Armageddon here. They have 1v1 in a situation that they can't really handle too well.
Time is ticking away. The salvos are going to stall. Anakin knows. Oh, but the timing is just unfortunately wrong. We're going the distance.
Yeah.
This is the last round of regulation. Mizzou, if they win this, it's game, set, match. Butler, 1 away from going to overtime.
Yep, now that we see these situations that we're currently in, I mean, Butler not even having to use that Armageddon. Otherwise, well, honestly, we knew that the ringer timing wasn't that bad, honestly, from Anakin. It just was a matter of the fact that they didn't have enough time to get the point. We saw afterwards that it had 6.9 seconds left on the clock. They knew that timing, and they were hoping they were in time with it. It just wasn't quite the case.
Mizzou, it's still scary. Butler still has the Armageddon.
They just really need those ult orbs bad, and I mean that incredibly so. If they can get a singular ult out, that might be enough to win them the game.
These teams are fighting tooth and nail on the last map. Map number 3. The clone runs on through. Does not bait Mizzou. Oh, Chippy. The timing. They're going to hear this rotation.
Yeah, not
Sarah, I think they're going to try to bait this. And bait Mizzou over to this B site, get the plant on A, and set up for a really good post plant.
Yeah, but
is Mizzou going to fall for it, though? No, it's actually onto this A site. The salvos ready for Silkos. The flash, Mizzou, they don't want to give him a chance. That's the first. And now Anakin is pissed. Silkos finds the second. Spike does go down. Anakin running around with the laser hand. Up top, they find Chippy. Armageddon invested now. It's a 5v2. Butler, after all this, they don't want to go home yet. Sarah trying to stay alive. The TP away, but that's a 3K. And 4K for Anakin, the game changer squad.
Anakin, such an amazing ultimate there. Being able to utilize that Neon ult time and time again. That was such beautiful work with it on that specific map, too. We saw Neon just dash in, get 2 kills on that first time it was utilized, and that time being able to force out someone else to die from it while they're blinded and just being able to get kill after kill with help with everyone else on their team and just getting a total of probably, in total, just from them existing, getting 3 kills, even though 2 of them weren't even their credit. Not to mention just a free plant on the site for it, too. It just really shows the power that Neon can provide by saving up that money, too, with that ultimate and just really utilizing it when it comes down to it.
And because of that, Butler are the ones who will unfortunately be heading home first. Game Changers finally able to eke out a win here, and they will keep themselves alive in this tournament. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have a post-game interview with one of the Game Changers players, so we'll see you in a few for that. Stay tuned.
Yeah, not to mention that when we saw in all those matches, is the first one was really close, and then we saw that Butler was really coming back there with a pretty solid lead, all things considered. Apparently, they just scrim pearl a lot. Meanwhile, we saw GC just whenever they won a map, it was close, just nail biters after nail biters. I mean, 13-10, 13-11. There's only so close you can get a match before you really just start panicking in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, but again, congrats to the Game Changers roster for coming back. That game number 2 looked really, really scary for them. I thought their mental might have gone boom into that third game, but they bring it back. They clutch out a win after going the distance, not even needing to go to overtime, but we are going to go ahead and take a quick break. We're going to have a post-game interview with one of the players. We'll see you in a few for that.
Welcome to the post-game interview of an exciting match between Mizzou GC and Butler University. I am Alec, and I am here joined by Tiffany. Just such a fantastic game between you and Butler. Tell me, how are you feeling so far about this invitational?
Well, I'm happy to be here. It's definitely been a busy weekend, but honestly, I mean, I got nothing better to do, so this is good practice for the team. I'm pretty happy.
Right.
Also, the username I think I put down was Jenny Matrix, so.
Jenny Matrix, my apologies.
Okay.
So going on through this match, took map 1, lost map 2, but just took it back in map 3. Tell me, what was the mental, especially after losing map 2?
I think everyone was I think there was like some nerves after losing the second map, but we weren't too confident that we were going to win it because we don't really play Pearl, and the comp we ran was more standard, but we also haven't practiced with that comp. So going into the third map, I think we were confident we were going to win that map, but the second map was definitely rough.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, still pulled through, took map 3. Very, very good stuff. So since you have defeated Butler in this match. You will have a rematch coming up soon against SNT. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I'm excited. Personally, I'm excited to play again because I think we only played one map against them. So being able to play a BO3, that's, yeah, I'm just excited to replay them again. Just have another opportunity.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm also very excited to see that match as well. To end it off, any shout outs you would like to make to anybody after this match?
Shout out to Ponder, aka Jin Morgan, a coach slot for some reason. Yeah, that's our goat right there. That's our coach.
Have to agree. Ponder is a goat for sure. That will wrap up our post-game interview from Mizzou GC versus Butler University. Stay tuned for our next match coming up soon.
After a nail-biter of a game from GC in that last map, we are now into a new best-of-3 game. This time, WSU versus UCF, Central Florida versus versus
Wichita State.
I don't know. Anyways, going into this first map, we are going to be seeing how these teams really start off. Kind of the big parts of the game. We're going to be seeing how they enter, how they stand out, and how they get this going fast.
Exactly, yeah. Very excited for this game. You know, UCF currently undefeated in this tournament. Wichita State, you know, dropping one game but still showing to be a formidable team. This should be a banger of a match.
Yeah, such powerful teams going against each other really shows just how they're going to be able to tech this out, who is going to adapt faster. I mean, obviously, there's definitely a bit of an advantage with UCF and how powerful they've been this entire tournament. But if WSU can just play their cards, play it right, and get UCF off guard a few times, that can be a big game changer. It can really just shut down the entire map before it even starts.
Yeah, definitely do have to agree with you there. I mean, in your opinion, what do you think the game plan has to be for WSU here? I mean, you have a team that's just undefeated, on such a high horse right now, and you need to take them off. What's the plan?
Realistically, a lot of it just comes down to a matter of fact. You have to know what your guns are and know what your opponent's guns are, and that's both, you know, obviously in an objective sense, along with like a mental state sense. I mean, we've seen time and time again, each team has their kind of like signature strategy, what they want to do, what they can do, and what they're best at. GC obviously has their kind of let them take and then get a good retake. Co-ed has a lot of these like get trades and take aim duels constantly. Some teams have this sort of style of we want to get point, we want to just hold that and just let the bomb go off every time. And it's just a matter of what they're going to do. And a lot of these powerful teams tend to be really good at kind of mixing two together. If you can mix two strategies together and create a better third strategy, it's really hard for an opponent to beat.
Definitely do have to agree with you there as we get started for this match. I am very, very excited here. I love this bear so much.
Yes. It is
I always
so
love to
adorable.
see it.
Now, what do you think from these team comps? We have some originality here. That Sky Pop flashes are going to be insane. From UCF, though, they have both the Breach and the Yoru, which means they have a bit more flashes they can work with. They do have Yoru plus Sky on WSU, which are pretty good for those kind of things, but having that Breach means they can get those good stuns and stuff.
Exactly, yeah. The utility from UCF definitely will be nice. A good stun is just so powerful, especially with defending or taking over a point. Just got to hope that it is used correctly.
Sui going on to immediately taking out Viper on Bag on Viper. Immediately looking to Sui getting another one on Bear. Meanwhile, they're just getting a full-on push onto the C site, immediately shutting things out for him.
Sui just going crazy here, but Frosty's taking out Sui. Cam taking out Frosty's.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Frosty's looking rough afterwards. Meanwhile, getting T-Sena for a 2K at the very end with the assistance of the Sky.
WSU already showing off here. I mean, that was just a fantastic pistol round for them, putting them at a very, very good point in this game to start.
Yeah, not to mention, especially winning after that pistol round, they have a lot of advantage they can work on. We see a Guardian being picked up by Frosties, really trying to play that range that UCF can't really afford right now. They're really going to have to be playing this util as properly as possible. They have a lot of smokes, though, which is pretty insane whenever it comes to holding on these A sites, as Viper can shut down that entire wall plus a smoke area, and Omen getting those smokes back is really powerful.
Exactly. Does look like WSU moving more towards that C side. A lot of UCF seem like they're just covering A lot more, but could possibly get a good angle onto WSU.
Yeah, WSU taking a couple steps back, playing this a little slow. They know they have that range advantage. They don't want to go into anything too quickly. Meanwhile, we're seeing Sui immediately take out Bear again on the Omen with that Outlaw. That's really the big advantage when it comes to having these rounds. And Cam's getting another one on Asura.
Yeah, WSU, they are playing like they have a point to prove. Like that one loss earlier in this tournament was really just a fluke.
Yeah. Meanwhile, WSU is taking out that site and getting what is going on? Hoshi
no.
taking out. Are they not wanting to feed them money?
I would only have to assume, but I don't think that's the way to do it.
Or they just wanting Frosty's. Frosty's getting one on the cams, almost another one onto Marv, but end up getting killed in the process. I guess WSU now has $400 less.
I mean, if that's the strategy you want to run, take yourself out and your teammate, by all means.
It's a strategy.
Not going to get you any closer to trying to win it all, though.
I've seen similar strategies where they'll throw their guns off the edge whenever they're below on that. And honestly, I don't see how they particularly win that, especially down guns, down people, down spike. Honestly, it might have saved it. I guess the micro plays are real, I guess.
You always have a small chance, though. I would just say maybe that TK was accidental. I don't think it was purposeful.
I think it might have been.
I will hope that it was purely accidental here.
We are seeing WSU really just keep to the A. If it ain't, don't fix it. But now actually moving a couple people to B, hoping for this lurk to do something.
Yeah, once again, very, very slow movement right now from WSU, which, I mean, they can easily just take their time, especially with having so much lead. But all of them kind of moving into here, getting close to that A site. Only 2 members of UCF.
Asura getting onto cams. That's one of the big pick for UCF here, especially now that they're up guns. They can actually work with that pretty good bit. So we taking out Asura and then Bullseye taking out Frosties. Up now again, taking it back away from WSU.
Yeah, now up to Hoshi taking out Thiessen.
Yeah,
3v3
big pick
situation.
Big pick having that duelist down. It does mean that UCF only has the flash from Omen.
Just gotta try to time it perfectly, use it perfectly. Plant does go down.
Sky is going to be live, and they are going to get called out. We're going to see if they can make anything off. UCF now having to push in. We see the as they're trying to look for a fight here, just slowing them down as much as they possibly can. We see the Omen flash comes out. Meanwhile, Bear's going to take out Marv, looking to go a little aggressive with it. It's a 1v3 in this room, but there's another one they have to worry about, and Bullseye's going to take out one. Meanwhile, Reyes is in the back line, so looking to slow things down. Gets the mine, gets the shot.
Ooh,
meanwhile,
so close.
Bag is going to get it at the last shot. Sui losing the aim duel, almost winning that 2v1 situation. WSU really showing how well they can take those kind of duels like that.
Yeah, UCF, though, finally picking up their first round here in this match. Looked pretty well there.
Yeah, UCF, once they're able to take advantage of the fact that they have those smokes, a bunch of them, the only difference is that WSU can still use their smokes after that Clove dies. That, from beyond the grave, is insane. Not to mention the fact that having that Vice in there means they can slow down, push it a little bit, but losing out on that Teo is really rough, especially when it comes to ult time.
Yeah.
Trading out Annihilation for that Rose Garden it's okay, but it's not the best option, especially for a Sentinel option.
Definitely do have to agree with you there. Those are like we're
immediately shots Marv and
right
Cam's taking out a kill. Yeah, immediately down. Meanwhile, Sui taking out another one with the Outlaw. They're just apparently built different with it. WSU already had 2 ultimates, and they're getting pushed on. UCF finally taking one down. Bear taking out Thiessen as they try to push in.
Wow, I mean, yeah, just fight right off spawn. That was that was fun to watch.
Yeah, just a lot of aggressive plays, and just Bear managing to not make it a 1v5 situation. Instead, now it's 2v4, which is still rough, but definitely a lot better.
WSU has the spike planted now onto A site.
I don't think they know about the flank.
I don't think
they know.
They're paying attention now. Ooh, Sui with the snipe onto Bear.
Yeah, that body shot, that light armor is really going to hurt you in the long run whenever they're just Reyes apparently just completely busted with the Outlaw. And that's going to be a headshot with 10 HP. Anything will kill. UCF looking to back off here, mostly just trying to save. They may be looking for outro frags.
Not sure what Bag can really do here, but he does pick up another.
Yeah, they're not going to win the round, but it looks like they're looking for some more outro frags. If they can get a couple more, it's not too bad for. And they're going to find it. They're losing the round, but hey, they still have as many guns as WSU have. Yeah, they lose out the and then never mind. I spoke too soon.
Overstepped a little too much. I don't know if that was the right call to basically walk in to Bag one by one and just giving up those kills. But
WSU, though, now having 3 ultimates, I think they have to be really scared of here is that Raze ult is powerful. Not to mention that Clove means that they can play really aggressive with it. And that Sky ult will really give them positions away. The thing is that WSU doesn't really have a bad ultimate.
No, I have to agree with you there. I think a lot
of those ults are very, very useful here in this match for these team fights. And
all of them are really just a matter of information gathering or just pure raw value.
exactly.
Now, we do see that Viper is going to force the ultimate, which means they can't really push A unless they want to essentially just be, killed on sight.
Well, just gotta play it a little slow into another site here.
Do they shoot? Oh, it's fake, and they're going to get blinded for it. But it doesn't kill them in the end. Meanwhile, we just see Viper looking in the pit.
Yep, WSU once again.
Oh, this is where they got to worry about it. That Raze ult can really spell trouble for UCF if they hit it right. But it's not going to hit anyone. Instead, they're just going to have to pull back off it. Meanwhile, the Sky Vision is starting to clear away as they don't really get any value off of it. Oh, as they're looking in, they're trying to find something. As Asura takes out Tisan. The operator going ham, getting out both sides. Meanwhile, Sui takes out Bag, and then Frosty's getting out two, both Cams and Marv. Meanwhile, Cams is reviving themselves, hoping to win this fight in the end. Gets the kill. That's going to keep him alive. Frosty's going down 1v1. UCF just having, and that's going to be one for WSU, winning the final aim duel off that Outlaw. If that's not a sniper matchup, I don't know what is. Somehow Sui pops in with the Outlaw, just apparently completely busted with it. UCF with the completely destroying operator, and still losing the fight in the end after losing that Viper's Pit. Yeah, they traded one ult for 3, but considering the fact they were already down 2 rounds and now it's 3, that's not too great, especially considering the fact that Omen ult basically doesn't count.
I mean, yeah, I could never imagine hitting all those shots with the operator, with the snipers. That was just, man, that aim is incredible from both sides there. But
yeah. The only issue for WSU now is, okay, never mind. Tisan just going to have to pop off. Take out 2 of their ultimates off the table. Only one left is that Breach ultimate, which, yeah, can be a game changer. But WSU now has that from the shadows.
Yeah, just got to figure out, when is the perfect time to utilize that ult. I mean, 5v3 situation here. Cam going to go ahead and plant the spike.
Hoshi's going to take out 2 with both Tisan and Marv. Those Sheriff headshots really coming in clutch now. Meanwhile, we're going to see Sui takes out 1. It's 2v3 situation. We see 1 going out, and they're both, it's a 1v2 situation with not much health, except they now has, oh, it was Toxic. And that's going to be Sui taking out the last one with the 2 left on WSU's side. Was considering they forced out an ultimate for, I don't think they used any in themselves. That's not a good position for UCF to be in.
Yeah, it is not at all. I mean, WSU is just making a statement here right now.
100%. They did just have to use a bunch of ultimates for the previous fight, but they're building that back up with forcing UCF to use some of theirs. The main ultimates here we got to worry about are both teams from the shadows, but that's mostly just going to be used for info gathering and potentially a flash or 2. It can definitely get some kills, especially Tisan, who has been showing he is an absolute menace with some of those guns. But all of it, very valuable.
Exactly. It looks like we're probably going to go for another just quick fight off the rip.
Asura getting the first pick onto Marv is going to really shut things down a little bit as they're trying to get some value in. UCF up, and the Cam's going to trade it back out, 4v4. UCF going to use that Omen ult, trying to get out of the situation, looking to get rotate actually back to site. Meanwhile, WSU's looking to try to secure onto A site, trying to make sure they don't get flanked by these side. Asura's going to take out another one to Cams. And another one to Tisan. Apparently just let Asura handle all your problems and you're fine.
Asura just with perfect eyesight here, hitting every shot.
Sui hitting out 1 and then another. Apparently just Sui versus Tisan. Both teams aces in this match. Looking for, I believe, the 4K for both. Oh my gosh, Tisan versus Sui, the matchup to end all matchups. They don't know. I don't know if they know where either one is. Both of them will die from 1 shot to either of their guns. That operator shot will instantly kill. Okay, picking up the Phantom, which means they do have to hit a headshot.
Yeah.
WSU, a singular bullet anywhere on their body will kill. They could hit through 2 walls on the foot and still get that kill.
Short time here for Sui. Just got to figure out what he wants to do here. 20 seconds remaining in this 1v1.
Do they know where they are, though?
Does have the spike, though. Is going to go ahead and put it down, putting that timer onto Asura.
Meanwhile, they have the ultimates to use, and it looks like they're going to be playing a little bit of a slow game here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Asura is out of util. Meanwhile, Sui's got all of it, pretty much.
So scary here for both sides. Just got to sit and be patient.
They know where they are, and that's going to be Sui getting the 4K, shutting down Asura's potential. Was it ace almost?
Maybe close. Yeah,
It
I
was-
think it was definitely
It's
close.
definitely up there. Asura already at six kills, despite only winning one round, end up trying to get it. Asura's money is actually looking the best out of the whole group just because of how many kills they just got off it. Still with From the Shadows live, still with now WCU getting 2 ults, both that Rocket and that Rose Garden. How they utilize it is going to differ, and honestly, I really like how Rose Garden plays into a map like this. It means they can't use their guns, especially for that Viper Spit, where all of a sudden having those weird guns becomes better. It means they might be able to force out Viper Spit using that Rose Garden.
Exactly. Ooh.
That's going to be 2 kills. Sui using that Rocket to get out Hoshi. But Bullseye, and then trading out. Both Yarus are getting traded for each other. And meanwhile, they're seeing some little pokes on B. Bullseye taking out Viper again. Meanwhile, Sky taking out Bull. WSU's running away with this round. 4v1 currently. Just the Omen left. And that's going to be Cam taking out the last one.
Marv just got to show the BM there from Marv. I mean, we did hear that this game could have been a little chippy between these two, and I mean, that just goes to show. Once again, WSU just, I don't know, they currently just have their foot down right now on UCF's backs.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a UCF timeout yet. They're looking to try to change this momentum, and currently it's not looking good for them. They won the bonus round from WSU, which you expect to win, but besides that, they haven't won anything yet, which is not a good spot considering they're 2/3 of the way through the half.
Exactly.
Sui immediately killing out Asura within a second of the game starting.
This is just such a rough look for UCF.
You know, we're getting a
here.
lot of pressure on to C as Sui's just going to go in. Looks for the kill. Bear's going to trade it out, though, and then Cam's going to trade that out back for Bear. 1 down for both, and then WSU still getting that early pick means they are going to be up a member.
4v3 situation here between these two teams. Hoshi going for
Cam's going to get the kill on the Frosties. Yeah, and then it's
Oh,
going to
man.
be Tisan on the bag. 4v1 situation off of that ult trade, which is a little rough for UCF. They are going. It is looking like they're trying to retreat and get some exit frags, which they're going to get 2 off of
Hoshi.
it.
Just maybe WSU just being so confident, just forcing something here, just giving up 2 kills.
Yeah, it does mean that also the salvos are back, and they are going to be using them.
Let's see if it's going to be any use. Sai is just
Marv
not
can
able to
land
check
the
that
headshot.
corner.
Yep. 2 people left, 8-1. We're still in that first half, but it's a little rough for UCF at the current moment. If they can get a few rounds, they have a chance, but WSU is just hoping to solidify their lead.
Exactly, and I'm sure that BM from WSU just is not helping that case
Oh, yeah.
at
Get under
all.
that skin. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you gotta wonder here with this showing right now from UCF, WSU. I don't know. They may just be thinking that UCF are just a bunch of frauds.
UCF
right now.
is also forcing up, though, which is a bit rough for them, especially when Sui has an outlaw and they're on light shields. Yeah. You can't get much of a worse matchup than that. Outlaw versus Light Shield is literally a matchup made in heaven.
Yeah.
Or hell if you're on the Light Shields. We are going to see WSU using that vision and the flash, one of the longer flashes in the game. The season's going to take out Asura, meaning that there is no ultimates currently available for WSU anymore.
5v3 situation. Marv going to go ahead for that plant there onto C-site.
Yeah, looking to get a little aggressive with it as WSU is trying to start to push those corners, and we're looking for a little bit of an out from a different angle from Bear.
Bear could find just so close. Could have found a crazy flank, but was just caught out.
Yep, that timing was not fortunate for Bear. Just looking to try to get a good timing off, and just happened to be being stared right at by WSU.
Yeah, I mean, WSU up 8 rounds, an 8-round difference.
And about $2 million too.
Yeah.
It's looking rough for UCF. They know they need to win a round, but it looks like they're choosing for it to not be this one, as they're pretty much all on Sheriffs with a singular Stinger and Bucky. Granted, the Bucky's always good for one, so you got to keep that in mind, especially on a Yoru. Just teleport, get behind them, get that 1 kill, and then get traded out. And that's, I think, what they're hoping for, honestly. It's not going to really hurt WSU's economy, but it's better than nothing.
That is very true.
Especially if they can pick up a Vandal off of it, too.
Frosties maybe able to. Just getting kind of surrounded here at this point. Is taken down. Cam also taken down, but Two
WSU's
more.
getting so many kills, but UCF is trading some out. Meanwhile, it is just a 1v3 now, looking for this for the couple of kills here, and that's going to be the Bucky, good for one at least, as it's going to get traded out by Sui, down 1 to 10 so far.
WSU just using that numbers advantage so well. They are just utilizing each other like the perfect unit.
I don't think we've ever seen a WSU not get traded out here. They've had one round where they traded negative, but they traded them out still.
Yeah, I mean,
and we're seeing Asura commit to Regen Shield's operator. I think they're hoping to catch something off guard here, and if they can, it makes UCF have a chance. We're gonna have to see how it plays though.
Just gotta hope Asura catches as many as possible with that operator, and UCF is able to find a way to come back in this game, because right now it is just not looking good.
It's just so much pressure onto UCF. I mean, even all of them, I guarantee, are thinking about if we get to next round, we have to win 10, 11 rounds.
It's hard to even say to UCF, as they try to make a game plan and slow it down, because WSU is just pressing the attack so hard.
Yeah, not to mention UCF is finally at an ult advantage, but it's a little bit too late here. Honestly, they can't get any real momentum from this, and even if there was rounds after this, WSU would still have enough money to handle it.
I mean, yeah, WSU's tempo is just way too lethal for UCF to handle, and Bag taken out by Sui immediately.
WSU is really just making full work of that very quick peaks and just immediately shutting down. Marv is going to take out another. Meanwhile, Hoshi's going to take out 2 with the salvos. Oh, it's 2v4 still. It does mean that Clove's going to get revived. Gets back killed by Frosties. 1v3 situation. They just need to go win a couple aim duels and they might have a chance. That's going to be a flash, which makes it really rough, and that's going to be T-Sen finishing out the half 11-1.
Yeah.
They had some chances there, but it really just comes down to a matter of the fact that WSU is so good at handling those early fights, and UCF is not good at that as clearly as not as much.
I mean, Sui is just being a conqueror at this game.
Oh, 100%.
Don't know what more to say there. 22
in the first half.
5.
Averaging almost 2 kills a round, yet no aces. That Outlaw, though, that's what Sui's been on the majority of the fight, is an Outlaw and a Dream. Just constant hit after hit. And since UCF has been so economy drained, they've been on Light Shield so much that an Outlaw is exactly what they need. Looking into this fight, what do you expect to see?
I mean, I'm really hoping UCF is just able to come back together as a team. They need to regroup, but I mean, at this point now with this start, T-San taking out Asura immediately, it's just so hard.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that if UCF loses this fight, they're going to get 2 back and trade it, 3v3. Meanwhile, Kim's going to take out another one, so it's 2v3 now for UCF. Toshi's going to be 2v2 now, and pretty actually in a slight health advantage. The pistol round, that makes a big difference here. Meanwhile, Clove's going to be rotating back towards mid on cams, just trying to find a solution here. Meanwhile, we're seeing a full rotate to C, making a touch of noise. Not really grabbing for orbs, as they know they don't really have the time to, or the patience.
Clove on decently low health, though. Ooh, Sui taking out Bear.
Showing that domination yet again. In now a 1v2 situation, UCF has to press the attack, and that's going to be a damage on it. Meanwhile, still looking for this kind of fight here, as they're hoping to get the kill.
Ooh,
That's going to be Cam, the
Cam.
final blow from on top of Mound. Oh my gosh.
Showing so much patience there, just knowing the plant was just going to be baited through and just waiting. That was a perfect angle right to the dome.
Yeah, I don't know how UCF handles this much pressure now. If they want to win, they have to get at minimum 13 rounds.
And I mean, from the sounds of that,
yeah, you need 11 rounds to tie it up. You have 10 rounds straight to never 11 rounds straight to never lose, and that's an impossible ask.
Seeing the momentum that WSU is just bringing right now, yeah, I have to agree with you. UCF,
they're going to trade out Asura for bags for cams, and it's going to be another one. They're gonna even it out. Sui taking out that Outlaw yet again, showing how much they value it. 3v3 situation, no ultimates currently live. Meanwhile, Sui's going to take another one out with the Outlaw, showing how valuable it is to that entire team comp. On that raise, just making full work of that. Currently in an advantage now because of it. You know, we're going to see Thiessen looking for it again. Oscar's going to trade it back out to a 2v2 situation. Trying to get aggressive with the WC's, trying to look for this push. That's going to be Bear's going to get it. Let's see if Sui can get that trade. They're not able to. Trying to get some aggression onto site. Still some util available for Sui, though. That grenade up is big when it comes to it. A fake teleport coming out from Bear, though.
Yeah, WSU kind of falling off this round. Maybe they just want to prolong the game. Maybe trying to give another point to prove. I don't know. This is not normal. This is not usual from what we've seen so far.
Oh, nowhere near. But it's a matter of what is Sui going to do here. They have one person at pistol damage, and that's going to be one.
Sui
Tapping it, grabbing out the pistol. They know that they're pistol damage. Oh, or they don't. And that's going to
Sui.
be it. Sui taking the 1v2, the absolute king of this match, and you cannot say otherwise.
Cannot at all whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just entirely a difference of who is. I mean, there's not much more dominating you can get than that match. They won a bonus one time, and that was it for the entire set of series. We are going on to a map 2, though, but looking back at that map, what do you think was really UCF's problem? We know they lost a lot of those aim duels, and we know they tried to trade, just lost a lot of them. How do you think they play that differently?
It felt like they could not handle WSU's tempo. They were just being overwhelmed way too quickly, wasn't able to really check their corners well or anything like that. I don't know why they never called a timeout there either to try to regroup. Having that time maybe to slow down the tempo of WSU could have possibly saved them. But, I mean, just off of that map, it's even hard to say what UCF could improve off of.
Yeah, WC is walking in with map tempo, walking in with mental state, and we're just seeing just this UCF is just being pounded into the dirt almost as Sui is going, what was the total of 27 kills, 28 kills, as it just seems like that Outlaw is just completely against the entirety of UCF.
Yeah.
Time and time again. And even when Sui's out of the question, the amount of trades they're getting off of that is completely outscaling.
Yeah.
And it's going to really affect how this next map plays out. Granted, a new map can mean new, entirely different playstyles, especially if we don't see long ranges for that Outlaw. It means an entirely different fight where UCF may be in the actual advantage when it comes to how that map plays out.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there. Hopefully Sui can continue being the conqueror of this match. We will find out next map coming up soon. Stay tuned.
Coming out of an absolute crazy of a game, just absolute stomp. WSU 13-1 against UCF. Immediately with Sui 27 and 6?
27 and 6, I believe.
Ridiculous score, carrying that Outlaw to immediate victory as we go into Ascent on this next map after Lotus. Now here's the thing where I'm thinking this changed a lot. Sui can't be on Raze. Sui's not going to likely be on Raze anymore. If they are, wonderful, but this is a very heavy Jet map, and we have seen some Waylay with the newest character, but this is Jet's like home territory. And if we're still seeing a Raze in that, it might even it still has a chance to do things, but I'm wondering if they're going to change up the duelist or if Sui is just really confident on that Raze. Because if they can get that, if they still have that performance as last game, I don't know what UCF's going to do other than play for that defender-sided points and the attacker-sided mid, because that's what everything's revolving around.
I mean, personally, just off of the performance from Sui from last game, I don't think it matters with the agent. The gunplay was just perfect, just chef's kiss, and there's not really much more you could possibly say there. However, there will be no Raze.
I mean, Jet with a sniper versus Raze with a sniper, I think we know which one's better. Meanwhile, we are going to see UCF on that new Waylay pick, as WSU is really holding that old, tried and true, trusted team comp, with the only change being the Yoru, really. We see that KJ, who has been the staple. We see that Jet, who's a staple. That Omen, who's a staple. That Sova, who's a staple. Meanwhile, UCF's got that like new age comp going on. That Teho, that we got the Waylay, obviously new. The Omen, still a staple. That Vi is also really able to kind of make a different play style. UCF kind of going for that new age comp, with WSU really sticking to the like OG guns from like almost a 2023 comp.
Yeah, definitely. Do have to agree with you there. I don't know, still think. Ooh, Frosties.
Immediate first kill, with UCF taking the first advantage on this pistol round.
Sui immediately down, too.
Yeah.
That could be scary.
Cam's trading it back for 2. That's going to be
never
traded
mind.
for more. 3-2. Meanwhile, WSU is looking for another one, ending up retreating after that. Not able to get much, getting a little bit of damage. Meanwhile, Bag's going to take out Cam's to bring us to a 2v2 with only Bag a little bit low on HP.
Exactly. My apologies for getting all of WSU are just monsters in this map, in this game.
As Marv's proven that to you again.
Once again, 2v1 situation here
with
in our
half
first round.
HP across the map against a KJ and a Sova.
I mean, what can the last member of UCF really do?
I mean, the Sova, at least some of their utility is used. Not much, but some. And they still even have a mine. And a KG on site's worth 2 players otherwise.
Yeah.
Especially with, they do have a KO, who I believe just has the knife. Not going to be able to find anyone. Might have saved them a little bit if they could, but I think they just want to die to spike there and hope to take out someone. I don't see what other plan they have.
Bag just does not have the time to take this as slow as he is right now. He does know where they're sitting, though, but I think the spike is just going to be detonated.
Meanwhile, Marv taking out the last kill for a 3K. It is going to kill both of them, but honestly, on pistol round, you're fine with that. That does mean WSU is going to be going into this anti-eco round.
Yeah. So, I mean, what do you think the game plan here for WSU?
I think it's going to be Sui on an Outlaw. What do you think?
You know what? I would love to see it once again.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we are going to see a little bit of a change of placement for UCF here, as we see that they do have this 2-3 split for A3 and then B2 on B, with no one in the mid, actually. Which I think they're just realizing they just kind of have to give up to WSU regardless. I mean, are you gonna just let Sui head tap you on mid?
I mean, no. If you allow that to happen, might as well just give up that round for sure.
Yeah. They are going to be pushing through this one way as they use the drone to clear it. They're checking wine, not seeing anyone currently, but that doesn't mean someone couldn't be around the corner, as that dart doesn't quite cover everything.
Exactly. Just WSU just seeming very calculated right now in their approach.
Did you still have that lurker, though, with that KJ all the way across on B site, just in case they have someone to rotate? It's going to catch all 4 of them, in fact, as they know where all their location is, except for that KJ. Might be making them question a couple of things, but altogether that means they know where they're going to be playing from. As WSU is really playing this extremely slow, looking at the smoke and realizing they kind of have some time to worry. To wait.
Exactly. Asura just...
That's going to be a trade. Meanwhile, WSU is going to make the advantage of it. Thiessen and Cams, and Bear trading it back, and then getting traded back by Bullseye. 3v2 in favor of WSU. Omen with the spike, looking to try to plant it. Meanwhile, we're going to see the Salvos come out trying to stop it, but it's in a different location. Actually, they're just going to let it go out. Meanwhile, Sui's going to take 2?
Sui just...
2 bullets, I guess, means 2 kills in this economy.
I suppose so. No
WSU.
bullets wasted at all.
Already with how many kills? I don't even know anymore. As UCF's looking to try to get a foothold somewhere at going into this, as WC's going into this bonus round, they're hoping to secure this. This is the round they did win in the last map. So they do have quite an advantage here in this situation, especially on the defender point-sided map. This does mean that WSU is probably going to try to take over this mid, as we see. Sui with that outlaw just going to absolutely destroy, as they're looking to secure this mid solidly, as that UCF actually is looking for a rotate.
Exactly. It's just the question of will WSU, make that same mistake as they did last map, giving up this round. I think, honestly, they've realized their mistakes. They can easily take this third. I just know morale
really just comes
has
down
to
to those gun advantages, though.
Exactly.
UCF does have those big Vandals right now, and WCU has to play essentially at a larger range to try to overtake those Phantoms and hope the Vandal one-taps don't connect. I mean, even Bear on this Odin, we do see Hoshi already down the majority of the util, though, which does change a lot of things of how this game might play out.
Exactly. Yeah, just being so low on your util just makes it so much harder for the team.
And that's going to be Hoshi taking out one. Frosty's taking out another. Shui's going to take one back. That does mean that the USCF's at a 2-man advantage. They are only down 1 with just that Vise being out. But that does mean that WSU is going to be secured onto point a little bit, but they are having to worry about people approaching. We do see Sui no longer on the outlaw, and apparently that doesn't work, as Thiessen's going to have to trade out onto Bag instead of getting out the kill. And that's going to be another round win on 3rd round on this bonus round for UCF.
Exactly. Maybe now UCF, with a bit of confidence back here, can manage to fight their way back in this map too, to then get a win over WSU.
Yeah, the really thing is they have to keep history from repeating itself again. They know that round's pretty easy to win, but going into this one, it starts becoming an uphill battle, especially if they have to worry about the ambulance anymore. Meanwhile, they're already having to worry about ultimates from WSU, as both Thiessen and I forget who their Sova is going to have to be able to just get a lot of value off.
Once again, Usova ultimate being used.
As it's going to hit some allies, as it will just do a little bit. As Sui's going to take out one onto Asura through the wall, looking at the grenade, trying to push through this. Bear's going to take out Thiessen, though, making an even fight, as WCF is looking at the high ground, hoping to get some value off.
4v4 situation here. It does look like WSU is going to go ahead and try to rotate around to a different point. Frosty's trying to get some information.
Yeah. I think they realize that they're rotating currently. I'm wondering if WSU is going to, they're going to use it. Sui's going to take out another one. Frosty's picking the wrong direction to go with that drone, as just immediately gets shot off. Meanwhile, we're seeing Bag try to take this back. Let's see what happens here. As meanwhile, no one's even on site anymore, as they all take the rotate, looking towards mid, as mid's where the fight is happening.
Yeah, exactly. Just still got to be
looking for this flank. Let's see what they do
Kinda
for it. There's
patient
4 in
here.
there. Trigger discipline to the max, as Cams is going to immediately take out Bear. Making this now 3v2 as Hoshi takes back Sui. That's a big hit pick. Cam's going to take out Bag. Hoshi's going to take out 2. All 3!
Oh my god!
UCF Hoshi getting the 4K, clutching that round in the grasp of his hands, getting 4, 1 away from that ace, as, oh my gosh, even after WSU uses both their ultimates in that fight.
Wow. Wow. I know UCF definitely has to be hype right now. History did not repeat itself, thankfully. They did take another round.
Not to mention, Hoshi has that ultimate now that can strip those guns.
That is true. such a scary ultimate to have.
Especially with also Armageddon. You can't ask for much more scary than that. We do see Jet looking to ultimate here as the save. With the operator too, Asura looking to get some kills here. UCF really playing this as defensively as they can. Especially when WSU can have those moving shots go off. Meanwhile, there's going to be Clone walking through. As the dart comes out, they don't see Bear. Bear is in this nice little flank angle. If anyone pushes through, they're going to have to worry about it.
Bear does get slightly blinded in that corner, but still no push onto him, just taking it very slow. I love the cam there from Bullseye.
Hoshi showing the new value as Hoshi trades 2 for 1 there, as Cams trades it right back, getting out Frosties on a different fight. 3-3. They're a little low, but that's all they're really having to worry about.
Spike
Asura
has
with
now
the
been
operator,
planted.
looking to see where they can get the shot off. But there is someone to their left on that little flank there, looking to get the waylay dash as they get a couple of shots on them, but nothing that's too terrible, as Bag is going to get another kill, as Spare's going to get traded out for it, Bullseye, and then Alcer's going to get it. 1v1, UCF with the operator against WSU with the Sheriff through the wall bank for a 3K.
Wow.
Not going to even pick up the operator, just apparently it's not worth it.
I guess not. Very well played there from Bullseye. I love the cam from
Yes.
Bullseye here. Bullseye and Marv just have such funny cams.
Marv, meanwhile, having the Odin this round as Sui picks up the Outlaw. Basically, their equivalents to what feels like Vandals in these matchups. Oh, we do see Marv switch off to the Vandal. But Sui's just so scary with that, especially since UCF's on a save round. All of them get one-tapped currently to the body.
Exactly. I know Sui, though, not on as much of a tear as he was last game. Still doing very, very good, though. You know, positive KD. But
As Oscar is going to take one on Zatisa and take the blink back. Looking to try to get another kill, potentially to get that back. If they can do that, it gets a lot of value for them. But they're not going to pick up that rifle.
exactly, yeah, you got to think here for WSU if this is what they want. You know, you want that numbers advantage. Now they don't really have it with it being a 4v5.
They do have that
situation.
massive gun advantage, though. But
That is
UCF does
true.
have the ult advantage with 3 pretty powerful ults, too. That KO can shut down a lot of that util.
Also very, very true here. Just taking it very, very slow, which is fine here. Not really, you know, pressuring as hard as they were during map 1, but definitely still just being such a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, as WSU is looking to try to push onto this B site, we see this Overdart come out trying to find some people. Meanwhile, we're going to see Sui come out with the dash, get the dash off, looking to try to get some value off. And we see we're going to see their guns be removed as Bear's going to get the kill on Bullseye. Meanwhile, Sui's looking for these sniper shots, not finding anything yet, and having to jump out of those salvos and end up dying to it. That's the downside of having those snipers. Marv's going to take out 2, though. Make it a 2v3. Make that a 2v2.
Marv,
Oh, it gets traded out, though,
man.
in the end. With only a few seconds, UCF's looking kind of in a pretty good spot, except for
Sui.
Sui's going to take out 2. What were you talking about, Sui?
Hey,
Apparently, he's just going to throw that right back in your face.
the tempo is coming back. What can I say?
Yep. 4-2 already. Meanwhile, we're seeing that WSU's already back on that Sova ult, 3 rounds later? UCF has not used much of theirs. They did use that Rose Garden. I don't know if they used a Waylay ult. I cannot remember for the life of me. That Rose Garden, though, pretty valuable for them, but it is off the table. They do have that Armageddon, which I think is probably their most valuable ult at the current moment.
Yeah, I do definitely have to agree with you there. I mean, that last round was just played so well. Just being in that 5v4 situation and then managing to make a comeback, it just has to feel so good. And then with all the util and ults available, a lot of things can be done in this round that could just be so good.
Yeah, now Asura is holding this off angle along with Bag on the Guardian. The op plus Guardian angle really just shutting down this mid, which normally is pretty good for attackers a lot of times, but Asura just showing that not in this round, as Thiessen just gets immediately tapped in the body by this operator.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we see that Asura does have that ult live, looking to get a bit of aggressive with it, as we do see that Sui is going to take a little of a back step off of mid.
It's gonna, yep, it's a very good idea there. Definitely just needs to reposition.
Same situation as last round, though. 4v5 looking into this. The only difference now is UCF has 4 ultimates. And
Yeah.
pretty powerful ones at that. Minus summon. Sova is looking to get aggressive with it. He's going to take out my bag, and Asura is going to take out another one. 5v1 now. Asura is going entirely insane. 3 kills to the operator already. Still 1 left on this KJ, who looks to be trying to just run away at this point. But there's going to be an Omen who might be coming after some hunting. I think Bullseye is just trying to survive here. Oh, but
Massive
Bear's going to take it out.
headshot.
That's 3K off the table for UCF going to this next round when they kind of need it.
Yeah, it's just all left to Bullseye here, who I don't think is going to press it. I think he's going to let the timer run out.
Yeah, with full shields,
Yeah.
full Vandal, pretty decent util. They have their ultimate, which they have now, so they don't have to worry about even dying, which I think is potentially what they were worried about. It means they can kind of just go into this knowing they have that really valuable ultimate, especially since the enemy team doesn't have a Sova. And because of the, about a month ago, since Teho got nerfed, he's not going to be able to just commit like a little bit of his util just to killing it. He'll have to use a lot of util just to take out the singular ultimate by WSU. And when that's
Exactly.
the case, it's a lot rougher to play around.
Exactly, definitely do agree with you there. Still 4 ults remaining for UCF, 3 up for WSU. What should UCF's game plan be here?
My Sui immediately going out there, and I think that's kind of what their game plan needs to not be.
Exactly. I also
As
agree.
Asura is looking for to go pretty low, they are still on that operator, but it is very risky for them as they're going to miss the shot and get killed out by Sui. That's 5v3 already. WSU looking to press this advantage hard. Meanwhile, we're going to see Frosty's looking for the kill. As Frosty's going to get one, but Mars going to get one too. Meanwhile, Bag is looking out there as well, trying to get something. Teeson and Hoshi, Frosty's and Hoshi, both going to go down to Teeson, who has been doing a lot of work this map.
Yeah, Frosty's just not checking that super tight corner there, that angle just right underneath, and just getting caught out. Just so unfortunate there for UCF.
And we do see Teeson handing off that, was it an operator to Sui? No, it was a Vandal. Instead of picking up this Phantom instead. Teeson looking to kind of play off these off angles has been doing pretty decent at it. But Sui's definitely been the star player a lot. Meanwhile, Hoshi has saved them a few times.
Exactly, yeah. Both Hoshi and Sui being even here.
Yeah,
With KDA.
sort of a battle of giants. Yeah, it's been a remarkable game overall, just in that nature. As UCF is really holding down a lot of different angles, as WSU is looking to full commit onto this B site.
Ooh.
As they pull out the wall, trying not to get split off. That means a little bit less utility for this Vice.
That was so close. That was kind of scary.
WSU looking to press this advantage off of that ultimate. Since that wall is no longer wall bangable, it means they do not have to really worry about it. The salvo's nowhere in sight, too far away, as they're going to lose a few. As Hoshi's going to take out Marv, making this a 5v4 in the favor of UCF, as UCF's going to be using 2 more ultimates, as they're going to be going in as fast as possible for 3v3, but also the res possible on the KO, looking for it, seeing if they can get it. Meanwhile, they're looking, and it's going to get killed by Bullseye. That's their best res option onto this KO, but they're not going to be able to do it anymore. Bullseye looking to try to get some LA and get on Bag. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Bear take out Bullseye back, and then Sui's going to take it back out. It is just Asura on this 1v2. Operator in hand, no utility. Let's see if they can hit both those body shots.
I mean, yeah, will Asura just be able to hit every shot here and defuse the spike?
Not to mention that time is rough, and that's going to be Sui just tapping Asura for that last little bit of damage.
Yeah, the answer to that question has to be no.
Yep. Meanwhile, we do see Sui, who is dropping, who does have the ultimate available whenever they are next worried about money. They do also have that Sova ultimate, which, considering the fact that they do have a why can't I remember his name? I literally just said it. I want to say Yone, but that's League. Yasuo. Wait, that's also
Too much League of Legends in your brain.
Sui is picking up that that outlaw once again. Just looking Yoru, that's what I was looking for.
There you go.
Yoru ultimate will be available soon, meaning that that Sova can do a lot. That outlaw looking to hold down this mid site as they do press some aggression to it. We're gonna see it again. Yoru picks off though, as Asura is going to take it out with that head tap to the Sheriff, but is going to lose a lot of HP for it.
Exactly, yeah, the shot's just doing not enough damage, and you just get instantly head tapped, mainly because you're crouched, very easy to hit the head there. Spike is recovered, though, thankfully.
Picking up both guns as Sui just decides they want to dual wield now.
Yeah, I guess Sui is dual wielding. Okay, no. Throwing it out the map.
Forsaking their outlaw, which is practically their namesake at this point, as we do see the KO knife come out and not find anyone. UCF at a slight numbers advantage. They do have a little bit HP down on Asura, but that's nothing to worry about, particularly in this kind of matchup.
Exactly. Just got to see how WSU plays this 4v5 situation. I think a very good move here onto the B site, knowing that the majority of UCF is on A, but they are alerted. They know they're moving.
Closing out market means that they don't have to worry about it too much, as we're going to see all of them come from CT side. As we're going to see Vice trying to throw some stuff out as time runs out. And they're going to get a bunch of hits off that. That's a triple kill from Marv.
My.
Not to mention another one from Sui. That just took this game from slightly losing to almost entirely in the bag. 30 seconds essentially on the clock for just UCF, as it's a one-man stand, as it's just going to be mauled by Marv for the 4K.
Marv.
Sui taking the only kill. That is a clip if I've ever seen one.
Get Marv a cookie.
Yes. that is going to even out Marv and Sui's kills after that 4K.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. But you can't ask for a better Silva ultimate. They just lined up for you and it was shooting fish in a barrel.
Literally. I mean, not much you can really do against that. I mean, you line up so perfectly to the point where 3 of you are getting caught.
Yeah, especially in that hallway. It was just map trigonometry at its finest. As Sui's taking out bag already, but getting it traded out, as Marv's going to get the trade yet again, dropping the Odin. Instead, getting Hoshi, trying to get them back into this fight as they get a 2K, making it to where it's their advantage now. As it's going to be another one from Frosty's, and Oscar's going to take it out by Tucson. That's going to be another win for UCF, saying we're not out of this fight yet, as there's one more round in the half.
Yeah, still UCF trying to show some signs of life. They are not down and out for the count just yet.
Yeah, technically, actually, Hoshi has the most amount of kills in this game so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking
or tied for it.
Much, much better. The performance here from UCF looking much, much better here. This map, but still just down 3 rounds.
This map is known for all the scrims. Apparently, UCF's just on that a little more. WSU clearly had that advantage on the Lotus, but not looking quite as jarring anymore. Meanwhile, Ritusi Cam's immediately taking out Asura, who has been getting a lot of the value, but also Hoshi's still a threat.
Exactly. One down.
Salvo's come out, forcing a little bit of a retreat, though.
Just gotta play it so intelligently, so calculated. I just gotta. What's the game plan here for UCF in this moment?
Not get killed by the operator.
Out. That is true. You cannot do that.
But Frosty's going to trade it back, and I think that's their game plan, except for Sui just coming around, blitzing around the corner, as Bullseye's going to take out the last one. Yeah, those are some jet knives. They still have the operator, too. Being able to switch to those knives and being able to move, I think, really hurt UCF in the end there.
Yeah, almost ice in the veins of Frosty's, but somebody put a heater on them.
And I'm pretty sure that was Sui, who just threw a knife through the cord of the cooler. Meanwhile, we are into pistol round, which does mean a completely new set of potentially sweeping into another round, because these anti-ecos are really easy to play into, especially with team comps like this.
Exactly, yeah. Just WSU's got to keep playing their game. They've been doing so well with these pistol rounds, basically looking close to flawless. Just got to keep up this momentum, keep up this tempo, have a 4-round lead here on UCF.
Yeah, which puts a lot of pressure on UCF. They have to basically win 2 rounds for every one they lose, which is pretty rough, as they do get traded already, Bear from Marv, which is kind of bad for both teams losing out on those smokes, as Frosty's going to take out 2. UCF making a stand for themselves, as Frosty's trying to get back at that kills from last game that he missed out on.
Yeah, 2v4 situation here. Spike is planted.
We do see some retreats coming out from WSU looking to replay this, as they are going to be coming back now, as Sui and Bullseye are looking to get this, as Hoshi's going to take out one, and then Bag's going to take out the other, as they do get out Frosty's in the end of it.
UCF picking up a pistol round is going to be very, very good for them here in this match.
Yeah, especially now that they're playing against anti-eco, which means they have to worry about one thing, and that is Sui just head-tapping all of them.
Exactly. They need to make sure they watch those sight lines, those far sights. The moment a pixel of their forehead shows is just gone.
Yep. Meanwhile, we are going to be seeing some pressure applied by UCF onto this A site as it's a full 5-stack going towards WCO.
Exactly.
But WCU's kind of ready for it.
Yeah. Very questionable, though. Kind of scary here. Yeah, exactly. You have all your members kind of stacking up in a tight little corridor.
And Camps is just going to punish that by just hitting 2 headshots back to back. That's going to be bad getting a kill. Considering the fact that this is an eco run for WSU, I think they're pretty happy with the result of that first fight.
Yeah. Definitely have to be. Taking out 2 just so quickly.
Through the smoke, Marv's going to get the kill. 4-2 as they're looking to try to secure this. As they're breaking down this wall and having to make them worry about multiple different angles. Sui's going to take out Frosties and Tison's going to take out Bear for the anti-buy, the eco round WSU clutch.
Does look like we have a little bit of shooting going on, some BM.
I don't know what your thoughts are for UCF here. Like, what's your game plan? You're broke. You have one person with a bit of money. What do you do here? You have a hero with a vandal and a dream. That is literally all.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to try to figure out what type of advantages UCF has here in this game. They've been doing a pretty nice job, getting the spike down. It's just post-plant.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to just fall off quite a bit.
It's really just a matter of WSU getting those trades 100% of the time and not letting them get a singular winning one.
Exactly. I feel like a timeout sometime soon just is needed. They need to speak to each other, try to figure something out as a team, as a group.
Particularly lower their heart rates, make sure they can get the shots. As Cam's going to get a kill onto Hoshi, WSU already in the lead.
Exactly. I mean,
it's going to be another one from Cam's too. That's going to be 3. Cam's looking for the 4K.
4.
Let's see him ace. There's 1 left.
Can Cam get the ace in this round?
Looking for the last kill. Gets the blind. Looks for it. And that's going to be an ace from Cam's. All on camera. Mostly from the person who's dying POV. As we are going to see the first ace of the series, Cam's from Catwalk getting kill after kill after kill after kill as they all just line up one after the other, just bullseye, 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 and then running around the corner, gets the blind, and just kills the last one and the Omen 1v2 in that case.
Exactly. Just pull out the cam for Cam there. Definitely going to put that in the highlight reel.
100%.
Got to give it to Cam's teammate, though, just running in front of the last member of UCF, making sure Cam gets that ace.
You got to love when the teamwork comes together.
Exactly. That's what I mean by that team play. They mesh so well, and it has just been showing.
Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, WSU is securing mid, which is hard to do on this map, like, genuinely. And they're doing it pretty well. Instead, UCF is pretty much just committing to the strategy of, all right, we'll all in a site.
Yeah, it does look like they're going to just basically completely group there for
We're going to see a fight here engaged, and Marv is going to die to Bag as Bag gets the kill. UCF now up a member.
Yeah, the bullets just were not there. The members from WSU that were on A site now transitioning over to B.
Looking through the operator, trying to secure this mid site just to make sure that they don't have to worry about it as market reopens back up. Looking for these peaks as they sort of set up. UCF still having people on the site, back from site there, inside of, I forget what that's called, but B long at the current moment, or B short. As Tison's going to get them through the smoke on the Bag, evening out the teams. 4v4, they do have Armageddon still on the UCF side, but that is about it in terms of advantage.
Exactly, yeah, WSU does kind of have to speed this up a bit now that they are on the timer with the spike being planted.
Yeah, WSU just really just trying to reduce, as Bullseye and Tison both going to get one, and Hoshi's going to trade out 1, 2, as it's a 2v2 now, with shotgun in hand, as Cam's going to get another one, just jumping around the corner, as we're going to see it come out. Is there time? There is not time!
No time!
Armageddon's going to come out, securing the game hoping to hold on to this Vandal, but that is it, as it's just going to be one survivor.
Perfect use of util there on the spike.
Yoru just managing to escape, and that is it.
That's what you need for that post plant. Just utilizing your utilities so well.
That's really the strong point of Teo in this map. Like,
Yeah.
he's got his throwing mine, he's got his salvos, he's got his ultimate. How do you stick a plant through that? That's like 20 seconds of utility.
Exactly. There's really not much you can do except for hope that you were able to touch earlier.
Not to mention throwing a KO grenade. You basically have the whole plant just planned out.
Exactly. Very, very well played there from UCF. Still just trying so hard to stay in this game.
Pixel Peak's looking. He's going to find Thiessen in trade for the Hoshi.
Asura.
Yeah, Asura getting a 2K already. Already some shooting at that body. Looking for it, and now we're going to see Asura get traded out. Bullseye finally picking it back up as it's going to even out to a 3v3, as we're going to see the Omen teleport, but to where? We're going to see it onto mid. We're going to see it all the way back to B, as UCF is looking at mid currently, trying to figure out where to go from here.
Gotta feel bad for Asura there, picking up 2, but shooting the body. It really like karma came for him immediately.
As
off
we do
of
hear the
BMA.
knife go out in Ket 2, which does mean we do have some information. There is one thing on A, and it's just Marv on this Sova, looking for as many kills as possible, as they're going to look the wrong direction, and they're going to get 2 for it. It's a 1v2 situation, but they do have a little bit of time to get this plant down. Are they going to run to heaven, or are they going to go up to hell? It seems like they're going up to heaven, looking for this 1v2. They know where the location of one is. They know where the location of the other is, but it's going to be not all in vain, as WSU gets the immediate frag from Bullseye onto Bag.
It was a good look there from UCF at first, but Marv just being in that corner, basically being able to save that round for his team, taking out 2.
Yep. It's those micro decisions that really make the difference.
Exactly.
Especially now that we have WSU on that Sova, they can shut down door. I'm hoping and praying that UCF doesn't fall into the same trap of getting all lined up for Sova and having another 3K.
I don't know. I mean, hey, maybe we want to give Marv clips. Who knows? Let's see. I am hoping for just let's get an ace here with one Sova.
Marv and Sui and Cams all fighting for these. Pretty much the entirety of WSU just having a competition to see who can get the most kills here. All of SU still in competition for it, as we're seeing kill after kill of WSU just finding where the frags are.
Exactly.
We do see one in wine though, which does mean that WSU does have some plans for if UCF pushes on to A.
Exactly. Both sides just sitting here a little patient, taking their times here in this
Looking for this
round.
blind.
WSU has nothing but time.
Yep, and looks like Gams is waiting for a little bit of noise, and they're going to immediately blind as they push out. Let's see if they get any kills off it. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, as it's just the Omen left. As Barry is going to find one with that Sheriff, 27 HP, one tap from pretty much anything, as it's going to be the one tap by the Phantom. Bear is going to go down, making this a 12-6.
Match point here for WSU.
6 rounds to even it up by UCF, and it's a really hard one. They do have some ultimates at disposal, but I don't know if how much of a difference it's going to make in 6 rounds.
I don't, like you said, I'm not entirely sure either.
Not to mention, Asura is also on that Bulldog in order to get that full shield. I mean, they can't afford to lose here. And not to mention, we're going to be seeing full buys from WSU as UCF is losing and still can't buy everything. As we're going to see the KO ult immediately, looking to get as much value as they can, shutting off that util, trying to close that door. It's going to be Cam's getting the kill onto Bag, as it's going to be trying to get revived as they get back up and immediately brought right back down.
Spike immediately planted, though. Both teams just pressing the attack here, moving as quickly as possible to get this round over with.
Except for Sui, who gets slowed down by that ultimate by Asura, as Thiesen's going to be on the flank getting 2. Makes Sui for 3, and that's going to be just 1 left, as it's going to be the last kill as the round ends with a 3K from Thiessen. Oh my gosh,
Wow.
the amount of crazy plays we saw from WSU and the amount of crazy plays we saw specifically from Hoshi from UCF was insane. We saw Sui in that first round getting 27, 7 or 6 with that Outlaw going into this round, still pretty solid. Nowhere near as much, but they're also on a completely different character. That's kind of how that goes. With Jet just being able to kind of dominate the space. We saw a few kills with the Outlaw. We saw a bunch with that Vandal. We saw a beautiful kill shutting down Hoshi's comeback with those knives. As we saw, not only just that, we saw pretty much we saw a 3K from Sova with that ult, plus a follow-up after. That was just an action-packed game. Even though it was kind of, if you look at points, it was a kind of stomp by WSU. But you look at the games, and it was a matter of, okay, who could get the most value here? And it was just a matter of WSU had a couple too many players that were doing too much that UCF couldn't handle.
Exactly. I mean, UCF, especially in Map 2, they played such a fantastic game still. It was just the pressure from WSU just completely overwhelming them. And, I mean, we saw that too with Hoshi popping off for UCF, doing a great job, playing a great game. It just wasn't enough for the power that WSU had. And, I mean, WSU making a statement here.
Yeah, they were just trading machines. We saw time and time again, like, how many rounds can you think of where UCF had an actual player advantage? I think there was like 4.
Yeah.
And even then, they would just go for a singular trade and just get traded 1 for 2 every time, or 1 for 3, or sometimes 1 for 4, which is absolutely insane. Not to mention, we didn't even see all too many ultimates coming out from WSU in those later fights. They just kept playing off of pure raw skill, aim, and utility.
Yeah, I mean, definitely got to give it to WSU there, giving UCF their first loss in this invitational, spicing up the brackets a little bit more, making this such a fun tournament. That will end this match here between UCF and WSU. Stay tuned for a post-game interview coming soon. We'll be right back.
Welcome everybody back for the post-game interview. I've got Tease in here from Wichita State. Congratulations on your 2-0. Yoru, second game, first game, looking really clean. Tell me about it. You know, it's a 13-1. What is going through your mind at this time?
I'm going to be completely honest. We thought this was going to be a tougher match, but going into map 1, we were just flowing. We were winning almost every clutch, and it was an easy, 13-1.
I mean, multiple 4K sweep. I mean, top fragging, almost a 30K in 14 rounds. You got to be feeling good. How are you guys feeling, continuing on in this upper bracket?
Honestly, we kind of choked in groups yesterday, but we're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. We've learned a lot since we've been here already, and we're just going to continue with this momentum.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, it was a little closer. There was a little bit more pushback Tell me a little bit going into Ascent. Was that your map pick? Were you guys more comfortable on Lotus?
Yeah, our map pick was Ascent, and we were very confident on it. I mean, going into this event, we were hoping to always play Ascent as much as possible because we just know we can beat every team on it. But obviously, I think any team can challenge us, but we're really good at every map.
I mean, you guys look phenomenal all throughout the series so far, except for that one slip up in groups. Now that you're continuing moving on in this upper bracket, who do you want to be facing next game?
Honestly, we lost yesterday to WKU, so we want to rematch against them and show them what's up.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're moving on to their third game against Mizzou, the co-ed team.
Yeah.
So you get time to sit down, relax, watch their team. If it is WKU or if it is Mizzou, do you have planned strategy? You're going to take this time to rest and relax and study these teams.
We know we're better, so we're just going to relax and just play it by ear. So
Yeah. Anything you want to say? Any shout outs you want to make before we cut to a quick break?
shout out to everyone supporting us, and shout out to my girlfriend.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for our next game. It's going to be the Game Changers team once again down in that lower bracket. So you want to be there. They're trying to fight their way through that lower bracket. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to Mizzou Esports. I'm Aurora here with the Zero Fight, and we're going back to the lower brackets this time around. It's the Game Changers roster this time versus Missouri S&T. Game Changers off of a good win, had some time to relax. Now, still fighting for their lives in the lower bracket. S&T, this is the first game of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. Nice and rested is S&T. They had that break. Like you said, it's the first game of the day. They had the time as well to watch GC's prior match earlier in the day, so had a little bit of time to rest. Not only that, but also prep coming into this matchup. They knew what it was going to be, so they can go back, look at some of those maybe rounds from GC's match where it was a 2-1 victory, so it was close, and maybe kind of come into this match with some of those adjustments to bring forward an advantage, because, I mean, this is elimination here, right? So this is where they need to put all their cards on the line and make sure they can take the next step forward to force themselves deeper into this bracket.
Yep, and we're going to be going on to game number 1 here in just a sec. It's going to be Haven. The games are going to be Haven, Split, and then finally, if we get to it, the decider is going to be Lotus. So both those 3 bomb site maps are going to be played. A weird thing, though, is Split. We haven't seen the Game Changers roster play this recently.
Yeah, we haven't pretty much at all. I'm really interested to see what kind of approach they bring into it. I assume it'll stick to that Breach Tejo that they really have leaned into and found a lot of success off of. I think not only is it meta right now, but it's very comfortable as far as the roles go, so it fits them very well. But with not playing it, I'm wondering how down is it in their map pool. We'll have to see, but to start, it's going to be Haven to start us off. It's that old kind of neon comp with that Sova Breach for S&T. Meanwhile, it's this G2S comp. It's the Omen, the Breach Tejo, the Cypher as well. And it'll be Mizzou GC starting off on that defense side here. But S&T, they want to get themselves off to a strong start, and it'll be a C split.
Yeah, immediately. This early aggression here from Anakin trying to push up with the tail with the Breach. No one there, though, as S&T funneling out onto the C site. It's just the Cypher trying to stay alive here in the back side. Sober Sushi doing what she can, but Waffles and Duck will claim the first 2. S&T quickly explode out onto the site and get this plant.
A good idea for Mizzou to try to fight for back site. This is their home grounds. They know exactly how to play this C site to flood back in, but just couldn't land any of the shots. Now in a 3v5 retake, all players towards long with no smoke. The one-way on.
Oh, trying. Silkel
half.
holding it. She's at
How?
2 HP.
How?
Oh, almost had the defuse, but it's at half. But unfortunately for the rest
Okay.
of the team, they just can't find that defuse. S&T, it was a little scary, but they cleaned it up. They pick up the pistol round.
It got really scary there. I mean, that was like, what, 0.3 seconds away from getting that full stick from Silkels, and bit of a nervous one, but S&T able to close it out in a flawless fashion, and already a great understanding of once Ginny goes down, you can just fall back. There's no smoke for the spike to stick, even though Silkels got really close. But a good start for S&T, putting a lot of pace into their attack side so far as Neon. This is what we'll see a lot of the time, especially as, I mean, prior to that Neon nerf, you sit in that slide out towards long, try to get early control over on that side.
A lot of shots being fired back and forth. Teo from Mizzou taken quite low, but not out just yet. S&T, they're also running the double save. They've got 2 players with ghosts. They're confident.
How has Treetops gotten through all this site? There's no way. Just with a ghost in hands.
The ghost finds Silkels, but it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. They're going to get this plant down onto B, but they're going to take this A side control, and they take down Anakin. The stun goes out, but S&T respond in tow. And Mizzou, 4v3, smokes down. It's a tough situation to be in.
There's 2 players on this flank. Maybe it can get this kill.
Oh, the shots, they just go wide, and Waffles and Duck. Waffles with 2. Duck claims up the last one, and the anti-eco goes the way of S&T with only 1 member falling. It was just a ghost.
Very clean.
It's going to be a big buy up too with those 2 saves.
It was that FPX buy, so even though Treetops went down. They can force into this as they have enough money. I don't think he will opt for it, though, interestingly enough. So just going for that full armor sheriff, even though he does have money for that full rifle, but pretty strong across the board. Okay, eventually will opt to go for it. And Mizzou, the first rifle round for them as a quick shock dart play to try to get this bonus online. The shock hits that tripwire. Now the B site is wide open for taking here.
Neon quickly into the back site. They clear it. And they're going to do this play again. We saw it last round. They're going to try to take this A space to mess up these rotations from Mizzou. Look at them flood through A main, though, all the way into attacker spawn.
Yeah, and whatever, it just has to be pushed back. Cannot feel comfortable at all. They're on their lonesome. So his garage positioning, though,
Do they
not
know?
aware.
They don't. Oh, but the paranoia comes out wrong time for the utility. It's traded back. Sober Sushi finding one as well. Still, the Cypher in the back. Sober Sushi now for 2. The Spike, though, in a tough position. Sober Sushi, oh, the dart gets attacked. Sober Sushi goes through, but it's also another kill over. Oh, but Spike is ticking away. I don't think she's got the time. And they'll run into the smoke. They'll find Loaves of Toast. Jenny finding another, but S&T will claim the bonus, going up 3-0.
And it's that same play we saw in the last round. This time, just with so much more pace on it. It was enabled by Treetops Lurk in the prior. This time, they just sent out that initial shock dart to break it, and then the pace put on by Duck on that Neon. It was just so overwhelming. That's what you get, right? I think Le Haven has been one of these maps where the duelist slot has kind of been open, really, between Jet, Yoru, and Neon. And you can see some of the advantages already coming out. The salvos to try to get a little bit of control, but Duck just runs right past it and takes down Silkels. And this is looking to be a quick 4-0. And the ultimates, they're going to start coming online pretty quickly. As S&T look to try to snowball this half.
Yeah, they're going to try to start getting these ultimates online for these gun rounds to... Oh my god, it's just a bloodbath. Sober Sushi drops down, finds 2, luckily. But in the end of the day, Treetops will shut her down. S&T will go to 4. Game Changers need to find out what's been going wrong. Ooh, Anakin picking up an op too.
The op will come out for the Yoru glass cannon into this. And it's another switch up from S&T. Have a lot of tricks in their bag so far. It's been pretty much a fast play every single round. This time going to opt for just a full C hit. The Yoru TP will be here to try to fight towards this backside, but this line is taken up early, but the C site is ultimately the goal for S&T. But look at where she's TP'd.
She TPs. She's 1 HP. Sober Sushi finds Duck in the back, though. That's going to be the neural theft. They're going to try to stay alive. They find all of these players' positions. Anakin in the back. And a nice 2K over. Make it a 3K. And with that S&T, the quick C hit is eviscerated.
It's just shut down completely. I thought Anakin might get taken down there, but that fast lane actually gave them a little bit of cover. And Sober Sushi came in, getting that kill onto Ducks was so huge to allow the rest of the flood to come through. And that's a perfect example of how you want to be playing these Yoru comps on the defense side. Flood retaking whenever you can and overwhelming that backside area.
Yeah, that quick TP. It didn't find any kills, but it did throw S&T off of their game. And now Treetops, a 1v5. You don't have a spike. You've got 30 seconds. What do you do? Is it time to save?
30 seconds left.
Plenty of money. Just try to take some players down on Mizzou GC because, right, if they get this round converted, as they really should, it's the first round they'll have actually in a victory, so the economy is not doing that great for the GC squad, so they'll be happy with Treetop saves.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to be a save. Going to try to find some sort of kill.
That shot ringing out.
Yeah, now just
A little awkward
letting
there.
letting the
But-
time run out.
Yeah, and with that, It'll be a full save for Mizzou GC. So with that round being the first round they have gotten, they're happy with Treetops not really going hunting at all. They'll be able to bring all those weapons in, including that operator for Anakin. And so now the first time we're going to see a full heavy fight for both sides over towards this A area, the stun and the salvos. But the Neon, we saw it run past previously.
Duck's got the hot hands. Overdrive. I think she wants to use it. And there it is, looking for a kill, trying to find one. It's a 1-for-1. SoCals will fall, but Tippamy finds a trade. Flash goes out. Here, Mizzou stalling, doing their best here to prevent S&T, but the rotations are called and they're going to turn tail and head over to C.
The RTP will be sent out for those quick rotates. But the Trapwire is here to give that information still, so Sober Sushi will let their team know what the plan is. Cam to tag out as well, but this spike, it will go down. And the Rolling Thunder on top of it to just secure this post plant. It's going to be a hard one for Mizzou to get back into. No Armageddon or salvos. Sober Sushi, how aware they are of this lure.
Do they know? Are they aware? Treetops, they are not aware. Loaves of Toast finds an opening pick. A nice shot from Treetops. Looking for more. No, it's a 2K over to Anakin, but Pyre with the last two. S&T will take the fifth. Mizzou, the game changers. They had a clean win the round before, so they should be able to get another bye. No operator for Anakin, and I like this timeout.
Already pulling that emergency lever, not wanting this to get too far out of control, as it's a 4-round lead for Missouri S&T, excuse me. And so far, it's been a lot of these fast plays, right, that have been so successful, but after it didn't work out going over towards that C site, they decided to, okay, we can go aggressive, and then we can kind of put a stop to it. We can play pause. We can have a whole minute to rotate over. And Mizzou, they just expected it to actually be that hit on the A site, a re-hit if nothing else. And so retaking on that C site when you don't have those salvos, you don't have that Tejo, can be so difficult to get back in. And so just trying to answer some of those questions here as this timeout comes through. They'll have a bye, but they need to get this round. It's so important, or the economy, it's just going to be gone. And then the half is just going to run away in Missouri S&T's favor.
They've got a couple ultimates. S&T, though, they're still sitting on that breach ultimate.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting on tons of ultimates right now.
Yeah.
Only investing the one Neon Overdrive. So they've got tools to work with. Missouri, they need to absolutely win this round. SoCals has that Armageddon online. Whatever's 2 away from their own
and we're
Rolling
going to see
Thunder.
an early fight towards middle. It looks like a walk down from Mizzou towards mid.
They might spot out someone. Oh, wait. Into window room. Might spot one. Make it 2. Waffies, though, with the trade. The TP across. And Mizzou is just going to back away. The Rolling Thunder out onto A. SoCals. Oh, the Neon Tech.
Oh no! What are you even supposed to do?
What do you
That's
do?
just a that's just a go next moment.
Oh, Sober Sushi falling as well, and now Spike's gonna go down. It's a 2v4. This is one of the harder sides to retake, especially down numbers.
And honestly, I'd be looking at a save here if I'm Mizzou GC. Take these 2 rifles into the next. You have some big ultimates potentially to invest in the next one. S&D has so much util here, and the slide will come through. Oh,
Whoa. Nice
okay.
shot there, but
But it's still nothing. And then here comes the save call. It's just too much to deal with, too much to get through. It's one choke point to flood through. When you have so much delay, it's just nigh impossible.
yeah, they've got a Hunter's Fury, they've got Breach, they've got Omen. It's trying to run through that choke point. Almost impossible, so they're going to fall back, they're going to save. I think it's a good call. Try to keep these rifles into the next round, and Mizzou, they're going to need to do something with these rifles because that half, it's 6-1 now.
The call outside of the timeout, it was to go aggressive, try to catch S&T off guard, but it's a very common play for the defensive side to make that aggro play, try to go for something when it's not working, especially outside of a timeout. So S&T read it. They were playing far back, playing ready to receive that aggression. and then it just kind of fell out of control from there. So we'll drop that rifle over to Anakin. Still has that dimensional drift, and it's actually a very similar start. A spotlight into an
Oh.
Armageddon.
They're going to
There's a
try.
gap.
And once again, this aggressive play. Anakin with one, but taken down. Can't find the second. There's 2 players stuck, and they know exactly where they are. A nice shot there from Tippamy. They're trying to swing out. Waffy's trying to find a kill. Once again, Tippamy finding a second. Waffy's still taking this fight. Can't find the shots. The smoke comes out, and Mizzou will back away with their victory.
Don't want to linger for too long. Get caught out by S&T. So they'll play their time, and they'll bide it well. 4v2 for Mizzou here. It's the first real advantage they've had in a while. But Toast, he's been huge for his team so far. This would be a big ask.
Oh, the drone goes out. It gets both tagged, and he's just stuck. He finds one, trying to find the second, but Silkels will shut it down. Mizzou finally finding their second round.
And a great one at that. I like the adjustment to go for that same play. They were confident in it, even though it didn't work in the prior. They changed it up just a little bit, and S&T weren't ready for it. But Aurora, that's not a repeatable play, right? You get that rounds, you're grateful for it, but you have to change it up. You have to go back to something a little bit more standard. And the standard for Mizzou has not been working out. So this will be the round that really tests Mizzou GC to see if they can get back into this half. Sure, it's an attack-sided map. You have an attack-sided comp, but you need 4, maybe 5 rounds if you're GC. And so this B site, it's been a bit of a weakness for Mizzou so far.
Yeah. And, I mean, S&T has definitely exploited it. We've seen plenty of
How
hits
aggro.
early, but look how aggressive they are. Loads of Toast is alive, not for long. You would ever, and SoCal's finds something. Treetop still finding Sober Sushi, and SoCal's falling now. That's unfortunate. A nice pickup there, though, from Anakin, finding Treetops there, lurking into their spawn. Oh, but Omen's going to go ahead and grab that spike. Actually, just TP to regroup with Duck, and now...
But with that, it'll cause so much confusion for Mizzou. They have no idea where these players could be. The smoke goes out. It's heard as well. So it's going to draw the rotations over towards C. But meanwhile, it's S&T grouping up to go towards this A site. I will say Anakin has that dimensional drift, rolling thunder for you, whatever. Some big tools to look towards, to invest, to convert this round, because
it's scary.
30 seconds
They're
left.
going to hear the plant here in just a second. Actually, S&T, they're going to push even farther into the spawn, and they find you whatever. That's the rolling thunder. That's the opening they needed. Anakin, though, still with the dimensional drift. But S&T have found an opening here in Mizzou's defense.
and Tippamy, 51 HP to their name. Waffy's in an aggressive position here.
Oh, are they going to clear at Waffy's with the last 2? The lead that they had that round, they're up 3-2, and it just crumbles between their fingers.
And Duck with the aggressive push through. It kind of felt like you would ever was watching the push through CT, but just not really like expecting them to actually go for it, and just taking advantage of that, making that individual play for Duck grants them that round win. So 7 on the board and a force for Mizzou. They want this round. It's a Sheriff, a Stinger for a couple of these players in the B sites. They've been prodding towards this for S&T early on.
Sober Sushi creeping up with the Sheriff, but Waffy's again faster on the draw. And they're going to run right into Tippamy, who finds a kill, but once again, loads of Toast. Finding these kills, these crucial picks. They're getting closer and closer to that rolling thunder again, 3 away. Game Changers squad is down numbers once again. They don't have a smoke for this post plant. It's just such a tough situation to be in.
What do you even do here?
Look at the Cypher lurk too.
Yeah. Still, the tap comes out early here. Aftershock baited out.
Oh, the Cypher lurk. The Cypher lurk. It finds one. They know now. You would ever with one though.
Player standing.
But again, Treetops, this lurk. the nail in the coffin here for Mizzou. And Anakin is just going to turn tail and run. Save this rifle. To the next round.
Might not even get to do that. She's being hunted currently. Looks like should be able to keep it. Don't want to bite my tongue too quickly, but yeah, 8 on the board now for S&T, and with that force, the economy's broken.
It's tough.
And this dimensional drift for Anakin has been online for a minute now. It just hasn't found the time to use it. Been in these disadvantageous spots. But Mizzou, they found success, right, from going aggressive. Even when they lost, right, that 3v2 over towards A, they still were favored in that round. They went aggressive, took the space over towards A, and found success early off of it. So here we'll have numbers postured up towards that A site, but not really opting to go for this hit quite yet, wanting to re-clear that A space, but it's just B that looks to be prodded towards to try to bring some of these rotations before S&T decide to go and rework part of this map. They've been so good at baiting out these rotations and fighting for map control in the mid-rounds.
Yeah, and you were saying earlier that they need, 4 or 5 rounds. The best they can do is 4 now, and they need to go 2-0 to get those in the last few. Cypher, looks like the call making their way out onto C site. Rotations come through for S&T.
This should be spotted out. The cam, if pinged, Sober Sushi is aware, but just has a classic in hand. This is pretty much a full eco.
The trip gets broken. The plant will go down. 5v5 retake down here over towards C. They've just given up so much space here over to S&T. Smokes go up. They still have a Rolling Thunder, by the way. They just got that back online. And they're going to just play aggressive. They're going to make their way into the smoke. Pyre, Treetops. It's a 3K for Treetops, a 2K for Pyre, and it just gets shut down.
And 9-2, excuse me, for S&T, and a lot of ultimates here, Aurora, for both sides, to be honest. And Mizzou GC, they need this pretty much. A 9-3 half, it's doable with a pistol, but a lot of things have to go right, and it starts with this round. Facing elimination here. Sure, this is a best-of-3 series, right? But this is the map pick of Mizzou. We've seen them be so successful on Haven before, having success series after series. But here, just feeling like they've gotten a bit shut out just so early.
Treetops has an operator, too, here as well in this last round. Look at B. They've cleared it out. They have taken all of that space. They're just going to get the plant down here in a second. Dimensional Drift comes out here to try to find this. The Rolling Thunder as well immediately responded to with Mizzou's, but unfortunately for Mizzou, the shots aren't landing. You would ever finding one, but taken out as well. And now Sober Sushi. Neuro Theft goes out. It's a 1v3. There's so much utility, so much abilities to stall this plant.
Yeah, it's just so much to do, and I don't know if Sober Sushi can. The Hunter's Fury on top of it gets the first.
It's the second. Maybe they played with their food. The tap. Needs to get it to half here. She's just going to hold it. No, she gets off, but Pyre around Mizzou needed to win. Does not go their way.
And S&T at all the right moments deciding to take advantage of that B side. I was talking about in the pre-show how S&T, they had that time to rest, reset from the prior day, and come into this with prep. I mean, they got to watch the series earlier of GC playing Haven. And I think, if I'm them, I'm looking at that B site as a big weakness, right? Especially of this Yoru composition. You have to play very heavy to try to stall out that plant and then push through garage, push through flank or something to refight for that control. So S&T doing a great job coming into this one. So 10-2 as they lead into the second half of Haven. Mizzou GC's map pick. And if there's a chance, it has to be here. It has to start on this pistol.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a rematch, too. They played each other yesterday. Game Changers, they want revenge after falling on Haven the last time. But S&T doing one better and taking even more rounds off of the Game Changer squad. Anakin has to win that fight. And it just does not go her way.
And with that as well, the push from short comes through from Pyre to give that information, allowing Duck to rotate over and stack these rotates and players towards the B and C sites.
Sober Sushi behind this smoke.
Look how deep this trip is in towards C long as well.
Oh, stunned up. They know exactly where she is. They're going to try to just push. But the cage prevents it. Whatever, though, finding that lurk, finding Pyre a little bit too far. Oh my god, Treetops though with the 2K.
Just pushes down and picks up both frags. Just ridiculous work. And now the rotates are already back. The Neon allowing for these fast rotates.
Loads of toast. Finds the last one. Mizzou, they needed that pistol if they wanted any sort of chance. And S&T are stealing this one away from them.
And Mizzou GC, I genuinely liked the idea there. They lost the control for over towards long from Anakin and then decided to go and re-explore the rest of the map. Sure, Pyre pushed up, maybe a little too aggressive, you could argue, but it's just such great protocols from S&T. The super deep tripwire over towards C to give all that information as well as the push from short. You can have 4 players stacked on B and essentially be anywhere on the map with your entire team within like 5 seconds. So a force, a judge.
Waffy's
That is rough.
sneaks away as well. You hate to see the judge in the smoke. There's not really much you can do.
I think the skin, just a perfect representation.
It's so toxic.
It really is. I mean, you got the Viper gun buddy on top of it as well. It's just...
This is the most toxic setup. Duck with the Bulldog. It's a free first kill. Going for more. Looking for a 3K. Make it a 4K, why don't we? Flawless S&T and Mizzou. They're going to have to start doing something because S&T is one away from taking game number 1. They're going to time out here to try to salvage whatever they can. Maybe, reset the mentals for the next game.
Yeah, at this point, right, you essentially have already accepted the loss of this map. Just trying to, like you said, reset the mental, try to get something going to have a little bit of confidence because, I mean, this really has been a crushing map so far for Mizzou GC, and you need to have some of that confidence. You need to gain some of it back, right? We were talking about earlier about how they felt like they were disappointed in their performance in their first series of the day and wanting to come out and show out here. So maybe still a little bit shaken from that performance, but they need to bounce back, get a little bit of that confidence. So anything that they can garner here on this attack side, it's nothing but good because as long as you're not essentially just losing out here, I mean,
even if they walk away for the loss, you pick up, 4 or 5 more rounds here in a row, get that confidence boost. You go into split, with a little bit better mental, a little bit more confidence. Maybe you can sneak out a win there and move on to map number 3. But again, split is also a map we don't see them on a lot, so it's up in the air what they're gonna do.
Yeah, which that also, to that point, it could be a surprise. I mean, they very well could have a lot of good ideas. They don't have tape on that map, so it could be something to take advantage of in this aggressive play from Duck to gain all that space, but the lurk smoke pushes and obscures all that info from long.
They have to respect it. The flash goes out. They have to clear all this space. Duck in waiting still, and the team is right around to follow him up. The slide, he finds nothing. It goes 2, 3 into the way of Mizzou, and S&T might have overplayed their hand.
Stinger is doing work, and Treetops on the flank, clearing out a little bit of that space with that cam. So Spike now get planted. 4v2 for the GC squad, looking to close this one out.
First smoke will fade. All of these players sitting on site. They don't want to give them any sort of chance.
Not the judge.
Wappies.
Not the judge.
Not the judge. Not this time. Jenny will find a third. And with just the Cypher,
They should be aware of this, though.
they should be aware. And he steps out of the smoke. Sober Sushi with that stinger will find the last kill. Mizzou finally, after what feels like an eternity, will find a third.
And it was nice from Mizzou as well, able to carry through 4 players. So will only actually be able to buy up Bulldogs, Guardians from the last, just taking those over. Meanwhile, S&T, they want to get this done. They want to go to split, so they'll be forcing down themselves Waffy's, that classic judge. And again, it's just such early aggression from S&T to fight over A long. It's something we saw a few times from Mizzou on their defense, but there really wasn't this conditioning to respect a certain part of the map, especially this early on in the half. And so it's Mizzou playing a bit further back, wanting to go for this reclear, sends the drone out, as well as that vault line.
Oh, Pyre, though, they conditioned, and it's punished here. Mizzou,
That's
they
your
walk into the
smokes.
trap. They lose their smokes. That's a big pickup.
And I don't even know if you can go A now. You have to try to enable Sober Sushi on this lurk, allow them to get something, but as they work up long, it's a judge in the corner.
Yeah, and they're not going to clear it. The judge, the toxic judge from Waffy's. It's a 3v5. Mizzou on the brink of defeat. With 45 seconds left to their name. They've got nothing but a dream right now. To go even just a few more rounds in this map.
And it's S&T looking to get themselves off to a strong start here in the lower brackets. They want to get themselves one map to lead
No, this
and
rotation.
one map further to push themselves into the brackets.
They're going to try to bounce out on the site. Waffy's with the Guardian waiting. Oh, the first one falls. The second one. The plant goes down. But Silkels is versus the world. She'll find 1 and 1 alone. S&T dominant performance here on Haven, setting what feels like an unfortunate tone here for the Game Changers roster.
I think that's a great way to put it, right? It really is a bit unfortunate tone. I mean, can't feel too great about that map. I think there was a few things positive maybe to come away from it with, but going into S&T's map pick, they need to use this break time. They have 5 minutes to reset here, and S&T, I mean, you got to be feeling confident after that one. That was utter domination. It was a lot of lurks coming through, but Duck as well on that Neon, just being that spearhead for his team, sending it in ever so fearlessly, and really, that was at the foundation of it. That was, I mean, really what led the success for S&T, breaking open those not only choke points and sites, but just sometimes even like the mid-round fights, right? Sending it in those reclear moments and just finding 1-2 kills where you would expect Mizzou GC to trade out a little bit. So maybe a little bit more disciplined for GC to come back into split with, but we'll have to see because it's a very different map in how it plays. And we haven't seen it, like you said. So a lot of mystery and potential for the next map in this series.
Yeah, there's no video, there's no VODs that they can watch to check out, their strategy on split. But we'll have to wait and see because we are also in the dark about that. So don't go anywhere. Game Changers, S&T, game number 2 in just a few. We'll see that. Welcome back, everybody. Mizzou off to a rough start here. S&T doing very well on map number 1, Haven. 13-3. We're going on to split game number 2. We haven't seen Game Changers really play this before, so it's kind of up in the air what's going to happen.
It will be indeed. It was a blowout map number 1, but moving over to S&T's map pick, like you said, they'll be looking to close this out in a 2-0 fashion and get themselves another life in this lower bracket where they will look to face a UCF. But for Mizzou GC, they need this to stay alive, to take us to map number 3 of Lotus. But this is going to be a long road ahead if GC want to stay in this because, like you said, we haven't seen this before. We don't know what they're going to bring out. I assume it'll stick towards that Tejo and the Breach. Actually, no. So we'll be swapping off of it where this is, I feel like, one of Breach Tejo's best maps, if not the best map for it, outside of like Fracture or something. But the Fade and the Waylay for Anakin. So starting off on this defense side, and S&T with that G2 comp, the Viper, the double smokes with that Yoru and the Tejo, instantly sending out those salvos to try to fight towards Vince, and you can send that TP in and get all that control even without breaking that tripwire. So already getting that space with the re-clear from Mizzou towards middle.
Are they going to clear all the way into vents, though? They should. A nice shot there.
They're aware of it, too.
They have to be aware.
They're
they
waiting.
have to have an idea. Anakin. Oh, the timing. They spot them. Oh, but...
Duck's been so patient, but the knife!
Oh my god, the knife!
The knife guy was out! And now it's all a mess. The split towards A.
Oh, the timing. She knows, too. S&T. The pistol goes awry.
Sending the refract of the light speed out as well. Just a little initiator util on the duelist, but a flawless Aurora for Mizzou GC. And that is a great start after losing both pistols in the prior map. Now 1 and 2 for the series. And that's what they needed, right, to get off to an early start. This isn't something that we've seen, nor that they have practiced a lot of. So the confidence is already being built up.
Yeah, that's a good way to start off this game. They just need to convert the anti-eco here, but with S&T not buying even a Sheriff right now, I think they're feeling pretty confident, pretty comfortable. Yoru TPing across. Oh, Waffles finding the first, but it's traded out.
Pretty clean there, and this lurk wall, it's a different setup that you see over towards A from the Viper. Taken out early, so won't get to invest it, but it allows you to not have to invest that Viper's orb towards that ramp control, so you have a little bit more flexibility with your setup. We might be seeing this in the future, but a group up from S&T, maybe try to retrieve that weapon over towards Vince, get anything they can, but the two-player stack and Mizzou playing so far back over towards the A site, they're willing to give up this space. The flash re-clear.
Nice. Oh, trying to find these players. Pyre, though. And
That's
Treetops,
2.
They find 2. They have the numbers advantage. They have the guns.
And it's all falling to pieces. Still the positioning from Tippamy.
To me, the timing needs to be perfect. She finds the first. Oh, and Super Sushi finds the second and the last. It was a little dicey, but they clean it up towards the end.
They do indeed, and able to carry through 2 Bulldogs as well, so won't be the perfect bonus, but we'll have a pretty hefty investment as Anakin brings out the Judge as well. And already 3 away from that conversion paths. Such a powerful ultimate, especially on these retakes, to go for those mid fights as well. And we'll see an early fight already. It's going to be a stun and dash play over towards A. Get ready for this because it's going to be an all-out brawl.
Yeah, Anakin jumping up.
Maybe
Maybe. They do get the stun. The Judge shots, they don't land. The counter stun hits Anakin, trying to dash away.
But dashed into the salvo!
The salvo. Oh, the salvo. SoCal's up here towards ramps with just a classic Pyre finding you, whatever. The plant will go down.
And the idea, it was there, but Tippamy was all the way over towards B, anchoring the site by herself, so the smoke just didn't come in.
Oh, the
quite in
timing.
time.
the shot. Ooh, it was a little scrappy, but
That's a rifle to pick
that is
up.
a rifle.
It's a
Tough
real
though.
chance.
Ooh. They find the second. Looking for more. The haunt goes out. It doesn't land where they want it to. Doesn't find any info. The stun. Sober Sushi with another. It's a 2v2 now. If they can convert this. Time still ticking away, and loaves of toast around the cage. SoCals brings it down to a 1v1, but time is just ticking away. And I don't think she has enough. They're just running away.
I don't even know if they'll get out. No, Silkel's taken down. S&T get the round here, Aurora, but that was costly indeed. 4 players falling, an armor rebuy for Treetops as well.
It's expensive. They are going to buy up, though. They have enough, except for Duck. Going to be onto a Bulldog here. Mizzou, they have rifles across the board. Not full shields, but they've got some of those regen shields.
And I think you already see a little bit of those gaps from the lack of practice on this map, but still, it's some good ideas coming out early, and that's what I want to see. I want to see these cool, creative ideas. Sure, you don't have maybe as much util, but with that fade, you have a lot of info during the mid-round to go for those prowlers, to give you a bit of info, and it's just sending it in with the salvos onto whatever, caught off guard by the TP play, and instantly, S&T have the advantage into round number 4.
Oh, tipping me up top, though. Are they going to clear it?
Oh, no.
Oh, if they don't clear it, it comes out late, but then she finds the kill. Oh, she looks the wrong way, though.
Wanted to bide the time, but gets taken down. Toast picks up that gun, or picks up the orb, excuse me, and that lurk wall, allowing Pyre to get up. Positions over towards A. The tripwire broken. Now Sober Sushi aware of what's happening. Gonna have to play for retake here. Maybe can get one. Has the cage to flood back into elbow here.
Salvos go out. They're going to make their way on the site. No one from Mizzou even dared to challenge S&T right now.
It would be bold, but Wafies might go for a little bit of an explorance.
Oh, but they find the kill, and now it's a 2v4. A flash. Duck with another. SoCals would get the trade, but in a 1v3, these positions, it's just unfortunate. And S&T even up the score. GC now onto an eco of their own.
And it's that same play. The salvos to clear out Vince, and then the TP play in. Already the timeout being called from Mizzou GC. And so far, I mean, really all we've seen is just S&T ripping straight out of G2's playbook from that Tier 1 level. I mean, it's pretty standard stuff with the salvos. You have so much util to invest early, to dump into mid. And if you're Sober Sushi, you also have to be worried about placing that early trip. If you place it towards mid, it can either A, just get broken by an instant salvo clear, or you can send a stun salvo play to trap over towards male to fight through. So we might see that adjustment at some point come through from S&T, but already calling this timeout to try to recollect themselves and come in with some of those good ideas that we kind of saw in those first 3 rounds, and maybe make an adjustment towards that middle play, because I think that really is catching Mizzou off guard so far.
Yeah, I think the Euro play in mid is really a problem right now, and they need to find a solution, because we saw how much of a problem it was TPing in defense, finding that first kill, and just setting up this lurk that Mizzou had to respect.
Yeah, definitely. So, and I think with this Waylay, right, you don't necessarily have as much util on this defense side to go for some of those reclears. You have to play pretty heavy on the retake, at least leaning in towards that. So it'll be a full eco for Mizzou GC here. Not really any expectations into round number 5. The adjustments most likely be brought into the next. Just try to get done whatever they can here. But it's a slow, meticulous play from S&T, not trying to get caught out, going for any egregious aggro plays on their lonesome. And it's just going to be a standard hit over towards A, TP in, and the A side is gained just like that.
Trying to take a fight mid. They heard someone there earlier. It's the Viper who will catch out, unfortunately, Waylay. And now in a 4v5, you're down your duelist, one of the key factors in these retakes. It's a tough situation right now for Game Changers. They're going to throw out the haunt, try to scout some info. Jenny, Tippamy finding a nice shot there, evens up the score. That's a rifle in the hands of Mizzou. They get some info as well with the Prowler.
But it didn't clear out Duck. Latched on into the player elbow.
Oh, the Paranoia and Mizzou. The Teo salvos are going to force them back. Time is still just ticking away. Paranoia now for Tippamy. They're trying to make their way out onto site. This chokehold is absolutely devastating. S&T will take the lead.
I gotta respect the attempt. I honestly, even though it was an eco, I really like the idea from GC. They went through, they cleared out mid, had that extra layer, and then they cleared out ramps as well, right? So you can tell, even though there's not a lot of practice on this map so far, they have the basic fundamentals of how you want to be playing this defense side, play retake over towards A, but S&T are just too damn clean with it. So this round will finally switch it up and start pressuring that B side of the map right when Mizzou GC feel like they might have a bit of a read on the setup. So the TP across and Tippamy looking to go aggressive here, sends out that smoke towards mid, and it's the same trap play over towards Vince, the TP through. Silkel's on the back foot now.
Treetops. And he's sitting over here. Silkel's still finding Duck. That's a lot of pressure off of Mizzou.
It's your duelist down.
And now Mizzou, they can set up here. They can get comfortable. If you can find this Viper,
And they're away.
basically the rest of S&T's plan, but Silkel's will fall. And rotations are being called right now.
That's the power of this Viper, that lurk wall to throw up and block any cam, block any info to set up a lurk. So now the A sites, the path towards it is clear. It's going to be Sober Sushi all on her lonesome. The rotates. Actually, it might be a re-exploration over towards B to try to split this. 2 players in heaven.
Oh, the stun, the aftershock, they're pushing.
Oh my god, the util.
Util Dom. The swing. Oh, the shot doesn't land. Treetops finding the kill. The Rolling Thunder Armageddon combo is unleashed into the spawn of Mizzou. Spike will go down. Anakin, 1 HP. Has the converging paths, but it's such a tough situation to be in.
And look at the positioning from Waffles as well. 2 players in heaven, the late lurk, as well as the great plant for heaven and main.
Oh, Treetops finding 2 more. The lurk will find Super Sushi. S&T will find yet another. And Mizzou are going to have to go back to the drawing board. They've got another save round ahead of them.
It was unfortunate. It looked like Mizzou, they did have the advantage for just a little bit, but not aware, hadn't really been punished over towards A. Normally, there was a tripwire up towards that heaven position to try to block off where we see it put down right here, right? But with the camera being blocked, normally it spots out the feet of anyone lurking up, but the timing was just so great from Waffles, that pressure from the Viper.
Mizzou
And
playing
this is aggressive, yeah.
very aggressive here. Oh, 3 people get tagged. They'll get suppressed. They're going to send out the aftershock. Silkel's is getting bullied in the corner. And Silkel's will fall. Can't get to safety. The aggression from Mizzou is met and respected by S&T. They punish a member and will go quiet once again.
S&T, a lot of ultimates as well, building up. They invested the Armageddon in the last, but they still have that dimensional drift. The Viper's Pit, if necessary, from the shadows, sent out to clear out some space, bring maybe some rotations, but ultimately it's going to be this B site. It ends up being taken, and it's Tippamy with that Sheriff. We know how strong it can be, but it may not matter.
It may not matter. Tippamy sees the Omen TP. S&T, though, are up 3 members. These last 2 members of Mizzou are going to try their hardest to find something, but Duck with the shooty. And Super Sushi in a 1v5. Maybe she can take a gun or 2 away from S&T, but I don't think they really care at this point. Finds one, a little sloppy, but he gets the job done. And now here comes the squad.
Even feeding the ult orb to Toast in the end.
Oh, man.
The min-maxing. And with that, it's now, what, 5-2 for S&T, so they look, it's a very similar story, honestly, towards Haven. An early start of S&T going really aggressive and having a lot of different approaches to these early rounds, going aggressive towards mid early and then swapping it up, doing a similar play on their bonus, and then going towards A couple rounds, then towards B to try to condition that. And now it's back to a fast hit over towards A. The Dimensional Drift ripped right off the bat, and the A site, it's clear. It's given up, and it's just GC playing for full retake. A lot of ultimates. You have the Nightfall, you have the Converging Paths, but this Viper Pit, it's probably going to be committed here.
I can only assume it's going to be committed with all of Mizzou's ultimates that they have. They're actually holding on to it for the time being, maybe looking for a more aggressive one to cut off one of these positions to retake from. A good flash, but a nice dodge there from Anakin, and here comes that neural theft. Infested, they're just stalling with these mollies, with these flashes. They just can't get out onto site. A nice shot there from Tippamy, and a nice shot from Sober Sushi. Maybe they found an opening. Loaves of Toast finds another, but it's a 1v3. Spike down and not a position for Treetops to really deal with. Up top in Heaven, there's no way for them to stop the defuse.
Mizzou GC finally find a response after that pistol and anti-eco rounds. It was a great approach. The setup, they swapped it up. They went aggressive towards B main, opting to play that retake. And they only had to invest the neural theft there, right? So Wafi's playing a bit conservative with that Viper's Pit, not wanting to overinvest it, feeling like they could disrespect, get away without having to use it. And we again see the ideas from Mizzou over towards A. They understand how to play retake over towards that site when they have all those players up, and they find success with it. So a stun salvo play to take it off, and it's just unfortunate for Tippamy.
Nowhere to go. All the util just absolutely piled on top. And now they're going to try to play this retake 4v5. That Viper's Pit is still an issue that Mizzou have to face. And they're going to look for this Nightfall. And they're going to go ahead and invest it. It's going to get a couple tags. Oh, the Aftershock. Out goes the stun. They're trying to push out. Silkel's with one. Zober Sushi with one of her own. But Toast and Treetops are halting the Mizzou offensive retake here. And the Game Changers will fall yet again to S&T.
And I'm wondering, I feel like every time Tippamy's alive, she's really the one pushing towards ramps control to try to fight for that and put that pressure on S&T. She fell there early. I'm wondering if she's the one really calling for that, and with her falling early, just felt like she didn't want to overextend her reach as a mid-rounder. I'm not quite sure, but S&T having a phenomenal post plant there now will go aggressive for this play.
Oh,
to try to stun salvo.
there's no one there.
Yeah, it's just Wafies, but they get out alive.
Oh, they do find them with the Prowler, but the Molly is going to hold any sort of aggression. S&T, luck of the draw. They don't go to A, and B site is the site they want to go to. Treetops will find the smokes.
But this is what I'm talking about, right? S&T, they're so willing to switch up their approach. Wafies gets taken down finally after avoiding these players for so long. But there's still a lot of work
This
to
wrap
do.
around into Heaven. Sober Sushi caught unaware. And now this is just a tough position for Mizzou to be in. You need to, you're just fighting tooth and nail to get through into your Heaven. And there's so much util just being spammed to stall this out.
That's what you get whenever you don't have to invest anything to actually take the site, right? You
It's
have
true.
it all for the post.
They have it all for the post, and Mizzou is going to try to run and save, and S&T's out hunting. Try to play these exit frags. The first gets spotted, the flash, the 360. Oh, Doc will find the first. Anakin will stay alive. S&T, though, Split is a heavily defensive map, and S&T is already on 7 for their attacking side.
Yeah, and I think I will say those stats do depend on the comp for how favored these sides go. So GC, they have the Waylay, right? They have the double initiator, looking to maybe find a little bit more success with that Waylay whenever they can use it to explosively dive. But once again, it's the same salvo play to clear out Vince. It's a fake TP this time, and Waffy's taken down early. Anakin getting revenge for the last rounds. But it's this B site once again, giving up in the smoke. It's not there, so Sober Sushi peeks and just gets ripped apart.
Pyre finding Tiffany as well. So now Mizzou, again, don't have smokes for this retake. Both teams with a Rolling Thunder trying anything right now. The Prowler to clear this space. There's so many angles. We saw this lurk around through stairs before. Mizzou aware of it this time. But look how much space is given. Duck finds Anakin on the drop. We'll find a second. Ew, whatever. With just a share, Fire will clean up the last. S&T now go to 8th. Mizzou, they've got to figure something out.
S&T looking to close this out. 9-3, but GC, we've seen some good ideas from them. They still have that Rolling Thunder in the hands of you, whatever. They're from the shadows as well, but we're talking about the ultimates in the hands of Mizzou GC. Look at the other side. It's 4 online, and I mean, arguably some of the most impactful ults in the entire game, ripping the Dimensional Drift off rip.
Oh.
We'll scan him up.
Oh,
and
no.
what do you do? What do you do?
The Rolling Thunder here invested for Mizzou, but you just pop on out of that Dimensional Drift. There's a shorty in your face. There's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, the fault line just pretty much halted the entire attempt there. And so Duck pops out of that Dimensional Drift and shoots him in the head with the shorty. Now playing their time, still a minute on the clock here as S&T reset the board. But the aggression over towards B, taking it.
Oh, this lurk, though. Are they going to spot it out? They do. Oh, but Waffy's is still alive.
20 HP, though. But you whatever has to respect this. And Silkel's, the pressure is put on them and Vince.
No, Silkels will fall. Piper, look how far into their spawn they've
It's lurks
gotten.
on lurks, right?
Oh, look at Omen as well. Over on B. Creeping their way up towards heaven.
You see the slight check from Tippamy, the awareness. But how long does she check? The barrel spotted.
They spotted them out. But still, that's something you have to worry about for this retake.
Look, the positioning's just so
Oh, the Armageddon, Mizzou. The
Oh,
Rolling
no.
Thunder. They push Sober Sushi backwards into it. The Viper's Pit comes out. It's 1 kill over for Tippamy. 1 goes over to the way of you, whatever. But still, this Omen is just stalling. Easy cleanup for Treetops and Tippamy. The last hope for Mizzou. Hops on out, finds 1, but the second shorty. You never expected the second shorty.
And S&T, I mean, those lurks really were just a thorn in the side of the defense. As, I mean, constantly, it was Waffy's getting online early over towards that A site, allowing them to get a few rounds. And then in that post plant, right, it was just lurks on lurks so often. It was just what it was planted for heaven, whether it was on the B site or A. And then not only would there be one player playing towards main, but a second player just wrapping around. So S&T to a very strong start on their attack side, but now it'll be Mizzou GC looking to attack here. And this is where this Waylay pick from Anakin really wants to find value. And it'll be a quick play towards A, but look at how many players are here as well.
Oh, the quick aggression. They find the stun. That's 1. That's 2. There's 4 dead before the round even starts.
And you whatever, just smiling, knowing her fate.
She finds 1. The jump peak. But Pyre is waiting. S&T. It was an absolute destruction.
And that's the power of this Breach Tail, specifically on this map. I said it earlier, this is potentially one of that combo's best maps, specifically because you can stun early on those lanes and essentially destroy any early aggression on that defense side, then send in those salvos to delay even further, pick up any kills for players who are trying to maybe default early or take early control over towards those choke points. So great example of that overpowered combination early on, and GC looking down the barrel of elimination here. They force into this round. It scraps.
Waylay goes out. Duck will find a free kill. Make that 2, make that 3. Why not make it a 4K? Walking through all the util. Wants to go for the ace. Finds the jumping shot, but Tiffany will not let the ace happen this time around. We'll find a second. Loads of toast. Shuts her down before anything else happens. SNT to 11. Mizzou, they forced up that round, trying to salvage whatever they could. You don't have rounds to give away at this point.
You don't. And we're seeing the power of that double controller. The Viper just cutting up already. I mean, you're on half armor. You don't have a lot. And then the airy spam on top of it all. It's just BM at some point. The double judge as well here coming out from Waffles and Treetop. And it's another force for Mizzou GC. This time going a bit more of a traditional setup of split 1-3-1, something that we see all the time. The Prowler to clear out Mail here doesn't spot onto Waffles, but the Molly, the Viper spit pushes them back.
Tiffany, nice dodge on the flash, but Tuck with a Vandal.
Just so aware.
Loads of toast. Finds E whatever. Waylay trying to jump in, but the judge. The toxic judge. Anakin will find a consolation kill.
And with that 4K in the last, the Dimensional Drift is online as well. So even though Duck is pretty low HP, if it gets dicey enough, you still have that as that extra layer of insurance.
Where do they go? What is the game plan here for Mizzou? It's a 2v4. A couple of these members of S&T are quite low.
Yeah, look at Treetops pushing up. This is such good information for his team. He knows. I mean, they can literally be. They can either be in sewers or they can be on the B site now at this point.
Yeah, and I mean at this point, that's
30 seconds left.
S&T knows exactly what Mizzou's plan is. They've cleared all the way out. The spike will go down. Anakin, unfortunately, will almost get spotted out. Treetops did not spot them. The Teo, the Salvos forcing her out of position. There's a judge. The Rockets, the Mollies, they'll find it. Treetops will find a kill with the judge. S&T will find themselves a match on serious point.
I've seen too many. I've seen too many salvo kills for my lifetime. And, can we contact Riot, get this character out of the game, because this is just.
I think he needs a couple more changes.
I think I would agree. I mean, Anakin just stunned up and then just blown to smithereens there in backside as the retake comes through. S&T on match and series point here, looking to eliminate Mizzou GC out of the inaugural Invitational LAN and push themselves forwards to face UCF in those lower round threes.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup, but I mean, winning against the Game Changers roster 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion both times would definitely be a confidence boost to them going into a very, very tough opponent. Up next, UCF. Mizzou, they want to try to stay alive, and the first is there, but it's immediately traded out. Anakin falls.
And it's so hard to push through this mid area. You have those Prowlers to give you a bit of information, but the constant layering of smokes, you have that Viper Orb. Once it goes down, you can throw your Viper Spit, and then once that goes away, you can throw the Dark Cover from Omen, and then once that goes away, you can put the Orb back up, so it's just so much pressure towards mid. So Mizzou gives that up, not opting to fight for it, and the B site looks to be garnered. And it's just playing retake for the time being for S&T. The Dimensional Drift, like I pointed out, is still online. And Sober Sushi on the lurk.
Yeah. Lurking up, waiting here mid, deep mid. They're going to go ahead and clear out this B site here, teleports across. They're going to get the spike plant.
30 seconds left.
They're going to have a 4v4. This really comes down to the lurk here from Sober Sushi. If she can get timing. Oh, they do. But the Dimensional Drift's going to come out. The Aftershock is going to stall plant for just a little. Loads of totes. Finds one, finds two. The Dimensional Drift, they come out. But it's shut down. A 4K for loads of toast. S&T punching their ticket further into this bracket here against UFS.
And that was a shutdown from Missouri S&T, 13-3, and then 13-3 as well. So only giving up 6 rounds there. You have to be feeling confident after, I mean, it was a close affair against the co-ed squad to be pushed down to this lower bracket. But they're clinging on to life, and like you said, it'll be UCF as their next opponent in those lower round 3s. And I think a lot to look forward to whenever we get to see that matchup later on.
Yeah, I mean, UCF, they came into this as the #1 seed. They dropped down pretty early, though.
Yeah.
It's Wichita State, who has been definitely proving themselves as one of the top contenders right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a dark horse.
Yeah, absolutely. But now Mizzou is playing against them right now. They did win in their bracket. It was a close game, 3-game series, 2 games of overtime. The last game ended up 14-12. So they're currently fighting for their lives up there in the upper bracket finals. And we'll see how down here in the lower bracket S&T wants to face UCF.
And commiserations to Mizzou GC, obviously. They put up a good fight throughout this tournament, able to make it a little bit further. I mean, obviously, I think we all would have liked to see them go a bit further than this, but at the end of the day, someone has to lose, and it ended up being Mizzou GC. A great performance from Mizzou S&T, but I believe that's going to be all for us for the current time.
Yeah, we're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We are going to have a post-game interview with one of the S&T members. You don't want to miss that. We'll see you in a few.
Welcome back to our post-game interview. I am Alec, joined by Colton, also known as Duck, from the Mizzou GC versus Missouri S&T game. With S&T picking up a nice victory over Mizzou Game Changers, tell me, how does it feel to beat this team and continue on through lowers?
It's really nice because my team was able to finally start coordinating our plays really well. We're able to start limit testing with new comps, and well, it turned out to just be a big plus. So.
Exactly. So tell me a little bit about morale so far within the Invitational. How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, no, like even whenever we lose really bad, it's like we've always kept the morale up, and everybody always like really nice to each other, really supportive, and we have a lot of energy as well.
So tell me, for SNT, as a team, what would be you guys' favorite map to play on?
I think our favorite map to play on is probably Split.
Split.
But it's been banned quite a bit in our group stage.
Typically
So,
happens when it's
yeah.
that favorite map, right?
Yeah.
And anybody who you shooting to play against throughout this Invitational? Anybody you got your eyes set out for?
I want a rematch against Wichita.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That would definitely be an exciting one. And to wrap it up, would there be any shout-outs you'd like to make to anyone watching the stream?
I obviously want to shout out to my team and to my brothers watching. Yeah, that's about it.
All right, well, thank you so much, Duck, for the interview. That'll be this post-game interview from Mizzou GC versus Missouri S&T. Stay tuned for our next match coming soon.
Welcome back to the Mizzou Esports stream, and we have a good one as we are continuing through the bracket phase of the Mizzou Esports VALORANT Invitational. Missouri S&T, after taking home a pretty decisive win against Mizzou Game Changers, they are going to be heading on to face the #1 seed in this bracket, UCF. Now, UCF taking a tumble into the lower bracket, was coming in as the #1 seed, but now facing down elimination against a very hot S&T team.
Yeah, we'll have to see how UCF kind of bounces back after that loss. S&T has to be feeling confident coming out of that victory from against GC. I mean, they lost 6 rounds across the entire series. Splits. It was the last map that we saw from them, and we'll get to see it again here. So got to show a lot of their ideas, especially on their attack side. Maybe something to take away if you're UCF, maybe to bring into this first map, see if there's anything they can abuse, because not only is Split the first map, but Haven's going to be that second map, so lots of tape on S&T to try to come in, have some of that anti, but, I mean, we saw pretty clean stuff from S&T in general. That Breach Tejo on Split was just immaculate, especially once we got over to that defense side. Those trap plays to fight for map control early, it just shut Mizzou GC just completely out of the game. So we'll have to see how that matches up. But interestingly enough, it's actually a mirror composition here to start us off.
Yeah, full mirror. Both teams bringing in the Viper and the Yoru. We saw a bit of waylay from Mizzou GC on that last map, and it did not really look too great. So not too surprised to see both teams going for similar looks here. As UCF also has had a lot of time to scout. They went down earlier this morning and haven't played a game in a few hours. So this is the first time they'll be getting back into the action in quite some time. And immediately traded kills. Bear grabs one and taken out by Pyre, but it's a 2 for 2.
Waffy's on the lurk in the middle as well, able to pick one up. And the Toast, just that moment of hesitation there. Pulling the rotates back over towards A. Lets a gap slip through. So now the spike making its way over towards B.
Yeah, S&T, they are so split right now. But, I mean, UCF is as well. Very back and forth affair. Oh, can Waffy's get the timing? And he gets it. Bag is down, and that opens up this B site as S&T going to make their way on over. It's a free plant in treetops. A 1v2 situation. No abilities available. Has a ghost. That's about it.
Asura, this position. Oh, the crossfire as well. How does he break this?
I mean, this is just a really tough position.
But the crosshair, it's over towards B main. He has a chance.
Not
but
quite.
Toast.
Loves to Toast. Some nice shooting there. Crosshair placement, like you said, a little bit off, but gets that flick in. And S&T up 1-0. Good pistol round win here. And looking to carry over that momentum from the previous game.
Both of these teams kind of stealing those approaches from G2 on pretty much all these maps, right? I mean, UCF, we got to see on Ascent them play the Waylay Vise with the KO and the Tejo. So really both of these teams leaning into that new meta composition, that style, that aggressive play with this broken combination of initiators, the stun to come out to fight over and push these players out towards mid. But S&T are patient. They're not wanting to overextend their hands. As over towards the A sites, there's a bit of pressure, that stun salvo play that we got to see so often on the defense side last time. And Duck takes down Hoshi early on.
Great kill there. S&T, they're going to find another as well. And I mean, cracking this defense wide open. They're just going to opt to swing back through their spawn. Go ahead and head for A as UCF looks like they're in disarray right now. Obviously playing the anti-eco. It's a little bit of a tough situation for the Knights to be in, but S&T, all the space in the world over onto A site. Go ahead and clear this out, and I don't think UCF actually knows they're over here. Hoshi on the other side of the map is looking to find a straggler, but all 5 members over on A site. Frosties finally spots him out, gets 2 kills. Nice headshots there coming through with the Sheriff.
I think Treetops had a gun as well to pick up.
Yeah.
And the wraparound from Bag will come through sewers. This could get dicey here.
Still, S&T, they have the spike down. They have positioning to work with, and a pretty nice triple crossfire here. Set up on A 3v3 for UCF to re-engage here. They do have their breach. Flashes are available. Can Pyre get the timing? Get some good damage onto Asura. Stun comes through. It's a 1-for-1, though. The breach util, but he gets caught with his util out. Bag grabs another, and it's just one player left. UCF able to evict these members from the site, and plenty enough time to get this defuse off. And UCF, they'll deny this second round coming through from S&T, deny the bonus from coming through whatsoever. So swinging the economy advantage back in their favor. Now S&T going to be on the back foot, going for a stinger play on this next round.
That was a huge eco round pickup for UCF. A team that we got to see on Ascent. They picked up that pistol and then lost the anti-eco right afterwards, so getting a little bit of revenge from that prior series. And it's Frosties with 2 clean Sheriff shots as that wall drops towards heaven. And if we want to see UCF win, I think we're going to have to see some of these individuals start to come online. We weren't really seeing the individual prowess like in their previous matchup, but S&T, they forced a little bit, so not all danger is out yet as Pyre picks up the first with that Sheriff.
Oh, look at this wrap. Looks like most of them are actually just going to head towards mid through sewers after grabbing that 1 kill. It's a pretty similar situation to what we saw in the previous map. A Bear is ready and waiting. 2 headshots, gets traded out, but now once again, S&T finds himself in a 2v3 situation after a great start to this round. Clone gets tripped, lifts a toast, forcing that one out, but not going to net in any sort of kill. These 2 members of S&T still alive in heaven, but looks like the core of UCF, they know where these players are playing from and just biding their time to pounce on the remaining individuals here. Lifts a toast, gets the timing, but shut down by Hoshi. Frosties had backup there, and Asura gonna grab that last one. Yeah, a little dicey there as Pyre gets the headshot, but not quite able to deny the damage from that Outlaw coming through. And UCF drops the pistol round, but now 2 straight here on the defense.
With that, 2 away from the Rolling Thunder, 1 from that Dimensional Drift. But S&T, they're close to a few ultimates of their own, and with a full rifle round for each side, we'll have to see how they opt to play this as S&T decide to go for a pretty standard play that we've seen them so heavily go for. It's a TP with that Yoru into Vince, clearing it out with the salvos. But it's just a fake this time, trying to bait in maybe some of that prep that UCF had from the previous series.
See the Omen TPing in onto B, trying to bait some aggro onto the site. See 1 player heaven, Losatos shuts down Bag immediately. Clone gets a nice flash onto Hoshi as well, so B site once again broken open. Asura is able to grab 1, but it's looking like a favorable position for S&T to be in now. 4v2 Spike is down, and stun from Frosties trying to get back in here. Gets flash, Paranoia comes out as well, and he's the last one standing. Waffles gets the shutdown. Finds one onto Pyre, but S&T answers right back. A very swift round there. And they're evening up the tables.
It was a beautiful round, to be honest. The smoke over towards Sign to cut off the jiggle from backside, so then the TP could come out from treetops, the double swing as well towards heaven, and it just shuts down anything. That we didn't get to see that at all on the last series. With this round, it'll be a Yoru ult.
I see it.
And Duck has that Bucky, the Zekin classic, and it's just going to be a quick play over towards B, and Toast has that stun ready to rip at a moment's notice.
This dimensional drift, it's going to make so much space, and the Bucky gets the kill, but Hoshi shuts it down. Another good Sheriff headshot. The smoke not cutting off that high ground angle fast enough. Teo's still up here as well. He's going to send out the drone to try and get some intel onto the site.
It doesn't spot it out. Treetops, though, he hid behind Nubox and makes his way towards CT, so they think the site is clear for the time being. As the re-clear comes through mid, so they'll soon be able to eat up and get some of this information. The Tejo ult, though.
That's an interesting one coming through from S&T.
I think interesting is a good adjective for that.
It looks like they're hovering in the Rolling Thunder as well. I think that might be a bit of an over-investment here. So the Rolling Thunder does get them a bit of space, and they're able to get the spike down. Oh, and there comes the Rolling Thunder as well. It's just going to clear this heaven angle.
But there's no follow-up.
Yeah, is there anybody available to follow up on these members? And it's just going to be a counter Rolling Thunder coming through from UCF. 4v4, so many players stunned up, but it's S&T getting the kills. 3-for-1 trade here, and it's just the Viper left alive. Bag's going to grab 1. Coming through attacker spawn, but there's a nasty angle. He's got 2 players. They're everywhere and they're nowhere. And Pyre gets the headshot, shuts it down. A little bit dicey. A lot of ultimates invested from S&T, but they're able to claim another round and retake the lead.
Yeah, their fundamentals really bailing them out there to get themselves the lead here on splits, but that's what the fundamentals are there for, right? To really just have yourself a great foundation for these moments, play off of each other so well. We saw it, I mean, get them really a lot of rounds, as well as just these late lurks are just so impactful for S&T. The layers that they have always coming through. So UCF be forced onto a low buy, exploring mid just a little bit with that early play. But Wafi's here, able to get the first.
Oh,
but
he's in a bad spot, though.
yeah,
Yeah, nice stun comes through from Frosty's, and an even nicer headshot.
the site will be traded for it, though.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade there. Asura, another great headshot coming through. S&T slowly getting picked apart, but loves to toast. Wants to stop the bleeding. Still Frosty's once again. He has been on a tear with these headshots. Treetops down, so no smokes available for S&T. Still Spike is ticking. Oh, and he spots that Hoshi on high ground. These Breach players really getting a lot of value here. Loves to toast. Stuck in the corner, but only 1 player left. And Pyre cleans up Frosty's, trying to get on over to site for the defuse, and S&T claims another round. After slipping down 2, UCF gaining some momentum, but S&T answering right back with 3 in a row.
Doing some good damage there. They was really heavy investments, but S&T plenty of money in the bank, so UCF here on this defense will invest down an operator in the hands of Asura, the Armageddon, and that Viper's Pit online as they look to post towards middle. Getting an aggressive peek early, something we really haven't seen. And takes him down.
Ooh.
Duck, just unaware.
Yeah, really nice kill early on, and S&T really contemplating where to go next.
Yeah, but Bear, look at this, getting ahead of the smoke, not wanting to get punished for the same thing.
Oh, Treetops actually goes in with the From the Shadows. It's traded back, bag is down, but Waffles next to fall, so S&T still looking a lot worse for wear. It's just these 2 initiators left alive as they're trying to clear out this B Heaven, pushing into defender spawn now.
Frosty's is aware of the possibility, but how ready is he actually for it?
Oh, gets the peek, so he knows where these players are. Stun is going to connect onto Pyre.
And these
S&T
guys cannot
doubling
feel
back.
comfortable. I mean, the whole site is essentially, there's no info, and Bear just sat in main.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're going
just
to be surrounded here.
no play. I like this play, though. Not really going for any extra space, just getting the bomb down and making do with what they can here.
Yeah, the missiles are a bit late, and Spike's in a good position. Pyre takes out Frosty's 2v3. Very winnable situation for S&T as Hoshi quickly evicted from the high ground. Loves to toast, makes it a 2v2. Asura, though, with this operator, such a deadly threat, but Pyre pushing him in close range. He's going to shut him down. It's just Bear left alive. He's sitting on this spike. But S&T with the crossfire, really great positional plays there to shut down in a 2v4 situation. I mean, just impeccable play there.
The initiator players for S&T, I mean, coming in so huge, but UCF was a 4v2, and that was the buy round. They forced all the way down, and they just lost control, not together on that retake, taking those individual fights. S&T doing a great job to isolate them, but unfortunate. So now S&T will have another full eco round, or anti-eco round, excuse me, and UCF on the back foot once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning how defender-sided split can be as Asura just immediately gets shut down, pushing into the S&T spawn. These are rounds you cannot afford to lose for UCF because things are only going to get harder once you switch sides. S&T, we saw this exact same storyline play out in their match against Game Changers as Treetops grabs another one. And S&T, once again, barreling through this UCF defense. I mean, it is an eco round for UCF, so not necessarily favored here,
I
but
feel like I saw the same thing for for UCF. Just opposite last round. So maybe the initiators could do it do it for UCF.
Yeah.
It would be a lot though. Armageddon
know.
and Rolling Thunder in the hands of S&T if it
Yeah.
does get dicey. And
I
look at
mean,
the plants.
Ideally, you don't want to have to use those ultimates. But, I mean, you're in a position late enough into the half where it might not honestly be the worst situation in the world. I mean, you're up 3 rounds. S&T, I mean, it's looking very hard to break this open, though, for UCF. Still some good damage comes through on the Duck, and Frosty's once again with the Sheriff. But shut down by Loaves of Toast, and it is just this tail left alive. He is just going to run for the hills. And so is S&T, as this spike is going to go off, and they're going to claim yet another round. 6-2 here on Split. On the offense side, no less. S&T on an absolute tear.
And Frosty's getting that kill and then going down there is able to get that Rolling Thunder online. But like you said, this is the attack side of Split. And I do think this specific comp does lean towards the attack side. So with that Viper, it enables the pressure over towards A. And then the Breach Tejo pretty much is just always attack favored because it's just so overwhelming. It's so oppressive on these sites. It's so hard to anchor because you never really feel comfortable. So it's an aggressive play to come out from UCF to stun and salvo.
Yeah, the other thing I want to note is that 5 ultimates online for UCF. They really just have not been choosing to invest these whatsoever, and we're actually just going to see them all at once. I think I spoke too soon. 3 ultimates being burned here, and that is going to net them a decent amount of kills, but at the same time, S&T just answers right back. Pyre with 2. Still, 2v1 situation here. Pyre, the last one alive. He has the spike. He has Armageddon, but playing into these 2 members of UCF. They're set up here on this A site. Oh, if he gets his timing, and Asura peeking down the long angle. Pyre not aware. Checking to heaven, and UCF off the backs of just an aggressive ultimate play finally gets some value, but I mean, I noted they were saving these ultimates until so late into this half because S&T, they've just been running in and grabbing these early kills, preventing UCF from being able to use them whatsoever. So finally here, they just explode out with 3 of them, but still, 3 of their most powerful tools off the table now. And S&T, they have plenty in the bank. Armageddon, Rolling Thunder, Viper's Pit, all ready to go here.
That round really isn't repeatable, right? You don't have those ultimates to continue, so S&T eyeing up potential B split here. The pressure onto Bag. It's just a fake TP though, so no follow-up from that one as the Viper Spit comes down and the smoke layered down middle just to delay a little bit longer. But the Armageddon is still in hands, and that spray is just that. The Rolling Thunder as well to follow up.
Yeah, nobody even anywhere near that.
And
So
has
no
to
connection.
invest. Yeah, has to invest from the shadows just to escape the sights, but gets taken down, peeks ahead of the smoke anyways.
Ugh. Yeah, Waffles just shutting that one down. S&T opting to invest some ultimates into this one. They really want to secure this. Viper's Pit and Armageddon coming through, and that's going to clear out a lot of space, force these players in for UCF, but Hoshi wins out that 1v1 with Pyre, takes out the Teo, grabs another. Still Viper down for the side of UCF. It's a 2v3, and Asura makes it a 3v1. UCF once again finding the win here and forcing out several tools for S&T. I mentioned S&T coming in there with some powerful ultimates, but they're forced to burn pretty much all of them.
I think they wanted to use them because if they win that round, it forces UCF instantly down to that 1,900 loss bonus for their economy. So with only 1 round to gain, it would essentially just break the economy. But with UCF picking that up, it'll be 3,000 added to their credit or their bank, excuse me. And so S&T looking to once again find success over towards this A sites. But it's this stun salvo play that we have seen success, but there's no ultimates this time.
Ooh, Dimensional Drift invested from S&T,
Oh
immediately
my
shut
God.
down. And this immediately just turned into a 5v3 as S&T goes for an aggro play, and UCF completely ready for that. Still, Treetops immediately trades things back. So S&T immediately down a member, and they've just completely flipped this on its head in seconds. 3v1 now for the Miners. It's just Yuri left alive for UCF. Still, S&T wanting to play careful. They know this last player alive still has a shot, especially with the positioning they're in. Slowly creeping this spike on over to A site, not wanting to make any mistakes, and they are going to get this down.
But Waffy's so patient on this lurk, and
Oh.
Treetops gets the 3K to close it out. Asura falling, and the individuals from S&T, I mean, just completely bailing them out of that round. The double spray down from A main, I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? And Frosty's 15-9 as the breach. Not typically the agent that you look towards to be picking up a lot of those frags, but in these positions, it's just so well set up to kind of assist and play off of Asura. So Asura with that dimensional drift are looking. They need this 5th round. We were talking about it. It is.
He's just going straight into the spawn. Treetops playing a bit far back. He's got the Teo in his sight, looking for Pyre, but shut down. Great reaction time from Pyre there to shut down the Yoru ultimate. And now S&T perfectly content to just play this slowly. Once again, wanting mistake-free gameplay here as they're trying to get Duck into position on this high ground. Set up a pretty nasty crossfire onto this B site.
Just inserting Duck, letting him breathe just a little bit. Have that information, and then they'll rework over towards this A or B main area, excuse me. Wait for those cooldowns to come back online. Lurk smoke to come through, but a little bit of a gap. So Bag, aware of any funny business going on. But it's just a slow approach from S&T. Waffy's finally making his way over towards mid to regroup with the rest of his team. 40 seconds on the clock, time ticking down here.
Oh, the Teo drone. I think that spotted out the Viper lurk over on A. But that's just going to be the trigger for S&T to go in hard on this B site. Nice stun comes through, but Frosty's not able to follow up. Another 2 members down for UCF, and site wide open for the taking. These last 2 members for UCF positioned over on A. That Viper doing its job, drawing that aggro over to the other site, and Bear gets shut down. It's just the Teo left alive, and S&T looking to close out this half with a 4-round lead. Just an absolutely dominant performance on their offense. What can Hoshi do here? I mean, he's just stuffed in this choke, and they're just going to hound him down. Grabs 1 for his troubles, but Loaves of Toast finishes him off with the shorty. 8-4 S&T. A really great half here on their offense, and now heading on over to their defense. I mean, things are, once again, just going to get infinitely harder from here for UCF. Split, just a notoriously defensive-favored map, and they're just not able to convert that into round wins here.
UCF getting their attack side. They haven't managed to get a pistol so far, but they got that eco round right afterwards. And S&T, I mean, if they can get 8 rounds, UCF can as well. It's what they'll be telling themselves as they swap sides to posture over towards A, have a stun play, and it'll be a quick hit to try to eat up some of this space towards the A sites. But Loaves of Toast, you'll see him positioned over here towards Vince to try to set up. You have this fault line to shut down any funny business as this drone to come through. It's going to spot all 4 players, and then the fault line comes through.
Pyre is going to force these players out with the missiles. All cordoned into this corner.
They cannot feel comfy here.
Well, the drone, I don't think really spots out anything. Comes through from UCF. There's not in a great position, but Asura just jumps Loaves of Toast. Nearly gets taken out in the process, but able to survive. Treetops finally finishes him off.
But Waffy's.
Another trade comes through. 3v3 is UCF doubling back. It looks like they wanted to head over to B, but going to be moving back on over to A. And nice kill onto Duck. Just trying to catch out one of these rotations. So that is going to open up the site for the plant here. Hoshi's going to get that one down.
Still has the salvos online. So S&T not out of this yet. The positioning not great for UCF. 2 players back behind sign. Frosty's on default, but S&T will bide their time, wait for those smokes to come back, and reposition towards main. Actually, doubling back towards heaven as well.
Oh, salvos are going to force positioning. Treetops out in the open. Frosty's finishes that one off. Hoshi gets a kill onto Pyre. Frosty's wanted to go for another one there, but it's a 3-piece for the Teo on that one. And UCF takes away a pistol round finally on the board, the first round of their offense. Looking to turn things around here.
Immediately, we see the force up. Pretty standard stuff. The Spectre for Asura, 2 Vandals, or 2 Rifles, excuse me, and then Ghost for Bag and Bear. We see S&T doing this FBX style of buy all the time, right? You can force in with those other 2 players who don't buy up in the next round to have a pretty big bonus, but the aggression instantly from Duck. Pistol in hand, doesn't matter.
Oh, and the missiles picked up another as well. That was a great setup from Frosties.
This is dangerous. 2 players already down. You can pick up those guns if you're UCF, but still the numbers
I mean, this is looking like it's going to be an inverse of what we saw in the first half, where UCF got shut down.
Maybe it's the secret sauce, though. I mean, you win the pistol, you lose the next, and then you win 8 rounds on the half. So, I mean, who knows? But, oh, a jump spot from Pyre. Not really pressing his S key there.
Yeah, Bear with the Phantom, and that's going to allow them to get in, but Duck, another nice headshot. Still trading things out. S&T up a man, but UCF with space to work with. Looks like they are going to be able to get this plant down. And once again, S&T in a retake position.
Look at Hoshi's HP, though.
Oh, the drone. This could spot out several. I think it gets some info on where this breach is coming from. But Bear equalizes things. UCF, though, their Teo is so low. Losotos is going to take him out. Bear grabs one. Bear grabs the ace. And saves the round for UCF there. Turning things back in their favor after a disastrous start to the round. And the Knights are coming crawling back in this one. Only down 2 now. I mean, starting to string together some rounds here on their offense.
They're going to in-a buy back into this as well. So full rifles. You'll have Hoshi probably buy a Guardian here. And Bear has that ultimate online. We were seeing some great calls out of him on Ascent, now stepping up to the mantle to be the hero for his team when he's needed most. But he needs to continue this performance. Still down 2 rounds, like you said. And a long road ahead if they want to avoid elimination here in lower round 3 and make their way to those lower semifinals. It's a slow start, a 1-3-1, but this aggressive position from Duck gives all this info.
Yeah,
I don't know if Bag's aware.
Trying to creep up through B right now. They've got this Viper Lurk. Ooh, not going to come face-to-face. That Yoru and Asura, the first one to get a kill. Initiator down, or at least one of them. Still, it's a trade. Bear finds one for his troubles, but Wafi's traded out there. So now a 3v3 situation. UCF cordoned off in this central area. They're going to go ahead and invest from the shadows and move this Omen on over to A site, get some good scouting info. And S&T, they're not set up to deal with this. They think they're going for B.
I think
UCF, they're just going to get free space on over to A site.
Yeah, so Spike will get planted and plenty of time for those salvos to come back online for Hoshi. With that, look at the positioning just so far back, understanding the time. But I don't think it was planted for Heaven, so not the best of positions for Hoshi to come in and try to be that late round play.
I think they think this Omen is still on a lurk somewhere. Paranoid comes out, doesn't catch on to anyone. Salvos, forcing some players out into the open. They're able to spot out the Omen, but Bear still grabs one. Pyre is down. Asura spotted out, but he gets the wall bang onto Duck, and he grabs 3. Really great plays coming through from the Yoru, opening up that round and closing it at the same time. And UCF, 3 in a row on their offense, cutting that lead down to 1 after a pretty not great defense. And
yeah, but
coming thundering back here.
And I don't know if I can, with my whole heart, say that Asura deserves that kill onto Duck, but he gets it anyways.
Yeah.
And honestly, this is, I mean, the attack side of this composition coming in so huge. The Yoru to make those pivot plays. You have the Breach Teo to constantly aggress. You have that recycle of utility. Asura eyeing that dimensional drift to invest on this eco, but taking out treetops, might not even need it. Frosty's going down as well, and it's just a bloodbath across the board. S&T falling all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, they push up there, and Asura just on a tear. Yoru getting another 2K in this round, and really lighten things up as UCF, they're just going to go ahead and tie the game. 4 rounds in a row for them here. And S&T, they can't get anything going here on their defense.
No, and that was an eco round for S&T, but I feel like after that ace from Bear, you can see the mood change for UCF. They're all smiling. They are brimming with confidence when they're taking these duels. I mean, they're just playing as a team, as a squad, and that's what we want to see here. But S&T finally with a chance, a real chance to change this up. A quick dimensional drift and a refights to come out, but the stun is so perfect.
And Osra once again shuts down Waffy's. Still, it is going to be a trade as Losa Toast answering back with 2 of his own. And it is chaos on point. Osra grabs another. UCF, they've managed to move up onto B site, and Osra still lurking back, heading towards mid now as S&T forced into another retake situation. Can Losa Toast get the shot? Yes, he can. 3 for the breach in this round. And Dimensional Drift now coming out. Duck getting a lot of info onto site, clearing all this space. He spots out the Viper, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. Pyre gets the shutdown, not before Bag shuts down the breach, though. Still 2v1 for S&T. They have to clear out Bear. This Omen, the last one left alive. He gets the kill. Duck and Pyre, the last one left alive, but he knows where this Omen is. He's going to stick it, get it to half.
Pyre.
Bear is so low, but he's not wanting to peek out.
He's so confident.
Oh, he's so confident. And he gets the kill.
Bear, what a clutch. What a player. He has just bailed his team out time and time again when he's needed. The ace in the anti-eco. Now with the clutch. I mean, just so confident that it's not going to be a full stick from Pyre. And that is just heartbreaking for S&T. It's 5 in a row. It's just an absolute shutout so far.
Yeah, UCF finally jumping into the lead here, and once again, S&T forced onto another save. I mean, their offense has been nothing short of a disaster so far. As Pyre grabs one with the missiles, but at the same time, UCF just jumps into their spawn, picks up 2. And S&T, their defense crumbling once again. Look at this flank from the Viper, though.
Yeah, it's so quick to push through. And now you have 3 players here collapsing, encroaching.
Oh, the flash forces him out. That would have been a devastating series of events, but he is able to still get 2. Waffy's flipping the tables. It's a 3v2 now, but so many players on S&T are low. And it's just the initiators left alive. But Losa Toast shuts down the Teo. And it's just Frosties in the smoke. Doesn't have the crosshair placed up. Doesn't matter. Gets the kill, but Losa Toast is there. And S&T finally picking up a round on their defense, tying things up once again. But it has been a struggle getting to this point.
It has. And a great play from Waffy's to take advantage. You see all those players towards that A site. So they know they have that timing to make that walk down, make the play, and the Spectre spray down speeds them to that 9th round. And now it's a fight to get to double digits. Both teams on low money, but the Ultimates
look how
are in
close
favored of S&T.
Well, look how close UCF is to many of their Ultimates. They're only 1 away from 3 of those big ones.
This is so aggressive from Bag.
Such a fast push. But the smoke completely cuts out the heaven angle. And UCF, they just get onto B site for free. S&T nowhere to be found. And once again finds himself in a retake situation. They have the ultimates to get in here, and they are just going to drop in that Armageddon.
That'll
Bag,
be the
though,
pick games, though.
immediately shutting down Duck. Hoshi grabs another, and it's another 3v5 situation. Pyre evens things up. A Bag answering right back over. Waffy's once again on this flank, but he is going to get spotted out this time. Frosties is waiting, and it's just Loaves to Toast left alive. Frosties grabs another, and UCF answering right back. S&T shut down once again. Lead back in the favor of the Knights.
And look at the money for S&T. The timeout from Toast instantly coming out as they need to find something in response here, because a 1900 loss bonus, it's not going to give you much. And some ultimates invested as well, right? The Armageddon is such a critical tool to invest in the retake, but he sent it out and sent it back site towards main, flushing them forward instead of into them to fight. And so just not able to get much done there. So double digits gained for UCF and S&T. They need a response. And I just don't know what it's going to be. It was kind of a hero play from Wafies to get them the only round on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the ultimate's really that's the thing that can swing these rounds back in your favor, but the ultimate usage has just not been great for S&T so far.
Yeah.
And now UCF, they're coming into this next one with a massive advantage. They didn't drop anything into that last round, and they were so close to so many of those ultimates. I think they have either 4 or 5 online now.
Mm-hmm.
And so coming into this next one, they have a lot of tools at their disposal, and S&T really not working with much else to answer back. The one thing that we saw earlier on that looked good for them was the flank coming through from Wafies, but that time Frosties is ready and waiting for it, shuts that down, and the Viper Lurk getting no value here.
And we haven't seen really that early aggression come out to fight for control from S&T, and then you have those salvos and the fault line to back online in the mid-round to refight. So it's just been pretty passive, but here the salvos and the smoke to contest A space, it'll be given up as well. But Paranoia is drawn out so early, and that's one of those retake tools that you look at to try to get you back into some of these sites on split. One of the reasons you opt for this Omen pick rather than that Astra from the shadows to just re-clear some of that B main space, but the cancel will be heard, and the time is just being bought before this B split is hit.
Ooh, there comes the Rolling Thunder. I think that hits onto 2, and UCF, they just want to explode onto the site, but the Teo Salvo, it's going to slow them down. A good play coming in there. S&T, now they know where these players are coming from. Treetops get some good damage with the right click. Ooh, but Hoshi able to get onto site. The trade, Wafies finds one, but Bear shuts him down in the meantime. And UCF, they have this spike down. Bag grabs another. Still Duck swinging things back towards S&T.
And Wafies getting that kill, dropped a rifle. So now a Guardian, a Phantom, Armageddon invested. That's the second one for UCF.
That's going to stall things out so much and net the kill onto Treetops. S&T 2v3 situation. This Yoru is low. Duck finds one. This is a winnable situation. If he can find Astra, it's a 1v1. It's Justice Omen left alive, though, and time is not in his favor. He doesn't know where this last player is coming from. He's behind you! Oh, and Bear, it's too easy for him. And once again, the Omen comes out on top here, and UCF up 11-9.
He
This
can
has
do
just been
no wrong.
This has been a dominant offense if I've ever seen one. I mean, we said before 8-4 for S&T on their offense. That looked devastating. 7-1 here for UCF, though. I mean, they are just on a tear, and S&T has no answer whatsoever. The ultimate usage from UCF that round also incredibly good. They force out so much space with the Armageddon compared to what S&T found with theirs. And, I mean, S&T, once again, not much to work with.
If you're S&T, I mean, you're somewhat happy, right? You got 2 ults out on your eco rounds. Smokes to come out once again, not having to invest those salvos, but the stealth drone instantly will spot out Duck, and the spray through the smoke shuts him down. This is the buy round.
I don't think that drone would have spotted him if he didn't shoot it, but instead he just completely gives away his position. Pyre is very low as well. Viper's Pet getting invested now is, I mean, UCF, they just stormed onto the site with little to no resistance. And now here comes the From the Shadows.
How do you get back into this without your dimensional drift as well?
Oh, and this cross angle setup from the Omen ult is so devastating. 5v3 now. This Teo is still incredibly low. Is Bear pushing in now? And they are just getting picked apart one by one. Wafies with 2. Can he make a miracle happen? Doesn't look likely. They know where he's coming from, and they're just spraying down this choke as he pushes into the Viper's Pit and Bag. Cleans that one up. Match point for the Knights. And S&T, I mean, they are running on fumes here. Little to work with in terms of credits. They're not going to be able to go for a full buy here on what could be the last round in this map.
UCF, though, I mean, this looks like a completely different team that we've seen in the prior series. I mean, ever since Bear got that ace to clutch it out, it's been, I mean, him coming out with some disgusting clutches time and time again, but also just great ideas. It feels like this team who is kind of an amalgamation of these UCF rosters has just been brimming with confidence. The micro plays on the fly have been so perfect, and Duck with this signature early
drift,
play to just give
play.
info. It just doesn't spot anything out, but with that not spotting anything out, lack of information is information of itself. So Wafies takes down Frosties. But how aware are they of Bear?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't an unwinnable situation for S&T. You've still got 9 rounds on the board. I mean, 3 in a row. That's a lot more manageable than what we've seen in some of these other games today. But Treetop's getting spotted out here. So many players just
What a stun.
Oh, and the Magnade. The salvo not quick enough, and here comes the dimensional drift from UCF. Still down a player. Losa Toast answering back here, shutting down that Teo, but once again just getting hounded down on site. Asura, the dimensional drift, getting so much info, and the TP. Viper's Pit now for S&T as they try desperately to claw this one back in their favor. But Asura is going to get the plant regardless. That Viper's Pit not spreading far enough onto the point to deny this. Both teams taking this very slow. Asura, it's a trade of kills, both coming through from each Yoru, but Bear makes it a 2v1. What can Wafies get done here? Nothing, as Asura shuts him down with the shorty, and UCF finishes off Split 13-9, going 9-1 on their offense.
Really showing the power of that Breach Teho comp and Bear. I mean, what a player, right? The ace clutch, then coming in with another 2K clutch, and always having those impact moments right when his team needs him. Not getting the kills on silly little eco rounds or when his team is like already about to win, but when it matters, coming through. And really, that just allowed his team to kind of run away with it. S&T faltering after a dominant performance against Mizzou GC. We saw a lot of good ideas on their defense side, but it just didn't translate. I think got a little shook as well and just kind of lost their composure. Never really called for that timeout outside of that one time that Toast did, but we need to see a bounce back. Otherwise, it's game over and they're out of this tournament.
I mean, it's pretty rare that we see teams trading high-octane offenses on a map like Split. I mean, just notorious for being defensor-sided. But, I mean, both these teams in a pure mirror matchup. I mean, it's really refreshing to see them just kind of have to equalize each other. There's no differences in how they play the comp. So you just have to outplay your opponent in all those little areas. Ultimate usage, mechanical plays, setting up those angles. And it didn't look great for UCF on that first half, but as soon as they got onto the offensive side, it was lights out from there. And yeah, I mean, heading on to the next map, S&T, they've got some work to do as it looked good early on, but they just completely fell apart in the second half. So we'll have to see what they have in store going on over to map 2. We're going to head to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Next map going to be Haven. Welcome back. An impressive comeback by UCF, going on an absolute tear in the second half of Split to take map 1 in this lower bracket series against Missouri S&T. And, I mean, UCF, they are playing angry right now. They are not happy getting knocked down into this situation, and they are fully set on making that salty run back into grand finals here.
Yeah. And with this, it'll be Haven up next. I believe their map pick as well. So we'll have to see what ideas they come into this with. I know they've been looking at a lot of those G2 comps, getting inspiration from them. I'm wondering, though, they were leaning into the double duelist, or actually not the double duelist. I mean, they've played a little bit around with it, so that ISO Yoru might be
Yeah, we've seen it so far.
tasty.
We've seen it a few times in this tournament.
And I think it leans into it very well. But for S&T, it was that Neon, Breach, Sova, and it was Duck who was leading the charge really on especially that defense side, being that spearhead to send it forward, eat up some of that early map control, and just get themselves off to a strong start. I mean, it was 10-2 in their last series, but UCF, I mean, just fighting back in the map of Split. So I don't expect the same thing to happen here. I think UCF will look to push S&T. I mean, a little bit more.
I mean,
would say.
yeah, I mean, we've seen a decent amount of Yoru coming out on this map, and Asura just went on an absolute rage on that last map, and we are actually not going to see him playing it here. He's going to go back on over to the Jet, so UCF opting for a more traditional comp, although they are going to be bringing in the Teo. And so, a bit interesting. We haven't really seen him that much on this map so far in the tournament. It is going to be the same look as earlier, though, for S&T. They're bringing in the Neon and the Sova here.
The Jet lets you go for a bit more heavy of a lean into the operator, a bit more comfortability for a lot of people on this map. The Yoru doesn't allow much directionality for those entries once you get over to that attack side. But S&T starting off on their attack once again and going early aggro towards A. But this mid walk down actually will be spotted out with that shot being sent out. So Treetops is aware of this.
Oh, and he gets the kill there. Waffles as well. And S&T moving on over to site. They're just storming on through. And they're going to easily get this plant down. Just Oscar left alive on this Jet. And I mean, I've said this so many times so far in this tournament, but this A site is just so hard to retake. And in a 1v5, it's all but impossible as Waffles cleans that one up. Flawless on the pistol round for S&T. Starting off strong once again, but I mean,
I can't lie. If I'm back, I'm kind of pissed at Oscar there for sending that shot out. I mean, it kind of ruins the push down. So he stuck around, but Treetops was just so aware, and you have to clear so many angles coming out window. And S&T, once again, a flawless attack round pistol to start off on Haven. And with that, it'll be 2 Bulldogs, Guardian, and a Sheriff brought in. The same aggressive play, the darts, Duck sending it out to try to get this A long control. And this smoke, it comes so early. They're burned from Bear to try to fight on site, but S&T are just biding their time, waiting it out. They don't need to go aggressive here. They don't need to overstep. And this is where we see them have a lot of that discipline. On these eco rounds, they're never pushing a little too far. They're making sure to clear their corners, take their time. But still, there's 4 players stacked towards A.
yeah, I mean, UCF does not want to afford any entry on here whatsoever because it just will end up being an impossible situation for them. They're facing this gun advantage from UCF, or from S&T, but S&T actually just going to opt to swing on all the way over the other side of the map, and there's really no one over here besides that Cypher.
Not even. I mean, just a classic in hand, not even on site. No cages, trips to fight with.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to have this for free. I mean, UCF doesn't really spot out the rotation, and they're going to be forced into a retake once again. Good positioning for S&T, setting up these angles here. And the Cypher lurk as well. They don't really suspect Treetops to be all the way over in this position. Frosty's caught off guard there.
And if you're UCF, honestly, at this point, with that going down, you're just looking to die to Spike here. I don't want to see them really try to go for this. You don't have a chance in this. You don't want to give ultimate orbs to S&T to start building that online early. We saw what they can do with the overdrive, but they'll go for it anyways.
Yeah, get a couple.
But with that FPX buy, once again, S&T, doesn't matter, can pick up those guns. We'll have a full buy into their bonus.
Yeah, I mean, S&T... once again, I mean, it's a similar start to what we saw to the last series, jumping out to an impressive lead on their offense. But Can they keep this going for the entire map? We'll just have to see. UCF, I mean, they completely swung things around the last time around. You cannot count them out no matter how big the lead is.
And so now we'll start to see this fight over towards A. We saw Duck really getting to avoid a lot of that stun salvo setup, and it's the same bonus play that they did against Mizzou GC. They send out the shock dart, they try to go fast towards B, but UCF are aware of it. This is what we want to see in Waffy's. He makes his way up through garage and just takes down Bag.
Bag just gets caught out during the reload there. And now UCF down a player once again. It's their Cypher as well, so lacking a lot of that intel. It's going to be telling them. Oh.
He's in CT. There's no way he needs to be taken down.
This is such a devastating position. The drone's going to get the info as well. Still Bear takes down Treetops, but immediately taken out by Waffy's. It's a 2 for 2, but S&T, they have this space. Once again, Spike is down. Still look at the positioning from Asura. He's creeping up through garage, and Hoshi grabs one, traded out by Loaf Satos, and Asura makes it a 1v1 situation with a slide in duck. Asura just slides right into the crosshair of Asura, and UCF denying the bonus round here.
A fumble from S&T as well. I mean, they had that in the bag. They had it secured, but UCF ripping it out of their hands.
Yeah, these Neon players can get a little bit silly sometimes. I don't know about that slide there.
I think it's part of locking in the agent. You like every once in a while you just lose control and you have to give in to the int.
Yeah, it just calls to you like the Green Goblin mask.
It really does. And I mean, with that, UCF will get their first round. It was very costly though, so I'm not sure what the weapons look like currently. And so it'll be Asura who wants to I'd probably get that op online early, so we'll go aggro over towards C. The walk down the stun misses Waffy's.
Oh, that's a 1 for 1. Not too terrible.
Especially with the smokes going down.
Yeah, and also making that noise on over to C site. This A hit is wide open, and they're just going to completely get in here for free. Duck, dancing around though. Hoshi with the right click.
Playing with
finally
his food.
Gets taken out. But S&T, they're going to get this plant once again. Oh, and this is such a bad position for UCF, even in a 3v3. Drone comes out early, though, so a little bit of a waste there from the Sova of S&T.
I think just making sure that they can confirm these positions. But like you said, this is so difficult to get back into. No paranoia to come through to clear out any of these positions deeper into hell. But the fault line.
Frosty spotted out. Bag grabs one. Suddenly a very doable situation. S&T down to just one player, and Frosty finds that kill. An impressive retake there from UCF. They're going to tie up the game here.
UCF, I mean, just making miracles out of nothing. So 2-2 will be the score. Armageddon gains for Hoshi. And Asura one step closer to that operator coming online. Brings it out this round. Half armor on board. I wouldn't even hate to see the Outlaw, to be honest, as, I mean, you press tab, you know they're not buying full armor here. And we really haven't seen a lot of Outlaw usage so far in this tournament. Really not opting for it, something that we've seen teams pick up a lot of in Tier 1.
Actually just going to go for the operator.
Yeah, and we'll post over towards here, so we'll be able to have it for the next, but a semi-force and takes down Waffy's early once again. Another first death for the controller.
Trade of smokes. As S&T finds one on the other side, and now they know where this operator is posted up, and they're not going to opt to push down the C-long angle.
But it doesn't matter, because Hoshi has all this information towards A, the spot, the pixel peak, to give that information towards B, so they know the tripwire is broken, but UCF, the pivot, it's going to be made all the way over towards A. Hoshi, what can he do here? He's biding his time, playing his life. The Armageddon still in hands.
They're going to get the spike down, but the Armageddon comes out. It's not going to deny the plant. They're going to be able to get away from that one. It doesn't really get much in terms of UCF getting back into this fight. And, look at Hoshi. He's just getting hounded down, surrounded. Do they know where this Teo is? Yes, they do. Treetops is able to find him. And the operator not able to find the kill there. Bag's good for one, but he's the last one standing. He is making a valiant stand, though.
It's not planted for them.
Do
they have the aftershock?
Do they know? Do they know he's going for it? Oh, he doesn't stick it.
Oh my.
And Losatos cleans that one up. S&T looking scary there, but they're finally back on the board, retaking the lead here. A lot of ultimates to work with going into the next round as well. They get the Neural Theft out as well as the Armageddon.
But a beautiful pivots in the mid rounds to break that trip and then make the play to go through a link, get the bomb down, and then essentially they knew they didn't have short control, they didn't have long control, so they went and pinched that. They fought for that control. Sure, the spike wasn't the best plan for that strategy, but they got it done at the end of the day. Ooh. Now Knives invested,
really
operator gone.
Oh, and Oscar just immediately shut down. That ultimate taken off the table, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. Doesn't really connect. Both initiators able to dodge out in that one. Hoshi, a nice headshot. Traded out by Duck, though, so it's a 4v3. Make that a 4v2. S&T storming back onto this A site once again. Getting the plant down. Pyre, I think, stalled out there.
What do you do? I mean, Bear, he's been huge for his team, but, I mean, without the paranoia, without any other initiator util.
Yeah, and look how long it's going to take for the Cypher to get back over here as well.
And on top of that, you have Hunter's Fury. This is just too much to deal with. I mean, it's just...
This bag, I think he just saves here. This is just completely unwinnable, so he's just going to back off, try and pick off a straggler.
I think he needs to get out of here. I mean, even sticking around for this is
a
little greedy. But, okay, we'll eventually make his way back. And S&T, I mean, honestly, I thought UCF had a great read on them so far. It was shutting down those early plays, making the pivots, having the adjustments. But 2 rounds in a row now, S&T has come out with a little bit of a surprise play. Last time making the surprise pivot to A, this time just accelerating, putting that pedal to the metal and going with that Rolling Thunder over towards A. And this is what we saw. S&T on this attack side like to switch it up early in the half of their attack before they settle into a bit more slower of a play, lean into those defaults. The Nico round for UCF, round number 7 here.
Yeah, they did throw that Rolling Thunder in there, so at least for S&T, you did get that tool out, and I think likely wanting to get another one out here on their eco. But actually, it's going to be an aggressive C push here. Look at how far up Acer is playing, but just going to walk immediately into this crossfire. Both of the duelists, or Duck and... Yeah, I don't know.
Just not going to fall for that one again. I mean, they went for it on the eco prior. This time, just, I mean, sat and ready. So, S&T regaining their composure will go back towards this A reclear. And Haven, I mean, these 3-site maps, a lot of the time, it allows the IGL to have a bit more freedom to go for these macro plays, to lean in to those pivots. As I mean, you have these kill trips set up, and this is where the rifle is. This is where Bag needs to find his value.
Okay, they know now that it's going to be the A hit, but a little bit slow on the rotation. Once again, S&T, they've just been afforded free space onto this site.
I mean, it was just a gamble, right, on the eco.
Not able to get the stun off in time. And now that's going to be on cooldown for the retake here.
Yeah. You have the flashes. You have the paranoia to delay as well. It's just...
That's such a good kill, though. Bear taken out. What do you do now? I mean, just getting stuffed in this choke. Another kill with the spray. Loves to toast. He's going to get taken out by Frosties, but it's a 2v4. Hunter's Fury still available. Oh, the wall bang.
Okay.
Taken out. Still 1v2.
Yeah, but time. Ultimates.
Oh. Yeah, but like you said, time not in his favor. I mean, he's just got to stick it here. And Pyre. Yeah, Bag just on a sliver of HP. The Sova able to shut him down there. And I mean, this site, it's just so hard for the defense. They did pretty much everything right there, clearing out all but one, but it just takes so long to check each and every angle to the point when you have to have enough time to defuse the spike, and it's just not in their favor at that point. And Operator going to be coming online as well for Asura. This next one, they're going to try and force this here, but S&T, 3 in a row now. UCF struggling to find something.
So this Operator, once again, brought out stun to get them posted over towards short, but it's a fast play towards B.
Sparkle fingers.
Overdrive popped.
Got a very angry Neon on B site. Gonna take out one though. Asura with the operator gets shut down there. Still, UCF up a man now. And Neural Theft is gonna come out as well, but Treetop's gonna throw in one of his own. He spots out Bag, but immediately takes a face full of damage. So low on the Paranoia as well. He gets it through though. Waffles has his back. And
Bear,
it's just
reposition.
It's just Bear left alive. They're going to get this plant on B. It's a very winnable situation for this Omen, though. Cypher on a sliver of HP.
Look
He
at how
has
far
this
back he's
util.
playing. I mean, he's just playing his time, biding it so well. Though I will say, I mean, Waffy's so aggressive here, playing by himself, isolated on site, not sticking with his teammates. He's praising the fundamentals before, but the smoke
Oh.
brought out. Just not expecting the separated position as Waffy's closes it out in a 6th round garnered for S&T, the attack side. And I gotta say, the operator was posted early. The adjustment, once again, it's UCF who has the right idea to go towards that B site, fight for it early to try to flood back in. You either have to flood back in or fight through mid and push from behind. And the idea is there, but just not aware of Treetops coming through A, having that lurk. And once again, it's the layers from S&T's attack side that are gifting them these rounds. So Nico, once again, for UCF.
Yeah, and I mean, they're up 6-2 here, but I think you do also have to ask the question of, is that going to be enough heading into the second half? We've seen both of these teams are very offensive-sided. Waffles taking out Asura there. But, I mean, S&T, you need a healthy bank, a healthy lead heading into the second half. A beautiful dodge of this flash there as Duck takes out Bag, and S&T immediately ripping this defense to shreds as they're going to push on up to this A site. Once again, like you said, playing these anti-ecos very carefully, not wanting to make any mistakes that could potentially give over this Thrifty. But, I mean, a 5v2 situation, there's realistically not much left for UCF to do with just Sheriffs.
They're just so meticulous, making the pivot as well. Oh, back over towards C, and then it's a pivot back towards A.
Oh my God, just
I
the
mean,
ring
it's
around the rosy.
just, it's rotates on rotates. The jump cross
I mean,
as well.
it's
It's
a good
just
shot.
perfect.
But, I mean, you're just completely outnumbered there. Frosty's knows where Waffles is, and Waffles knows where he is, it seems, as well. Plant goes down on A, and just the last 1v1 all the way on the other side of the map.
This A site has been such a struggle for a UCF to handle, though. They get the operator online again here, so we'll be interested to see where they post it. It'll be going over towards that C site once again. But UCF just have not had the proper protocols to fight back into the A site. There's no fighting for on-site and back-site control, no flooding in. It's just these set retakes, and they're getting picked off before they even can go for them. The shot ripped off, but thankfully Waffy's doesn't go down this time, so it'll be a C split. Looking to be Gain and Bag taken down.
From the shadows invested, I think it just gets a little bit of info on where that breach was. SNT once again just storming out of sight. Duck with the slide. I mean, he's going to get shut down. Frosty's, nearly picks up a second there. He actually gets it, but shut down in the end by Treetops. It's 2v1. The plant is going to come on through. Hoshi, he's going to throw the Rolling Thunder into it. He wants to win this, but he's just going to get hit in the head by Treetops. The ultimate goes to waste.
Yeah, even if he's never getting anything off of that. I mean, it's a ult that half of it's gone into the aether of outside of the map, so not doing much there. And that's 2 ultimates invested, all for nothing. So Asura, with that op invested in the last, opted to buy up that region armor, so glass cannon, rifle here. But S&T, once again, showing their dominance on Haven. It's just such, I mean, unrelenting aggression from Duck as Hoshi, the Tejo, looking to get a little aggressive, but Asura finally getting active.
Yeah, but just immediately shut down by Loaves of Toast. This breach consistently getting these trades, and Treetops for another, taking out the Sentinel on the other side. So a lot less intel going the way of UCF now. Down a man. As S&T in another 4v3 pushing up onto C site. Oh, Bear trying to peek through the smoke, not checking his angles. Waffly shuts him down. Plant comes through, and once again, UCF in a devastating situation to try and retake. All 4 members of S&T going to be playing this C long angle.
Yeah, no smokes. I mean, S&T, excuse me, are always just so diligent about this. Every time they take down the controller of the defense, are always playing back. They have the one way to set up, and it's just too much to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Hoshi, fire coming in from 3 angles there. Frosty is good for 1. Trades off Treetops, but Loafs at Toast once again there to avenge his fallen comrades. He'll grab 3 for the round as S&T up 9-2 here. I mean, even more dominant of a performance than their previous offense on Split. But once again, is it going to be enough? We saw UCF come back down an impressive deficit in the previous
I don't know, man.
in the
no.
previous map. I mean, they're not looking nearly as good on this one. I will give them that. But
4-8's very different than, I mean, S&T, they
9-3
got
curse.
10 rounds.
9-3 curse, it's a possibility. But I
Yeah.
mean, with the weapons are coming in here with
That's
Bag, with the
what
Bucky
I'm looking
watch.
at. And the ultimates as well online. And, I mean, just shot in the back of the head. But
Yeah.
Asura,
Asura with 2. Finally shut down with Duck, but that is going
these
to...
are even numbers, but
Neural theft
Frosty's
off. Hunter's Fury as well, finally coming through his Duck.
just breaking
Bucky!
ankles.
We got a Bucky kill! Bag shut down
Bear.
the Bear. Ooh, 1v1 situation, though. Very winnable. Oh, is he going to get caught with the util out? Pyre, I think he knows where he is now. Paranoia wasted. This Sova in the corner. Oh, he doesn't know where he is. And Pyre just gets the shot. Crosshair in just the right place. And Bear gets shut down. 10-2 deficit now for UCF. And this is looking a lot less likely than the last time around.
Bear's been so good for those clutches for his team. Just couldn't pull it through in round number 12. So S&T will get a dominant half at 10-2. And UCF, I mean, they had a good comeback in the last. It was off of a pistol and then a bonus and then streaking those ultimates together. And so they could look to do similar stuff here, but I don't know if it's going to be doable. You have the jet knives, so no dimensional drift. You don't have the Viper's Pit. It's the Neural Theft instead. The ultimates, it's just not as good for cycling. But on top of that, they need to get this pistol. They need to start off strong here.
An aggressive push into
Fluffies.
Garage. The drone gets a lot of intel, but it is just a bloodbath in there. 2-for-1 in favor of UCF, but still down a member. S&T walking away from that engagement with a kill. It's definitely not ideal, but they are going to be able to get this spike down here. Bag not able to win that one out as Los Satos with the classic. Still traded out by Hoshi. As UCF wanting to lock down this site.
Look at how far away Duck is as well. Pyre's going in, but his teammate's nowhere nearby. So just individual from S&T and UCF will take it. They get the second pistol round of their series. The lifeline to hold on to.
Yeah, I mean, S&T, I mean, they're definitely shaking in their boots. They do not want a repeat of last round. I mean, I think they are probably as nervous as you can be up 10-3 in a map because, I mean, we saw what UCF did in the last round and finally getting their first round after 8 straight for S&T. We saw what happened the last time that happened. So, I mean, definitely something to be afraid of here.
Yeah, I don't know if you're nervous quite yet, but
Look at this
it's
aggressive
getting
push.
there.
Look
This
how
is
many
a
members-
crazy trade.
What is going on?
I don't think I've seen this one before. I don't even know what it would be for when your cam sees contact beforehand. Oh my god, Duck! What is that?
Oh, I
Holy.
mean, the Phantom Force is going to shut
About to get
things down there,
fined
but
for saying words I shouldn't. Jesus Christ, that was a disgusting shot.
and this Neon, the Neon giveth and the Neon taketh away. But, I mean, once again, A-site retake, 1v3. I mean, there's not going to be much Waffles can do here, realistically.
No, not at all. And with that, they invested 3 rifles. They had the Outlaw as well. Asura brought that one in. They'll be able to pick up some of these guns if they make their escape back over towards short.
Yeah.
And so S&T, or UCF, excuse me, we'll get a pretty clean bonus round. It'll be 4 rifles and then something else. I mean, you can just drop your controller, your IGL, something like that. One of your pistols,
Yeah.
just unlucky for them. But
It looks
Waffy's here, just going to die to Spike.
Yeah, just going to not give over any sort of economy. Oh, he actually peeks that.
Okay.
Almost gets the shot onto the Teo. Hoshi almost goes down there, but not quite. So UCF 2 in a row now, finally breaking this losing streak and going on a little bit of a streak of their own. S&T, I mean, on the bonus round, both teams coming in here with full rifles. Don't see this too often.
So we'll see the start of this early A pressure, something that S&T is very willing to go for in their early rounds, in the early half, or early parts of the half on their defense. This just standard play to take this A lobby control. You don't see the smoke coming out though, so Bear will disrespect it, push through, but the ping of the dart just lights him up and Duck takes him down.
Oh, this Neon is just going to hightail it on out of there, though. Takes a decent amount of damage, but walking away with the kill, taking out the smokes, no less. Man, that's really going to hinder UCF's ability to get in here. So S&T finally showing some signs of life on their defense here. Zasra, aggressive jump in. Wafies gets one, but shut down by Hoshi, and UCF storming back in, but Treetops still alive and kicking. He picks up one onto Hoshi. They have these last 2 players surrounded. They kind of know where they are, but in the meantime,
Spike makes its way towards C, but the camera will spot this out. Bag.
ooh. And Duck and Treetops combine there. Treetops grabs another great one. Knows exactly where Oster is going to be heading from, knowing that that jet... Oh, we got the BM coming through Duck.
Ban him. Get him out.
You can't be doing that. We got children in here.
What happened to competitive integrity? I can't
Oh
believe
my
it.
God.
I can't
Oh my
believe
God.
it, Duck. Oster would
Look
never...
away, the horror.
Definitely has never sprayed bodies in this series. But that'll be 11 on the round. So now S&T only 2 away from closing out Haven and sending us to the decider of Pearl.
Yeah, and it's a pretty critical round win there as well because, I mean, if they'd lost that, they would have been forced onto a save, and you just don't want to give UCF any sort of chance to build some long-term momentum here. So now S&T in a comfortable position to continue buying up here. UCF is still going to force this. This is a dicey situation to be in, though, because if you lose this one, S&T just goes straight to match point.
Yeah, and it's your duelist who has the stinger, so not dropping him that gun to be that spearhead, and Wafies with this judge just takes him
immediately.
down.
Oh, the 2K, the horror. Look away.
They really don't care about the children, do they?
Gets another tag through the smoke as well, and they are getting picked apart. Bag's good for one, though. Finds that kill in garage, but not quick enough. Doesn't expect Waffles to just pop through the smoke. That's 3 for the judge this round.
And it's just, I mean, this round is pretty much over for UCF. The map as well with it, with the force into this. I mean, the economy for UCF is just absolutely gone. Look at Duck's position as well. They're completely trapped. They're cornered on all fronts. And UCF, I mean, you want to probably save these guns, to be completely frank, because, I mean, you want any chance you have. Sure, it'd have to be 8 in a row, but, I mean, at least it's something.
I mean, I really want to see a judge ace here.
I'd be down for
That
it.
would be, and also
Just
look at
send
where
it,
Duck is
send it, bro.
positioned. I mean, if they want to sandwich these 2 players here, they are more than in a position to
gonna go
do
for
so.
this.
But here comes Frosty's. It's a trade.
No ace.
But I mean, it's just 1 player left. The judge through the smoke. Waffles for 4. Judge, jury, and executioner that round. And S&T goes to match point.
And S&T, I mean, this is the showing that they wanted to have on splits. An early lead, and this time able to close it out. 1 round away now from sending us to Pearl. Force back, and Treetops picking up that outlaw, understanding
Bucky.
what the economy is. Yeah, but it's on Bag, and it's on the Cypher, the Lurker.
Bucky watch.
I mean, this is tough, and it's going to be a fast play to send it.
Oh, and Asura, the smoke just goes down, and Waffles is completely ready for that. Here comes the From the Shadows as well. TP going in. He's actually just going to use that.
I'm never going to say anything about the Cypher
Bucky
Bucky
watch.
again.
Bucky watch. Absolute cinema.
Just finds the timing.
Ooh, a big drone also. Frosty's headshot onto Los Santos. So now UCF up a man, and they're going to get the plant.
Yeah,
Still
but he dropped the
Waffy's-
Bucky.
He actually used the from the shadows to get back into the back line, but Duck taken out. And what do you do here? I mean, both players stacked on this angle. Waffy's for one, but not able to swing around fast enough. And Frosty's takes that last one out. Hoshi with the headshot. And on the eco round, the Bucky opens things up. I mean, I don't want to ever hear anyone slander the Cypher Bucky ever again. UCF still alive.
But it's going to be, 7 chances now for S&T to close it out. 7 chances for UCF to push it into overtime. And they don't like getting disrespected by the Bucky, so they're going to bring 2 out of their own. But S&T, with 7 chances, it has to be near perfection from UCF. They can wait. They can bide their time, get some of these big ultimates online, and then invest them. So the Blade Storm brought out, Overdrive picked up for Duck. And we know how dangerous that could be in his hands.
Oh, Bear strikes first. That's a kill for UCF. Oh, the spray through the smoke. It doesn't get anything at Treetops with the Bucky. Showing which one is the superior shotgun. Still some trades coming through. S&T only up 1, and it's this Initiator duo alive once again. We've seen some amazing things coming through from the Teo Breach combo, the dynamic duo here. And they are going to be making their way on over to C. Caught by the tripwire, though. But here comes the Rolling Thunder. Treetop's just barely able to dodge out on that. Follow-up Sun is going to catch him, but he gets away with his life. Still down to about half HP, and the spike is going to go down. So now a 3v2 on the retake. They have the Armageddon available to stall things out, and Hoshi takes out Treetops 2v2 now. What can they get going? A nice headshot comes through, but Waffy's good for 1, not much more, and Frosty's finishes things off. UCF not dead yet, and there ain't a clove in this lobby. Still alive and well as they are looking to keep this map going, as dire as the situation may be.
Closing the distance slowly but surely here for UCF. And so Nico rounds. It'll be another force. And this time, not as heavy of an investment. So we'll be able to buy those rifles into the next. And it's an aggressive play with that overdrive, the fault line, the paranoia to come out, but no one's here to receive it. So
Hoshi just immediately run down.
Yeah, they're just not looking on their backside. And Treetops as well. How is he getting that kill with the Sheriff? It's falling apart.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder just into the spawn. S&T, they are taking no prisoners as Waffles finishes it off with the classic. I mean, what a way to finish things off there. S&T, they kind of troll with the double Bucky on the previous round, but they are taking no names, just standing on business at the end there and proving they are still more than capable of taking this series away, and they're forcing a map 3.
Yeah, a flawless end to Haven. And that was a completely different look that we got to see. The momentum for S&T, they carried it forward at the beginning of Split. Then they kind of just lost it. They lost their mojo, but after that reset in between maps, they just came just full force into this. And UCF, they didn't have any of those individual plays to bail them out of some of these impactful swing rounds. And so just not able to get it done on their defense side, and a little bit of a comeback, but really just all for naught. So we're going to be going the distance. We'll be going to Pearl. But before that, we are going to be sending it to a short little break, I believe, but we got to get the stats before that. And we haven't really seen Pearl a whole lot today, actually.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see what kind of approaches these teams bring, because I'm looking at Osura to bring back out that Yoru.
Yeah, we haven't really seen it in too many on-stream games. I'm not sure if we've really seen it at all. I know it's gotten played in at least a few of our best of ones earlier yesterday, but a lot of these teams probably not having the most experience on this map. It's one of the lesser picked maps in the pool, so very curious to see what the looks are going to be for these two teams coming out, as both of them trading some very impressive and very different looking wins on these first 2 maps. So this is bound to be a banger of a map 3. You guys are not going to want to miss this. We will be right back with map 3 Pearl right after this short break, so don't go anywhere. A back and forth series here between UCF and Missouri S&T. This one's going all the way. I'm joined here on the desk by Ian. Connor had to step out, so we are bringing in a bit of a replacement, but don't worry. Ian is very experienced here. I can vouch for him. Trust this man. And we are heading to a very exciting map 3 here. I mean, this series has delivered and then some. I mean, we saw a impressive comeback on map 1 by UCF, completely flipping the tables on their split offense, and then really fizzling out on Haven as S&T retook the driver's seat, but now heading on to Pearl. A fairly different look, a map we haven't seen too much so far in this tournament. And I mean, could go either way.
Yeah, we've only seen this map, to my knowledge, at least only once on stream, and that match was kind of really wishy in how it was being played. It's a matter of just what teams are able to play from it. That B-side especially is entirely different from pretty much most of the points in the entirety of the game, with the only closest one I can think of is like Breeze or something along those lines.
Ooh. I see some interesting comps coming out from both teams. It's going to be a mirror match, save for a very different look. A double smoke look for UCF. They're going to be bringing in the Viper on this map, whereas S&T running the double initiator with the KO. Yeah, this is a very different looks here. I mean, both teams wanting to play to different strengths, but I mean, seeing a lot of characters we haven't seen so far in this series. Fade, Astra, and Vise for both teams.
Yeah, we have been seeing, we have seen Viper once actually on this map earlier today. That Vice also been picking up a lot. The big difference here is that they don't have that KO for those pop flashes.
Yeah, not a lot of flash utility at all, and S&T immediately jumps out with Duck picking up 2 kills on this Yoru. Another Yoru mirror here. We saw one of these on map 1, and it was Asura taking Duck to task, but this time Duck jumping out to a great start here. As UCF kind of backed into a corner as they try to push on into this A site. Pyre picks off another. That's one of the smokes down. But Bear answering back, keeping things alive here. This Astra. But Treetops finishes off Asura. It's just Bear left alive. This Astra on a sliver of HP, and Loveto's going to finish that one off. S&T taking yet another pistol round. They've been very good on these so far today.
Yeah, really the kind of solidifying thing on this map is that pretty much that first pistol round, it's really hard to take over B just because of the fact that you're always going to have to be playing at this really long range site unless you're going through mid, which is substantially pretty hard to do. So we see a lot of teams pick up this A side, which means that defense can kind of stick a lot of people there and kind of get away with it, all things considered. And we saw that really take effect here as S&T just kind of able to solidify it down, even though UCF got that slight edge, and especially with all those smokes, you'd think they'd be able to clear out a lot of these angles, but since everything's so close range in this site, it makes it really difficult to hold like that.
Oh, UCF just walks immediately into the meat grinder, and Astra taken out by Duck, finding his equal and shut down as they try to go for this full A hit, immediately backing off of that as they do not want to contend with all that util setup that S&T is working with. I mean, especially those flashes, just really debilitating, and UCF doesn't have that tool in their wheelhouse, so they're just going to creep on over to the middle of the map here. Oh, but this Vise look, this could catch someone out. Pyre in deep here.
Yeah, however, UCF is really running low on a lot of damage right now, especially from that Vise. Just a singular shot's going to kill here, and it seems like that might happen any moment.
Pyre nearly getting caught out with the Haunt, but it's Treetops in the meantime, taking out one with the Outlaw. Some good intel given over still. Hoshi and Frosty's turning things back over, but it's still a disadvantaged situation for UCF. A nice flash by Frosty's as they try to make their way back on over to A, and a beautiful headshot. Duck taken down. So a 2v2 now, a very winnable situation for UCF, turning this round on its head. Space afforded over to them as S&T tries to creep back into this one. Oh, the timing. Waffles just barely misses out on that low HP Vise. Oh, as they go on over the other side, Bear takes out Waffles. And now it's just this Fade left alive trying to get this one. And Frosty's with the headshot. 11 HP to his name. Cleans it up. And UCF answering back in impressive fashion.
Really risky play all around, but it ended up getting it. The big difference between that fight and the last one was they just had a little more time to get that point. The biggest difference is they were actually able to get another person in those fights because they had the spike planted already. In that first round, they weren't able to get spike just because they were able to delay it just enough, and not having that spike means they have someone who's just constantly having to worry about it. So since they both had that Astra and that Fade able to just both collapse onto the one person left, it makes it so much easier fight, especially when it's only down to 2v1.
Yeah, so now we're going to see UCF on the full buy here, playing pretty split, playing pretty slow, and this is something we saw more from S&T is not making any aggressive plays on these save rounds, but Asura gets the peak first, takes out 2 as S&T pushing up, trying to find something with these Sheriffs and not really getting much of anything besides a bit of damage onto Asura. He's just going to go ahead and TP back and spots out Pyre, who throws out the Haunt. Not quite able to get the shot there as the Fade jumps across, but the spike is down. All 5 members set up on this B site. A difficult re-engage here as a trade comes through. Asura now down. That main kill threat off the table is, the Vise nearly gets caught out, but I think bailed out by the smoke coming from the Astra. S&T getting some spam through. A lot of damage going out, but it's a 4v2. Frosties takes out 1. Waffy's with the headshot, but once again shot down, and Frosties finishes things off once again for UCF. This offense starting to get things together after a stumble on the pistol round.
Yeah, and that, especially on B-side, once your spike's already down, it's really easy for the attackers to kind of just play those angles, play it from far away. Especially with that Yoru able to just get into that back line and just hold through that little corner. It makes it to where attackers can kind of just hold from different angles and just not let you approach the spike. Meanwhile, seeing into this round, we are seeing a bit of a force up by S&T here. They are pretty much full rifles, barring the fact they are on some light shields, which is kind of to be expected considering they lost the last round.
Well, they're also going to go in with the Dimensional Drift. Asura getting a lot of space with this. Yeah, S&T on this buy, or he just runs straight into the Vise. So he knows where that player is at least, and just going to go ahead and rotate all the way behind. In a pretty nasty position here now, as he's pretty much just paved the way for UCF to walk all the way up onto B. Haunt doesn't really get much of anything as S&T coming back in, but Steel Garden coming in now. And that's going to jam up the weapons here for S&T, and now UCF a big advantage here on site. Still Treetops dodged out on that ultimate and gets one onto Frosty, so the Vise shut down, but Asura hanging in this corner evens things off in a nice flash. Asura for 2, Asura for 3. Not quite able to get the 4th, but just 1 player left alive, and UCF just has to find this KO to finish off this round, and Lovesatos not even going to go for this one, just trying to save the gun here. And a pretty smart decision to boot is, I mean, you were pretty much forcing up on that round as well, just trying to recover what you can on this next one. But it's going to be a rough position coming in to that next round for S&T as their economy now in the gutter.
Yeah, especially on that B side. As soon as they get planted down, we saw that entire strategy. Just do not let them touch it. How many smokes did we see going in from CT spawn over there, and how much did we see there? And not to mention, you got it right on the nail. The only one able to buy a rifle right now is Loaves of Toast, and even then, that means they're going to have pretty much nothing going into this next round, and they're kind of forced to win. Meanwhile, everyone else on their team seems to be just buying Sheriff.
Yeah, well, no, that's the rifle they pulled over from the last round, so still having some credits left over. It's going to be Loaves of Toast with the hero rifle for the next round. But, raw position to be in for S&T after such a good start. But that's one way to start things off. And Loaves of Toast and Duck immediately taking out the 2 impact players for UCF. I mean, these are the 2 players that have been topping the leaderboards. Still, Loaves of Toast not ready for that one. Bag getting on the board for UCF. Not able to get the 2, though. Treetops with the headshot.
Yeah, losing out on Lifts of Toast really sucks there because it means their hero rifle is now on the ground, but they are able to pick it up as we do see Hoshi grabbing it. Now the new hero of S&T hoping to try to find something.
Yeah, Hoshi in such a good spot. Oh, the timing. Oh, but he peeks around the corner. Treetops doesn't spot him, but gets the headshot in the end. Hoshi turned around, not looking out for that one. And it's just the Astra left alive. Bear, I mean, we've seen him go for some hero plays in the previous map. But what can he get going here? I mean, he has the spike. He has positioning on B, and I don't know if S&T knows really where he's at. But, I mean, it's not a favorable position here.
And it looks like they're going for this timing just to try to catch this Fade off guard.
Oh, and he's going to walk straight into Pyre, and he's not looking the right way. Bear tries to clear the left side corner, but leaves his backslide exposed, and Pyre cleans up on that one. S&T bouncing back now, getting the momentum moving back in their favor, and the hero rifle paying off. Loaves of Toast is one of the ones getting one of those early kills there in the round, and that sets them up beautifully for success.
Yeah, we are going to see here that UCF now a touch worried about money. Not to the degree that S&T was in the last round, but enough to where S&T can actually start pushing this a little bit. Especially now that S&T now has a decent chunk of ults in their hand. They have the Asher Wall, they have that from the Shadows, they have the Rose Garden, and it's just a matter of where they're going to use it.
Yeah, I mean, once again, UCF going pretty slow. Oh, but Duck with a beautiful headshot. Asura is taken out early. And once again, this Yoru getting shut down. I mean, Asura been getting a lot of value so far, so taking him off the table early, that's a big win for S&T. And now they're just going to back off, play safe. UCF still working to push up. Looks like they are going to be investing this Cosmic Divide in here, so that's going to get them the space on the objective, but it's also going to trigger this rotation on over for S&T. I think they want to try and deny this plant, but they're not going to hear it coming through. Cosmic Divide blocking all that sound from coming through onto the site. And Hoshi and Frosties come in from the other side and take out two. Steel Garden coming in now for S&T. That's going to jam up the weapons. And the follow-up is there. S&T completely answers back. Astral Divide also coming in. I'm not sure they necessarily needed to go for that. It's just one player left alive, as Bag is going to have to jump in onto this point. They know exactly where he is, though. And Duck for 4 in that round. Some big plays coming in, but perhaps a bit of overinvestment from S&T as they are going to get this defuse and tie things up.
Yeah, they did end up using a total 2 ults from that. The biggest one there was that Rose Garden from UCF really paying off a lot from S&T. We saw a lot of value going in trying to win that fight, and for S&T to take that means that Asura is not going to have enough to buy, and we're just going to see a force up on that Stinger.
Yeah, I mean, getting taken out early means not really much cash available for him. That was a save round for UCF, but not everybody so lucky enough to have those rifles. They are going to have some ultimates coming in, Viper's Pit and Nightfall. That Fade ultimate in particular could get them a good entry onto site.
Yeah, not to mention that Viper's Pit really changes the entire dynamic of B-site too. Makes it from a long range to a short range, and that's really kind of what what UCF needs to get there a bit better.
Yeah, they've been going for these B hits pretty consistently, and it looks like this round is no different. But this time around, you are going to have the Vise waiting over there. Going to be backing off, though, as Bear on the lurk. It's actually a fake on over to B-side. He's actually the one with the spike over on the other side of the map. But, oh, they don't get the timing on Delosa Toast, who peeks up there. Gets a little bit of damage onto the Vise, but not much else, as both teams playing this very slowly. It's looking like UCF wanting to rotate back through their spawn and go for this B hit once again.
Yeah, it's a really powerful position to play if you can get the plant down. And considering the fact they have that Viper wall, it makes it so much easier to happen.
Double ults coming through for UCF. Oscar with the Dimensional Drift following up on that Nightfall. Very expensive, but next to them the kill and the advantage here as Spike is now down. S&T having to re-engage this. They do have a Dimensional Drift of their own, and they are going to go ahead and invest it as Duck getting in. He gets some information. Waffles with 1, evens things up. The flash comes through, but it's a double flash. Asura takes out Duck, but Losa Toast is there for the avenge. Smoke Peak, Waffles, another kill. Nice headshot onto Bag, but Bear is there. And it's just Losa Toast left alive. What can this KO do? He's got players on either side of him, and the Razor Vines are going to slow him up. Bear getting that kill, and UCF finally answering back now. A beautiful combo there at the end from the Vise and Astra.
Yeah, having that B site just able to fully be seen from B long there just makes it so easy to pick off once you've had to plant it down. And that's kind of just the entire game plan for UCF. Get the spike planted down, don't let them take it, and just kind of just keep people lined up and just have shots keep on coming. Meanwhile, S&T does have that KO overdrive coming up, and it will be able to shut down a lot of stuff here, especially from if they can hit it. It means that they are not going to be able to put up those smokes or those sucks, which can keep Asher from pulling them off a defuse again.
Yeah, definitely. And UCF this time poking up A. They haven't gone for this in a while. Besides, I mean, they looked for it early on in the last round, but eventually ended up doubling back. So this time they are going to be spotted out. Some spam coming down through the choke, not really netting anything as Waffles and Duck are here. I mean, UCF playing this very slowly. And here comes the null command for S&T wanting to play the counter engage here. And UCF just hiding in this choke. Neither team really wants to make a move forward here that could potentially result in someone getting picked off, and exactly that happens to Frosties. Once again, Frosties for 3. Big things coming through from the Vise. But it's immediately answered back. Waffles and Treetops turn this into a 2v2, so suddenly winnable. And UCF, they have the Steel Garden available. They are going to drop it in. It is going to jam up Waffles. So this is the entry S&T needs. Still, I don't think this connected on to the Vise for S&T. On comes through. It spots out Waffles. They know where this player is, but not opting to take that 1v1. Prowler going to come in, get some more intel as Waffles still desperately trying to get an angle here to evict these players off this site. Spike is ticking. Waffles gets 1. That's his 3rd for the round. And now Hoshi in a bad position, concussed by the Astras. Flashed up, gets 1, gets 2. Hoshi with the clutch.
Hoshi just completely solidifying that round, somehow pulling it from the brink of despair. Honestly, that Rose Garden really allowed him to get onto point there, taking away those rifles. We saw both of them really having to play back and wait for it. Not even just from that, but that was able to just get them to spike. And it seemed like they didn't know exactly what to do from there. But being able to get that back-to-back kill, that's kind of aim duel. And winning that trade 1 for 2 is exactly what they needed to win that round and pull another round out from a really bad spot.
I mean, this map has surely delivered so far, and Hoshi brings that back from the brink of disaster as UCF. They're going to stretch this lead to 2 now. S&T looking to bounce back here as UCF very much heating up on this offense so far. They have the Viper's Pit still available as well. S&T burning the Null Command. And Pyre, that's a good start for the Miners, taking out Frosties early on. I mean, this Vise has been so devastating so far. And now UCF, they're going to be forced back, playing this slow in their spawn. I mean, they have the Viper's Pit. It's not a great initiation tool. Forced to play this slowly, trying to get something off of the Stinger play. Treetops, good for 1, but Hoshi and Asura answer right back. So now another 3v3 situation. Both these teams been so good at equalizing these situations where they're down members. And UCF going to be able to walk up onto this site.
Yeah, a lot of this is just coming down to how are they going to play this out from these positions. We've been seeing so many times where a game was really even and just a singular player's input completely changed the game. Like we just saw the last one, 1v2, completely shifted. Meanwhile,
Hoshi in the mid. Oh, he picks off 2. He's got a chance to go for another one, and he gets the 3rd. 4 kills in that round for Hoshi, opening things up and closing them out. Hoshi on an absolute tear over these last 2. I mean, the clutch in the last round and now this one, a 4K. The Fade really putting up numbers here as he's going to jump to the top of the leaderboard. And UCF now up 3.
The biggest thing here is that they were in a pretty rough spot considering the fact that they were having to worry about ultimates still. And in an even situation, even after getting 2 kills and able to solidify the 3rd after they knew they were there, no one was really expecting that mid push to have someone lurking there waiting for that return.
Prowler gets spotted out, but a flash onto Duck. Nightfall coming through as well, and Asura going to follow up on that, but still Waffles with the shutdown, grabs 2, and it's a trade. Ultimate comes through there, but UCF only walking away with a 2 for 2. Not an ideal situation as they are still going to work their way up onto this point. Viper's Pit now getting invested. Prowler spots out 1. But this is a difficult situation for S&T. They are going to dump their Nightfall into this. But do they really want to push into the Viper's Pit now? All these players silenced up. They can't hear anything, but the spike is down for UCF. S&T just trying to surround these players here. This Viper's Pit creating so much space. What can they get done? The Nightfall not really finding any value, but there we go. Treetops with 1 in the Steel Garden online now. 3 kills going their way. Ultimate not even needed, and S&T finally answering back here. Gonna get 2 players on the defuse, make sure the love spread around evenly, and S&T finally bringing things back in their favor on a crucial round, which crucially gets their economy back in shape. It was going to be looking dire if they didn't get that one.
Yeah, back loose at that Viper's Pit is really just unfortunate to see there, especially considering the fact that that was kind of their entire game plan. Losing out just on the Viper's Pit itself really allowed for the rest of the kills to happen there, especially once that Garden took in, like, it's just a matter of they lost that Viper's Pit, and all of a sudden their game plan that revolved around having the Viper alive is just completely broken apart.
Yeah, and I mean, now coming in here with full rifles, Bags only got a Sheriff, so not the best situation for UCF, and they're just going to immediately invest the Dimensional Drift in here, clearing a lot of space through mid as he's going to go ahead and push up towards B site. Not spotting anybody out, but oh, he's got Treetops in his sight, but Treetops immediately shuts it down, doesn't fall for the fake. And now UCF down a player, down an ultimate. They still have space on this B site. Still, S&T playing so cautious, very aware of these lurks that have been coming through so consistently, but nothing going to actually be set up for UCF. They're just going to move all 4 members onto this B-long angle. But how do you re-engage this? You have the Cosmic Divide, and that is going to go ahead and come through, but 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, especially now that they're down a member, it really comes down to how are they going to use this one ultimate they have available to them. S&T could come back with their own, but realistically that's just going to clutter up the map even more, and they really just need to get in a proper position. They are up a member, so they can play a little risky, but they don't have that much to work with.
Another trade, and Pyre, good for 2, but traded out. Cosmic Divide now for S&T, as it's just this Astra left alive, and Loafs of Toast spots him out. Nice headshot coming through there as S&T grabs another one away. So cutting this lead down to 1, and crucially stretching this economic lead. That's going to force UCF onto a save, so S&T now in a position to get some momentum going here.
Yeah, they're really looking to even this out going into the next round. It makes a lot of sense. You don't want to go on negative rounds. That's just extremely rough to deal with. The only downside for them right now that I can see is the fact that they're going to have to, they pretty much just have to work without ultimates. I mean, they are 2 off from a couple, being that Yower ult and that overdrive from the KO, but that's not particularly reliant enough, especially considering the fact that Frosty's has that full ultimate, along with that's really the only person they have that has a decent gun besides Bag.
And look at this play from Treetops. He's picking the Outlaw. He knows that UCF is not going to be able to buy up these shields. Oh, and this Sniper could be devastating. Not enough for the Operator here, but the Outlaw more than enough to deal with these low HP players from UCF. I like this play a lot. Oh, the Jiggle Peek from Frosties gets spotted out by Duck. Duck for 1. Grabs it onto Bag. A little bit of a bait there as Frosties pushes forward. And, seems to get his teammate killed. And Steel Garden, though, going to jam up these weapons on the side of S&T. And Waffy's, though, answering back. Asura takes out Duck. And good for 2 now. Pyre down. And UCF, they have the spike down on point. It's a 3v3. And no ultimates available for either team. It's just going to have to be a raw re-engage here. But Waffy's opens things up. Bear is down. No smokes on the table. Asura grabs another one, but shut down once again. Waffy's for 3. Can he get the 4th here? Hoshi is the last one alive. He's got a good angle to play from. This is very much a winnable situation, especially with S&T running out of time on this objective. Hoshi gets the kill. Can he pull the clutch off once again? Haunt is going out. Waffy's is going to stick the plant. And Hoshi, once again, clutches things up. And UCF is going to head into the next half with a 2-round lead. The save coming through. Don't have the credits to spend up on that last round, but it's not a problem for them as Hoshi continuously coming up big. This Fade just providing so much value and so many clutches time and time again.
Yeah, we really saw that vision come in full use. Without that, they couldn't have guaranteed that shot on the Astra. And that Hoshi has just been so good at handling those high-pressure 1v2 clutch situations, unlike any other player really has this game.
Yeah, now we're going to see, though, S&T are moving on over to the defense, and crucially, we mentioned at the top of this, UCF with the double smokes, S&T with the double initiator. This should theoretically work a lot better on S&T's offense, as they are trying to go in here with the KO. They have a lot more initiation potential, so how many rounds can they take off here? They're down 2, but that could change in an instant.
Yeah, UCF does have that global utility, though, where they can get smoked pretty much anywhere.
Oh, Treetops takes out Bag. Not really ready for that 2-player swing coming through there as S&T jumping out to an early advantage. Still, Bear catches out 1, but immediately traded out, and it's just the Vi's left alive. Frosty's going to have to go for a hero play here in a 1v4. Does he even want to go for this, though? Might just be worth it to die to the spike and avoid giving more economy over into S&T's hands, but he seems to want to push up here. He knows where Loafs of Toast is, but this crossfire angle, he is just going to get blown to smithereens here. Picks off 1, but that is about it as Treetops finishes that off. S&T back down to a 1-round deficit.
Yeah, it did kind of guarantee a little bit more money, which isn't the worst. It means they can probably afford to get a sheriff or something, which we're going to see them pick up. And honestly, to the biggest degree, it's not going to make too much of a difference when it comes to S&T's economy. They're still going to have a really dominant next round unless UCF gets really creative. Honestly, what I'm kind of expecting to see here, especially from the looks of it, it seems like KO on that Loaves of Toast is looking to build up that ult to get a really good overdrive push and do that as many times as possible, especially since we've seen them pick up an orb already.
Yeah, the null command didn't really see too much value on the previous half. I think we only saw one come through, but Loaves of Toast, we've seen some great things from him, and we do have a Bucky watch. Osira just going to go ahead and teleport out of there, spotted out by the Prowler coming through from S&T, and just going to hightail it on over to the other side of the map, setting up for this B defense, but actually looks like S&T has wanted to go the other direction. Ooh, if UCF miscalculates this, this might just be free space coming on over to S&T, but it looks like they are swinging players back over. They know it's not going to be a B hit, but both teams taking this extremely slow right now.
Yeah, especially now that we see how much their utility is coming into effect here. It's a matter of how S&T uses their 2 flashes still, which they still have. Meanwhile, UCF used a lot of their smokes already just to get some early value.
Yeah, Duck, first one to find a kill, and it's 2. UCF down members is Duck. Oh, a beautiful blind came through there. And you see the power of the KO. UCF, they just don't have that in their wheelhouse. The flash comes through, hits onto several players, and they just get ripped to shreds. S&T now tying up the game.
Yeah, really just gigantic plays when it came to the degree of how they were able to initiate that. We saw just some beautiful plays, especially from S&T's able to entry onto that. And even with they were just able to work their econ advantage so well into a degree that UCF couldn't really contest with.
Waffy's with the Bucky. What is the play here? It looks like, so S&T, they're not going for a full buy. An interesting economy play here. Probably trying to maybe just make sure they can stretch this advantage as far as they can.
Yeah, they're trying to play that bonus just for as much money as they can get.
Ooh, Hoshi though, first one, find a kill. Oh, he's gonna miss this timing though as he gets pincered by 2 players. So 1-for-1 trade now. Astra and Fade taking off the table. UCF now down another trade though. 3 versus 3. No ultimates available for either side. Ooh, the Oro getting taken low. Duck finds one though as Pirate goes down. Just trades going back and forth, back and forth. But S&T, they have space. They've got the plant down on B. Viper Util not enough to deny this. Bag, though, takes out Duck, that low HP Yoru, and it's just the KU left alive. But he has a pretty nasty angle here. Takes out Bear. It's a 1 versus 1. Bag versus Toast. Wall up. Bag knows where this player is, and he's going to pick up the Phantom. Oh, but he's got the defuse. Is he going to stick this? Loaves of Toast, he's going to round the corner, and he gets the kill. Bag goes for the stick, but a bit of a miscalculation, and Toast picks that one up. S&T back in the lead.
Yeah, really strong kind of mind games they're trying to play here. Just as a matter of, okay, will I stick this or am I going to use this as an opportunity to try to push onto you? And in this case, they went for that full stick, and it really was just S&T bit back hard with that. Just able to get the kill off it and secure the round, and that brings them up to a lead, which is really pivotal, especially considering the fact that they are still able to have a decent economy. UCFs can't say the same, though.
Yeah, S&T has not led since round 1. Finally back in the driver's seat. You see Treetops, after forcing the save from UCF, he's going to go right back to this Outlaw, and it immediately finds value. Bag is down. And UCF immediately starting off at a man disadvantage. Cordon off. As S&T regroups in their spawn, figure out where they want to go from here. Frosty's, though, answers back. Treetops is down. That lurk potential now shut down as the Vi's taken off the table. Still S&T wanting to walk up onto this B site. They want to go aggressive. Frosty's, though, setting up this Vi's util, hoping to slow this down as much as possible. And is not going to fall for the fake. It is going to trip the shear, though. So some of that Vi's util now shut down as S&T potentially looking like they actually want to back off here.
S&T did lose their only ultimate they had available to them at the moment, which is really big, considering that was that Rose Garden.
So much util is coming out, but Frosty's takes out one, but Duck answers back immediately. Another 2 kills for him as S&T now working their way up here. They're going to be able to get the plant. These last 2 members of UCF are going to have to go for the re-engage. Oh, Hoshi nearly stays alive there at the end, but taken out finally by Pyre. Gets the second kill there, and S&T now up 2. UCF.
Right now we're seeing that ult advantage come into big swing. 4 ultimates on the side of S&T. UCF only having that Rose Garden, which will probably be countered by their own Rose Garden if S&T gets the opportunity to. Not to mention, having that KO initiation on attack is really powerful, especially when it comes to having that Viper, having that Astra, having that Yoru. It means that a lot of their get out cards and their smokes are just going to be unavailable to them once the fight actually starts.
Yeah, and it was a good effort by UCF on a save round, and that is going to net them a full buy here. They are going to actually be coming in with the operator on Asura, but the dimensional drift now coming through from S&T. Whoa, double ult stack, though. Nightfall and Steel Garden coming through. So much util getting dumped in. Null command coming through for S&T. Treetops is down. Hoshi for 2. So much going on. But it looks like UCF is coming out on top in this engagement, but not for long. Duck and Loaves of Toast getting back in there. Loaves of Toast with 2. The Null command getting the value it needs. Still back of sight. Spike is down for S&T, though. And
yeah, singular shot onto a bag, though, will get the kill. And especially in a fight like this, it's kind of rough for them to play around. But considering everyone's all the way back there, they're going to have to go for a stick here.
Yeah, I mean, just such a terrible position to be in. Haunt's going to spot him out as well. Pyre knows exactly where he is. And, I mean, he doesn't really even need the Haunt. He's got to go for the defuse here. And Pyre takes him out bag. Narrowly wins out that 1v1. But, I mean, there was another player ready and waiting in the wings to finish that one off if necessary. So now S&T up 3 rounds, 10-7. And here comes the timeout. Hoshi calling that one in. And, I mean, it makes a lot of sense here. Things are starting to get out of hand for UCF. That was your buy round. That was a must-win, really. And now forced into a situation where you're going to have to go to a save that's likely going to result in S&T going up 11-7 here on the verge of match point. I mean, UCF, this is do or die territory. I mean, they came into this bracket phase as the #1 seed, and now they are on the brink of elimination. S&T has come thundering back in this series after a disastrous collapse on map 1. And UCF, they really need an answer here.
Yeah, really it's just coming down to a matter of we're just seeing a lot of that offensive pressure constantly being applied and those double initiations really showing their full force on attack. And it seems like those double control isn't quite doing the same. It's a bit more useful, and we're seeing that, but that double initiation is so strong. Having both that vision on the fade and having the flashes on KO and the silence on it too, that is so much value just from initiation. That just turns off abilities, turns off players, and has been kind of a pivotal point to how many kills they've been getting. They can't peek a corner without having to worry about getting flashes. That's kind of why we've been seeing 5 rounds in a row, which is a crazy streak.
I mean, yeah, look at the assists on the board for Loaves of Toast. 17. He might be at the bottom of the leaderboard, but his impact, it really just hasn't been showing up as much, up front on screen. So, S&T, I have to think UCF has got to be thinking about how to better play these post plants. But on another save, Treetops once again with the Outlaw immediately picking off bag. The benefit is UCF are playing this double smoke setup, but still continuing to get dismantled as Pyre finds another one onto Frosty's. The lurk down, and S&T once again thundering onto this B site. These members nowhere near the position they need to be in to contest this.
UCF does have that fade ult, though, which might be able to get them something, but realistically, it's still a 3v4. They'd have to really get a lot of value off that, and considering the fact that they've captured B point already, and they have a multi-angle onto that spike, especially from Waffy's, who has to worry about this flank, though. It is a pretty good spot to be in.
Yeah, but it looks like right now, I mean, S&T has every angle covered. UCF, they are going to be able to come in from multiple angles, and Asura in particular coming in from behind could get a lot of value, but Waffy's is there, shuts down both coming in from the attacker spawn side. Asura on 1 HP, taken out by Waffy's. He's good for 3. And that's going to send S&T to 11 rounds. Still, it's a save for UCF. They are going to have credits here to deny S&T from going to match point, and 7 rounds to their name. This is not out of the question, but they need to start stringing some together. They have not won a single round on their defense. They've been 0-6 so far. S&T has just gone on an absolute dominant winning streak here. Shades of what we saw from UCF in map 1. I mean, they are really needing to find something here. I mean, what did they discuss in that timeout? Are we going to see it here now that they have weapons to work with? UCF, they have ultimates to work with here, but S&T coming in with this split A push.
Yeah, now that we're seeing this, UCF does have these ultimates. They're going to try to use them.
That's a good start. 3 kills on the board for UCF. Loves to toast. Trading out 2, though. Immediately swinging things back in S&T's favor. That's going to trigger the Nightfall from UCF. They really want to secure this round, even in a 2v3 situation. And Hoshi going to finish things off with a 4K. Hoshi has been the MVP by far so far in this map, cleaning up these clutches, cleaning up these rounds, and UCF finally getting around on their defense, stopping the bleeding. 6 rounds in a row for S&T there. It's going to stop there.
Yeah, we did see one ultimate come out from UCF, but that was a pivotal one at that. Being able to secure that fight off of that is pretty powerful. They do still have 2 to work with. Not to mention, we are pretty close to that Viper Spit with just 1 ult orb away. Honestly, done properly, if they can spread those ultimates out across 2 to 3 fights, that's a pretty good situation to be in a 10-11 versus or 11-11.
A nice knife comes out. That's going to spot out Ostro's forced to back up. Loves to toast, though. Just peeking up here. They've left the spike in spawn, so going to double back at some point. Just poking out, trying to get someone caught out here and get an advantage. Hoshi spots out one, immediately going to duck behind cover, not wanting to deal with that. Both teams playing this extremely carefully, neither one wanting to make a mistake, as this is a critical round for giving over the momentum. UCF on the verge of going to match point against S&T, series point here, whereas S&T, they do not want to be forced onto a save here and potentially give UCF that momentum to tie things up and potentially force an OT.
Yeah, and as we're seeing this, we're seeing that Viper wall really come into full swing here as they're able to stall S&T for a bunch of time.
Oh, and that's a great peek from Frosty's, shutting down Waffles. And that's going to be taking the Cosmic Divide off the table, the only ultimate S&T had in their bank. So a significant setback here on their offense. They're still looking to push up onto this B site. And this lurk down mid from the Vise as well, looking to catch someone out, but not looking like any of the UCF players are going to be in a position to really get followed up on there. Spike is down for S&T, though. 5v4 on the retake in favor of UCF, but they have ultimates to work with. And here comes the Dimensional Drift. Asura getting on in. 1-for-1 trade here. Treetops, though, trading things out in the Dimensional Drift. A little too late. Not in a position to follow up. And S&T, they're going to head to match point here. Asura just not getting the value he needs to with the Dimensional Drift. The Cosmic Divide doesn't come out in time. Yeah, in dire straits for UCF here.
Missing that flash there really just hurt so much when it came to that push. I mean, just missing out on that value from it just means that all of a sudden you are now down one more player than you really needed to be in that fight. UCF does have the ults, though.
Look at the economy, though. I mean, they're going to be coming in here with a Stinger and a Sheriff. 3 rifles on the board. I mean, Treetops, he's not going to opt to go for the Outlaw this round. They're just going to run in here with full rifles, but ultimates fairly even across the board. This is do or die for UCF and S&T. They are wanting to go in hard and fast, pushing up onto this B site. 5 players running in here. Cosmic Divide is going to slow things down here, and here comes the Null Command. S&T, they are not wanting to give any room away. Dimensional Drift as well, going to be creating space on this site. UCF, they're playing so scared. Flash nearly catches out the Astra. Pyre is going to get the plant down, and 2 kills immediately coming through. And it is all falling apart. UCF, they will not complete the lower bracket run. The #1 seed going down here in Missouri S&T, proving that they have what it takes to keep going in this bracket.
Yeah, that fall from Greg's really just completely shut down. It was a lot of back and forth, but really that second half of the last map was just felt like everything was crumbling apart for them. Just a matter of, okay, we got a bunch of rounds lost. We have to take our time out just to try to get some momentum back, and they're able to get a little bit back. But in the end, that's just going to come down to the fact that they had ults that just were completely stopping the entire fight at its heels and just pushing back time and time again. And it's just a matter of they could not keep up.
Yeah, I mean, S&T walks away with the win, and they are staying alive in this loser's bracket, but I think the real winner of that much was us. That was an absolute banger from start to finish. I mean, the crazy comeback from UCF on map 1. S&T just completely flipping the tables on map 2, and then just the back and forth affair here on Pearl. I mean, I wouldn't have had it any other way. This was an absolute roller coaster from start to finish, but S&T keeping the mental together after that devastating map 1. I mean, really showing off an immense amount of mental fortitude here and just completely outclassing them throughout the end of that last map. I mean, we saw 6 rounds of row go their way on that offense there on Pearl. Just an absolute masterclass. And I mean, you see, if they didn't go down without a fight, 11-8 score or 13-8 scoreline, not the worst in the world, but that is going to finish off their tournament run here. I mean, taking the L to Wichita State earlier today, and now going down to S&T here, 0-2 in day 2 for our number 1 seed here. But that's going to do it for us in this match. We are going to have an interview with one of the S&T players coming up shortly, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We are, of course, going to have way more tournament matches coming through. Semifinals and grand finals are coming up. You're not going to want to miss it. Stay tuned.
Welcome to our post-game interview from Missouri S&T versus UCF. A very, very exciting game. So much energy within that area where they were playing. Just tell me about just that energy back there. It was getting chippy and everything. It was such a fun game.
You know, we went in there. We knew they were going to start talking some smack, but honestly, it was some light work for us. Yeah, I hope that's the last time they try us with a sorry team like that. Yeah, we sent them back home. It's going to be a long plane ride for them.
Yeah, I mean, you dropped map 1, but ended up coming back with the reverse sweep, picking up 2. Tell me about team morale going through this match.
Like I said, we were calm. We were cool as a cucumber. We didn't even fade us. We were like, you know, we move on to the next map. We threw it, you know, honestly. We did it for the fans. We made it exciting. It was really nothing for us.
Exactly. I mean, clearly you guys were just on a roll those last 2 games. I mean, it was so fun. So you've been making a nice run here through the lowers bracket. You are now in lowers semifinals against Western Kentucky. Tell me, what's your thoughts going into this match?
We played them already. We know what to expect. We know that they have some good players. But honestly, you know, we're on a roll. Well, you know, we're heated up. We're ready.
Exactly. I really hope that momentum can stay because, man, you guys are such an exciting team to watch. But before we wrap this up, you'd like to make any shout-outs during this interview?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my mom, my dad, and everybody that's been supporting me so far.
Of course. Well, thank you so much, Treetops. Once again, congratulations on winning that game with your team. That will be this post-game interview for this match. Stay tuned for our next coming soon.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. After a banger of a series in this losers bracket, we finally made our way to losers semifinals. Missouri S&T fighting tooth and nail to get to this point, and they're facing off against a very strong opponent in Western Kentucky. Coming off the backs of taking down the number 1 seed in UCF, though, they're playing with some momentum here.
Yeah, I mean, morale definitely has to be high. They have been going on a run in this lower bracket. Now in lower semifinals, I think they can take it all the way through to finals. I think they can take this match. With the energy they've been bringing to these games for this event, I have full confidence in S&T.
Yeah, well, we already know what the other side of the bracket is going to be looking like for the rest of the tournament here. Winner of this match going on to face Mizzou Co-Ed in losers finals, and then the winner of that one going on to face Wichita State in that final match. S&T already had some experience with Wichita State yesterday, losing that best of 1. It was a fairly close map, though, so I mean, you really cannot count out this S&T team. They fought their way through Group D after coming out of an absolute nightmare of a group in their first stage, already having faced off against Western Kentucky as well. So this is going to be a rematch for them. They dropped that first best of 1, but I mean, anything can happen in those best of 1 series. So we're going to get a much better look about how these teams square up in this best of 3 here.
I mean, yeah, with number 1 seed being knocked out, this bracket, we're just going into the unknown at this point here. There are no, let's say, for example, things that we could easily know or tell when it comes to this bracket. It is just nothing but excitement from here on out.
Ooh, okay. All right, so we've seen some splits so far today, but this is an interesting look from S&T. I don't think we've seen the Viper on split yet. So
yeah,
bringing this one out, I mean, we saw pretty similar looks from other teams, but Western Kentucky also opting to bring in the Cypher. So neither of these two agents are really what we've been seeing so much today, but both teams are going to be running in with that double initiator combo of Teo and Breach, which has proven to be so strong in this map, as well as the Omen and the Yoru.
Exactly. Just you have so much map control with those two agents. Just got to hope that S&T knows what they're doing with them. Got to hope that they are fully able to use their util perfectly, because there is so much on the line with this map, especially considering elimination and just like that.
Immediately finding a kill through the smoke, just completely sprays down the Omen for S&T. So in the meantime, though, that was a lurk, so the entire rest of S&T has just rotated on over to A-Side for free, and Waffles evens things up with a kill on to Zeem, and that is going to get the spike down. Drone also broken, though Duck's positioning a bit revealed. Mostly Toast just launching these stuns on through, trying to prevent the recontest for Western Kentucky. Flash comes through. Ooh, and Exy, though, 3 kills for him in this round. Can he find any more? It's just 2 players left for S&T, and make that 1 on a sliver of HP. Waffles finds another kill, finds 3, but just barely.
Wow.
Exy survives with the 4th. A great effort on 1 HP, but not quite enough. Tooth and nail on this pistol round, but Western Kentucky takes away the first one.
Yeah, Waffy's taking 3 there towards the end of that is just absolutely insane. Just unfortunate.
I think one of them might have been a collat. They kind of all lined up for him, but
I have to think so as well. That was just
great gunplay regardless.
Quick triple.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a fairly good play for S&T. They are going to be forcing a bit of a weaker anti-eco for Western Kentucky, not coming in with the guns they'd necessarily like to, but S&T also not going to force. It's just going to be the Sheriffs here for round 2. As Western Kentucky early on, treetops. Desai just not quite able to get those kills. Bullet gets 1 with the salvos, but S&T early on taking this early aggro, but maybe getting a little too aggro as Exy and Jello even things up. Still just 1 player left alive. It is going to be Exy, and I mean, we saw him go big in the previous round, but what can he do against this setup here? S&T is going to go ahead and get the spike down. Exy peeks out, grabs 1. It's a 1v1 now. And Exy gets the shot. Wow, I mean, the Yoru really pulling his weight so far in this series. In Western Kentucky, they're going to get the defuse and go up 2-0 here.
Exy just showing out so far. Looking very, very unstoppable right now. Very, very well played to clutch up that 1v2. Just like, man, I kind of was low on some faith there for Exy. Just being, you know, kind of forced off of the point. SNT gets spiked down. There's so much pressure being added there. But he was just able to bring it back, just playing so calm. And, I mean, that's exactly what you need here to just, you know, keep it going perfectly.
Yeah, so here comes the bonus round for Western Kentucky. Not the best guns in the world for this defense, as S&T is going to be coming in here with full rifles. These have been close rounds overall. Western Kentucky not taking a commanding lead here whatsoever, but eking these rounds out nonetheless. S&T getting some pretty free space onto A, and they're just going to instantly get this plant down. Pyre getting that spike set up, and it's going to be a very early dimensional drift coming through from Exy. And Zeem actually the first one to find the kill. Duck goes down, and dimensional drift gets the value it needs to. Pyre is good for one, but S&T starting to fall apart here as these kills come through. But a nice flank from Waffles, grabs two. And suddenly S&T back in the driver's seat in this one. Still, Zyme on the spike. He's going to stick this defuse. They need to kill him. Treetops with the jiggle peek, though. Spots him out. This Molly on point. This is going to stall things out.
This is no problem.
Zyme.
Right back to the defuse.
Oh. He's got to win this one out. The smoke, though, it's cutting off Waffy's line of sight. The spike's at half. Waffy's got to go in, and Zyme, does he have enough time? He doesn't.
Not enough time.
4 kills for the Cypher, but just not enough time to get the defuse. 0.8 seconds on the clock, and S&T, another extremely tight round, but this one finally goes their way.
Exactly. That was just such good post-plant play from S&T. Definitely have to give it to them. I mean, and they're showing it this game. Speaking to Treetops, after that last game, he said that their team, they needed this rematch. They wanted this rematch. They wanted to take it back. They need that win. And they're kind of showing it here. This is just such a close game so far.
Look at this stinger play coming in for S&T. So we're going to play this a little bit economically despite winning that previous round. Salvos are going to stall things out here, but just going to go ahead and push through sewers, but there's a lot of players ready and waiting for them, and Jello immediately picks one off, but oversteps a little bit, underestimating those stingers, but Exy is there. The knife from Treetops tries to get the kill. He actually gets one onto Exy, but it's just one player left alive. Oh, Loaves of Toast with the classic, picks off one, but 5 HP. Desire just shuts him down there. And Western Kentucky answering back.
Just not able to successfully check his corners there. Just being left in a 1v3 situation is just so bad, so nerve-wracking. It's so hard to play through that.
Yeah, both teams working their way back up to some ultimates. They're starting to get a lot online here, particularly S&T. They are going to have that Viper's Pit available, so if they're able to get some early entry onto site like we've seen them do so many times so far, that could be a good tool to keep things going for them. But starting off here, they are going to be playing pretty slow. Both teams have full rifles. Here comes the salvos. That's going to force Hayden forward. And Pyre immediately follows things up. 3 kills go in the way of S&T early on as they force Western Kentucky out into the open. And Treetops looking for a timing here on Desai as the smoke expires. He's got Loaves of Toast with him as well. They seem to know there's a player here. And ooh, Desai gets the trade onto the Omen, but still only one player left alive. It's the Cypher on the lurk, and they spotted him out. Duck gets the information he needs, and Jaime going to be forced through CT as the plant comes through. Looks for the shot, gets one.
I'm getting one, yeah, that's nice.
Oh, stun comes through, though. Stun salvo combo. Ooh, gets some damage. Doesn't find the kill. Still
not much Zyme can really do here. Just gotta, especially being on this timer now, just makes things so much worse.
Duck knows where he is. Not checking that corner, and Yoru just sneaking up behind you, takes him out, and S&T back on the board, 3-2 scoreline now. And not really having to invest much of anything to get that done. No ultimates expended that round by either team, despite building up a pretty healthy bank. And now S&T, they've got 4 available coming into the next one.
Yeah, just being I mean, WKU, you know, being forced to some smaller buys for this round due to that loss. Hopefully they can, you know, bring it back, though.
Oh, this is
round.
a classic. Treetops pulling out the Outlaw. Knows that Western Kentucky's on a save and looking to exploit those low shield HPs. Going to see From the Shadows invested. Not looking like it really went anywhere. S&T just maybe getting some scouting info as they look to continue working down A, but actually sending a couple members through sewers. I think this might be a fake, though. They're keeping the spike with their breach. Loaves of Toast and Duck holding down the fort over here as it looks like they're sending both controllers as a bit of a distraction down mid to make Western Kentucky think they're going for the rotate. And it seems to be working. The Cypher, the only one left over here on this A site, holding things down.
Yeah, both sides just playing this so calculated right now. Just taking it so slow, which is
Here comes the decoy, and here comes the push for S&T. Yoru TPing onto point, and Western Kentucky, they're out of position, so here comes the plant for free, and like I mentioned earlier, S&T, they have this Viper's Pit they can play around, and a whole host of other ultimates as well. Actually, the first one in range, looking to get a kill, only has the classic though, and Duck just shuts him down with the cross angle, TPs to safety. There's a couple players up here on this heaven angle. They gotta be careful of this. Zeem looking for timing here. Flash setup from
Ooh. Yeah.
Time for two. But Treetops with the Outlaw shutting that down. Flash comes through. Jello trying to get something going. He is going to find it with the Stinger. Very doable situation here, but time is of the essence. He grabs the Phantom. He gets the kill onto Treetops, but Waffle swings a corner, and with no choice but to stick the defuse, Jello falls, and S&T claims another round. Waffles does fall to the spike at the end there, so not the best situation for S&T. Could have gone a lot better, could have had a much better economy advantage coming out of that one, but they are walking away with 4 ultimates still in the bank and full rifles ready to go for the next one.
Once again, though, S&T just playing post-plant so well. It was a little scary there. Zeem had a somewhat of a nice flank there, especially being able to catch 2, but then ultimately being caught out himself. Kind of messed up that play there, but still being able to pick up 2. It was such a good play. It was such a good look.
Dimensional drift, looking to catch this Cypher off guard, and they do exactly that, but Bullet, in the meantime, takes out Loaves of Toast. The stun salvo combo rearing its ugly head once again, and it's looking like Hayden wants to go for this. Rolling Thunder lets that loose onto point. Dueling Armageddons as well, both tails letting that loose. And Western Kentucky looking to storm back into this one amidst the barrage of rocket fire. And Jello just sticking the defuse. There's no one here to really contest this. Western Kentucky just sticks it, and the rest of M7T just falls apart. Western Kentucky finally answering back after S&T goes on a bit of a winning streak.
Yeah, once again, definitely got to give it to WKU there. They played that round fantastic. And, I mean, this so far has just been some great play from both sides. Like, just the strategies coming in, the way that they're playing against each other. This is definitely going to be a fun game between these two.
Yeah, and it's looking like S&T going to be forced onto a save. Got a couple stingers. Actually, it's going to be the old quad stinger running down strategy. So they're looking for A. Stun comes out, trying to push this heaven angle as they're all storming in here. Salvers are going to force positioning as Waffles clearing sewers. As the rest of the team also just going to sweep through here and push through mid. A little bit of a ring around the rosy as it looks like Western Kentucky expected them to come through the other side, but Zeem is ready and waiting, picks off 2 immediately. And now S&T kind of stuck in this mid angle now. Jello grabs another one. I mean, Phantom versus Stinger, not a favorable matchup there as Waffles falls. Grenade trying to catch out Loaves of Toast, who's dancing around this B-long angle, and he is going to fall. Flawless for Western Kentucky, finishing this one off in style.
Very well played. I mean, you got to think, S&T, you're all stacked up together. You have the numbers. You need everybody at least watching one angle. You know, back to where 2 of them got wiped when they were grouped up. you got to have at least one person watching that doorway right in front of your team. That's how Zeem just easily caught out 2 of them. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
so we are going to see the timeout come here. Loaf Satos calling that one in. I actually like the timing on this one a lot. I mean, you're coming off of a save round where you're not expecting to get that much, but probably not expecting it to fail that badly. And this kind of gives you an opportunity to regroup. You're going to have credits to spend into the next round. Things really haven't been going your way on your offense. And so now heading into these last few rounds in the half, wanting to regroup, try and figure out what's going wrong and why Western Kentucky is shutting down these pushes so easily. I mean, S&T, they've been getting a lot of space on site, but these re-engages from Western Kentucky have been looking extremely solid for most of the map so far.
Yeah.
So S&T, they really need to figure out a way to dismantle this and make sure they have that staying power on site. Is that going to be ultimate usage? Is that going to be better angle setup? We'll just have to see.
yeah, I mean, as you said, a well-needed timeout there from S&T to regroup. Once again, it's still looking good from both sides, but just a lot of mistakes coming out from S&T now. So hopefully they are back on the same page here. Because, I mean, their post-plant play has been really good so far from what we've seen. They've messed up around for sure, but once they get the spike down, there's just so much pressure onto WKU, and it just forces them to be uncomfortable.
The Teo drone got a lot of info up mid, but Design Bullet just hiding, waiting in the wings, and picking off these isolated members. And once again, Missouri S&T down too early, cordoned off in this mid area with the Omen off to the far left of the screen, looking for this lurk, trying to catch someone out, but these have not been favorable matchups for S&T, and Bullet grabs another. Pyre's finally going to take him out, but 2v4 situation, and all your players with ultimates are down. What can S&T get going here?
Yeah, it's just really hard situation, especially with it being a 2v4. You were just down quite a few numbers here. You got to think, what can you possibly do? It's just very hard for S&T this round, especially with short time.
Oh, they spot out Exy, but not quite able to get that kill. They are just going to be running for the hills. They know exactly where he is, though. The cage comes through from the Cypher, though. Some amazing peel coming through from Zeem, and he finished it off with 2 kills. Some really creative plays from the Cypher, and it ends up saving his teammate and winning the round there. Great play from Zeem to finish that off.
Yeah, that was just some fantastic teamwork from WKU. I was not expecting that at all. But, they definitely had to be hyped. That is definitely a morale booster for a team. You're just able to save your teammate like that and take the round as well. That was so great.
Yeah, and once again, S&T forced onto this save. We're going to see Duck with the Bucky. Bucky watch here. I'm not a huge fan of it on the split offense, but we'll just have to see. I'm just still sitting on that Viper's Pit as well. I mean, Duck gets the Bucky kill, so that's a good opening. Exy shut down. And that is going to net him a gun upgrade. I don't want to play with you anymore. You served your purpose, Bucky. Oh, look at this angle, though. Treetops has no clue the Yeoman's hiding up here.
Yeah, that was such a good angle there from Tazai. I never would have expected that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is the benefit of having the double controller set up. And, ooh, S&T, they're just going to go in with the Rolling Thunder. I don't believe that caught onto anybody. And Tazai, he's just going to use from the shadows to get in here. Zeem trips the clone, though. Tazai gets the kill, though. A lot back and forth here, but only one player left alive for S&T, and the plant gets canceled.
Ooh.
Jello finishing that one off. As Western Kentucky starting to really string things together here in S&T. Whatever happened in that halftime meeting has not provided any benefit to them, as they are on a 4-round skid right now. Western Kentucky not letting off the gas and still sitting on these ultimates. I mean, they invest the Rolling Thunder into that last one, but just doesn't find much purchase whatsoever.
Yeah, S&T is looking kind of shaky here. I mean, WKU, I guess they just had so much time to rest and be ready for this match, and S&T, you know, coming in straight after one, could play a factor.
What
into
is this from
here.
the Shadows play? Treetops, okay, it works. They combo it with the Dimensional Drift, and now you just have 2 players all the way in the back line of Western Kentucky, but XC, in the meantime, just marches forward, takes out Pyre. So you get the spike down. Do they invest the Viper's Pit into this? Desai shuts down the Viper, so that tool's not available now. And Western Kentucky dismantling this after such a good start from S&T. Still, it's a 3v2. Not out of the woods yet for the Hilltoppers, as they still have to clear this site. Spike is ticking. And S&T, they have some decent angles set up. Duck finds one, but he's shut down by Desai. It's just Losatos left alive. And
no.
too many players to deal with as Western Kentucky is once again going to get the defuse. And S&T keeps losing these members early, and it is costing them dearly.
Exactly. I mean, you have a decent amount of time in these rounds. You don't have to rush it as much as you are, to the point where you're just losing so many members so quickly in the beginning of the game. You're definitely killing your plans here, your idea here on attack. You know, you just need to, you have time, just come together, communicate properly, and it should be fine. You were able to take 3 rounds off of WKU here. Just repeat that same strategy. You can find some success.
Yeah, I mean, we saw UCF come back from an 8-4 deficit on this map against S&T in the previous series. I mean, S&T certainly wanting to flip that script here, as they are charging through mid right now. A lot of players set up on this B high ground angle, and a beautiful flash comes through. That's going to net 3 kills for the offense as Duck going on a rampage here. And this is just going to be a free site for S&T. Whoa, why are you burning the Viper's Pit, though? Oh, I do not agree with... Well, it is... Okay, it is the last round of the half. Actually, I spoke too soon. So it is just going to secure things here as Zeem doesn't know there's somebody right behind him. Pyre's not looking, though. He just slipped right by him!
We need glasses.
Oh, my God. Both of these guys are blind.
We need glasses for these 2 members.
Oh...
I'm hoping at least one of them were awarded the buy blue light glasses from our raffle, because they need to put them on right now.
Yeah.
That was definitely a moment.
Well, Duck is good for 4 in that one. The Yoru really pulling his weight. I mean, we saw Exy do some pretty big things early on in that first half, but Duck getting in on the action later in that half, and that did stop a 5-round skid for S&T. So finally back on the board heading into the second half. And once again, this is a defender-sided map usually. We did see some pretty high-flying offenses in the series against UCF last, but this time both teams seeming to stick to the script a bit more. So now S&T, this is definitely a winnable position. They just have to prevent Western Kentucky from finding more success than they did.
Exactly. I mean, we saw Duck with
Great
a nice
start.
headshot.
Oh, can he get another extremely low Jello? Now he's just going to opt to use that gate crash and get out of there. Oh, that drone, is it going to spot out the Cypher? No, it's not. And Zeem going to be walking out here, but Pyre, I think he knows there's a player trying to push up.
Yeah, Zeem definitely knows
through
the
the
smoke.
So an even fight now. 4v4. Western
Wafies.
Kentucky playing split right now. Oh, yeah, look at this flank coming through from the Omen, though. Wafies gets taken out, but Treetops in the meantime gets behind, takes out Zeem, but Duck also going down here. That Yoru just on a sliver of HP, and Bullet taking out Loaf Satos. A 3v1 situation. It's just Treetops left alive. He doesn't even know which site's being planted on. Gonna grab the upgrade, but which way is he heading?
Yeah, it's a very, very scary look here for Treetops.
I mean, he is terrified there's a lurk, but
Yeah.
actually all 3 players posted up on A right now.
It's just really running out of time right now, but with no vision, no sort of comms or anything, it's just kind of stuck in fear.
I mean,
I think
you
he's
just
gonna
have to
run out
go.
of time.
I think he's just straight up out of time. You can't get the defuse at this point.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
don't
the
think
salvo's
so.
gonna stall things out. Bullet's gonna try and peek the kill. Stun comes through, and the spam through the smoke is gonna take down treetops. Can they get away from the spike? No, they can't actually. It's just gonna be the Teo living through that round. So a bit of a dent in the Western Kentucky economy, but taking away another pistol round here. This time on the offense, S&T really needs to get things going back in their favor. They can't afford to be losing these maps here. The pistol round, that's maybe one you can give away. Western Kentucky up to 9 now, but S&T, you really have to start stringing things together here if you want any chance of winning this map. And this is a crucial series. Losers semifinals. Heading into the last few games of the day, you want to keep this momentum going, and you want to start out strong in this series heading into the next few maps.
Exactly. Definitely have to agree there. S&T, once again, another rough start there. But Pyre.
So much util dumped on Xe, and he still manages to get the trade. Pyre, though, good for 2. So S&T, a bit of an advantage now. Still Bullet answering back. But this pincer here, this is going to be devastating. Bullet, though! Wow! That was an impressive flick to deal with that pincer.
Yeah, they tried to just cut them off, catch them in that corridor, but Bullet reaction timing just on point. As quick as a bullet, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, only a sliver of HP to his name, though, so very much a winnable situation for Duck, especially if he's able maybe pick up a gun upgrade here. Surely there's an SMG lying around somewhere. And yeah, he is going to get that Spectre. Head on over to point. Teo is going to stall things out. I think a little bit early on the salvos.
Does give Duck
Oh, he spots the Teo, but oh, Bullet. A nice cross-map headshot. He's good for 4 that round. And S&T loses the anti-eco. And now heading on to the bonus round. This is a must-win scenario here. I mean, you're going to be favored coming in here with full rifles. The Western Kentucky up 6 rounds now and taking away the first 2 on their offense. Ugh, this is not a great situation to be in for Missouri S&T.
Yeah, they are in just such a rough spot, especially being down 6 rounds here. You know, there's just so much you're going to have to come back from if you want any chance to win this map. Just got to think about what's going on in their heads. You know, they had such a nice start to the point where this game was looking very, very close, but WKU just locked in.
Pyre launches in the salvo, and Duck finds a nice kill onto Zim, shutting down the lurk here from the Cypher. So Western Kentucky playing up towards mid, kind of surrounded on all sides, and Loafs of Toast has a good angle if Xe tries to peek this, spots out the gun, knows where this Yoru is, but just going to opt to get on out of there. Oh, and Western Kentucky looking like they might want to start pushing through sewers. The drone's going to get a decent amount of info, so S&T, they know where these Western Kentucky players are playing from. Yeah, they have them kind of surrounded from all sides, minus this Omen off on this B-site lurk. Xe with the Bucky, trying to clear out sewers. Nobody down there, but the Hilltopper's kind of stuck in the middle here right now.
Yeah, like you said, there's not really much area there being given here. Wafies could potentially catch quite a few.
Well, that was dicey. Looked away at just the wrong time, but manages to flick back in place. Jello, though, with the right click, takes him out. Nice kill with the classic, but Western Kentucky still down members. The clone is going to get tripped. Xe giving his position away, and he's the last one left alive. Gets the Bucky kill, but not enough time to get to the spike, and Duck shuts him down. A good win for S&T, a must-win as well.
Yeah, S&T were just playing so strong that round, like looking like a wall the way they were just surrounding WKU. That was, once again, very well played. Just pressured them so hard into a corner, into a choke. There's really nothing they can do. Just run out of time, too. Very unfortunate there for WKU. Still up 5 rounds now, though, but S&T could be able to come back here.
Yeah, I mean, not quite the economy advantage you want as well coming out of a win like that, as Wafi is going to be coming in here with a judge. But you managed to put a dent in Western Kentucky's setup, finally slowing down this offense. And slow down indeed as Western Kentucky is taking their sweet time deciding where they want to make a move.
Which, you know what, they do have a decent amount of time here. They have time to think. They don't have to rush things at all, but
Going for mid
do
once
just
again
notice that
here.
clock.
Drone does get a scan. Not sure who that really found as the salvos come out. Once again, stalling things out. Offensive salvos coming through now as, ooh, Exy spots Los the Toast out and takes him down. Still Waffy's hiding in the smoke with the judge, but taking a lot of spam pressure. Oh, the Omen just trying to teleport out of there. He gets the kill, but Zeem with the wall bang takes down Treetops and a 4v2 for Western Kentucky. Oh, here comes the Armageddon, and that's just going to force out Pyre into the open. Exy takes him out. Bullet finds Duck, and Western Kentucky once again finding around here and inching ever closer to putting this one on match point.
Exactly. Just such a very nice round there from WKU. I mean, just very easily able to catch out Loaves of Toast as he was by himself. As soon as that smoke went down, you got 3 members of WKU right in your face. Not much you can do there unless your aim is just on point. And once again, just very unfortunate there for him. An ultimate was used, though. So that is down. So hopefully SNT is able to find a way to bring this one back.
Ooh, the drone gets a decent amount of info, and they're going to go ahead and send in the salvos to clear out this space. Waffy's going for a bit of an early peek through his own smoke, but Pyre on the other side of the map takes down the lurk, so man advantage for SNT now as Western Kentucky rotating back over towards mid, looking to go this way once again. This smoke, ooh, Los Santos in a dangerous position. Smoke drops. Hilltoppers don't spot anybody out yet. Clone play coming through. Exy finds one, but Los Santos with the stinger hiding in the corner.
Ooh.
Able to go for 2. Another one picked up with the classic. And it's just the Omen left alive for Western Kentucky, and Pyre finds that one on to Desai. And SNT staying alive here. And I mean, Split, if there was any map where you'd be able to come back and make this a winnable situation down 11-6, it's playing defense here on Split. This is a very favorable position to be in for S&T. Despite the deficit, they just need to keep hanging on here, and they have forced Western Kentucky onto a save round here. So coming in here with rifles, I mean, you got to win this one. You obviously just want to win as many as possible without going to match point, but you can't afford to drop at least one here.
Exactly. Maybe that round is exactly what S&T needed. They definitely do have a chance of setting WKU back possibly further than what they are at now.
I think Exy spotted Lords of Toast there.
Oh,
Loaf
maybe
just
not.
Peeking his head out. Jello with the stinger. And the smoke goes down, covering those 2 players, preventing Toast from following up. And Desai shuts down the Omen on the other side. Toast is good for 1. So not all bad for S&T, but still down a member compared to Western Kentucky. 4 versus 3 right now, and the rotation coming on over to B site. I think S&T has this sniffed out, though. But Western Kentucky going to be clearing a lot of space with this dimensional drift. It's going to get a lot of intel on high ground. Spotting out that Viper. Oh, and he's looking for the kill here. Double initiator ult, though, as well, going to force their way onto point. But Exy just comes in from the side, the dimensional drift, giving him all the entry he needs to shut down those initiators. And it's a 1v3 now. Waffy's the last one alive. Flashed up. Spike is down. What can this Viper do?
Waffy just seems kind of stuck here. There's not much you can do to move in onto this site. All of WKU knows exactly where he is.
This is just such an unfortunate position to be in. I mean, they just have his number right now, all of them playing in the corner. He peeks out. They're just going to have the split angle, and XC doesn't even need the help. Takes him out with a swift headshot. The Phantom doing its job. XC's good for 3 in that round, and that's match point for Western Kentucky.
XC is just a beast right now. 19 and 11. So much money in his pockets. Kind of looking unstoppable right now. I don't know, just WKU also just has so much good teamwork as well. They are just meshing together so well. You can tell that their synergy is on point.
Yeah, and this is a bad situation for, an even worse situation for S&T as they're forced onto a bit of a save here, and Duck pushes out early. It is going to be a trade of the Yorus, but Zeem is going to be able to trigger that neural theft now. Oh, and here comes the From the Shadows as well from S&T. I think that was just used for scouting, though.
Still a 4v4 situation between these two teams. S&T still has a chance to bring it back, even though it is match point. Just makes it 10 times harder for them.
Oh, Pyre flashed up Zyme for another one. And the Rolling Thunder. It's not going to catch on to anybody, but Desai doesn't even need it. Finishes off Losa Toast with 2 HP to spare.
Oh.
And Bullet catches Waffy's coming through sewers. It's just the Omen left alive, and Treetop's taken out by another headshot coming through from Bullet. I mean, that Teo just going incredibly massive in that map.
Yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, Western Kentucky started out close, but they really ran away with it there at the end.
I think it was a simple thing of WKU just had to wake up. You know, they had such a nice break in between these matches, you know, waiting up for this match. Definitely did lose those first 3 rounds very convincingly, but then just got their hands warm, were just able to easily come back and just take over this game against S&T.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a storyline we see in these tournaments sometimes where, I mean, the advantage of having these back-to-back matches is that you stay warm, but also for S&T, it's the question of how much can you go before you start getting worn out. And I think Western Kentucky having that time to rest and still being able to warm up separately without having to play in these high-stakes matches, I think that paid dividends for them here. They looked a lot more coordinated than S&T, putting up some great plays, phenomenal ultimate usage, especially compared to what S&T was coming in, holding on to a lot of those strong ultimates for way too long, in my opinion, and just not being able to really get that ultimate cycle going in a way that they could string those rounds together. And that really ended up costing them, especially on a map like Split, which can be so punishing, especially playing on the offensive side.
Yeah, so props to WKU on taking map 1 against S&T. Very excited for map 2 coming up soon. Please stay tuned for map 2, S&T versus WKU. We will be right back.
Welcome back. Missouri SNT goes down on split once again. And this time, it's not nearly as close as it was in that UCF series. I mean, SNT, they jumped out to an early lead against UCF on split, but Western Kentucky, they kind of had their number the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, once WKU was able to warm up, get that feeling back, it was just, a nonstop, just a moving train for WKU. Maybe that adrenaline is starting to wear off for SNT. They could be getting a little tired. Who knows? But if you remember from the UCF game that they just played, they did lose map 1 and then took 2 and 3. The same thing could possibly happen here for our 7 seed.
Yeah, and I mean, coming into this next one, it is going to be Haven. This is pretty similar map order to what we saw in that previous series, but Western Kentucky, they are going to be pulling out the Yoru ISO look on this map. We've seen a few teams go for this. It's an interesting setup, a bit of an unconventional double duelist look, but S&T, they're going for their tried and true neon setup here. We saw this get a decent amount of value against UCF, but I mean, that was a pretty different look that the Knights were running compared to what Western Kentucky is rolling out with here. S&T also going to be starting out on the offense once again. We'll see how they fare into this more defensive look.
Yeah, definitely. Now that we are back onto even playing ground. Ooh, Duck taking out Desai. Eggsy getting the trade back, taking out Duck immediately. 4v4 situation here.
You're an artist.
The shots were shooting for both sides there. Bullets going everywhere besides their target.
Now, Bullet is certainly hitting his mark. That's another one for him. 2 so far, and it's just the Sova left alive for SNT. Spike down all the way in their spawn, and Pyre nowhere near there. Actually, just going to finish things off with a wall bang, and Western Kentucky not taking any prisoners on that pistol round.
That has to hurt so bad, just getting wall banged like that. You would think a brick wall, is some type of strong, but I guess not. I guess bullets can travel through there. And
What's your favorite type of brick?
My favorite type of brick? You know how much I forget that there are different types of bricks, but you know what? You can't go wrong with a nice cinder block brick.
Ooh, a nice cinder block. I'm a big limestone proponent.
Like a limestone?
Yeah, it's nice and aesthetic. We've got a Bucky watch in play. Duck with the neon Bucky immediately shut down there, though. That's 2 players already off the board for S&T. Shock Dart's going to get a decent amount of damage onto the remainders as Western Kentucky, they are looking to make a statement early on here. Another Shock Dart comes through, takes out Loaves of Toast, and oh my god, this is just a massacre at this point. I don't even think Missouri S&T got a single hit there.
No, I would have to agree with you there. WKU is just, no prisoners this map. They want to get out of this match as soon as possible. That round was just so quick. That was go, go, go.
Yeah, well, Neon was more of a stop. Running first to decide. Yeah, now coming in with full rifles, Western Kentucky, they'll have a chance to convert here on the bonus round. S&T coming into this one. They have an outlaw, so all those players with regen shields are going to be vulnerable to that one-shot body shot coming through. As Western Kentucky not wanting to let up here. A 3-0 start would be very big in terms of just finishing this one out. I mean, going home with a quick 2-0 would be ideal as you want to continue through this bracket with as much momentum as possible.
Exactly.
Ooh, but Bullet just immediately downrange once again. Loaves of Toast gets caught with the util out. And Desai winning out that gunfight. Pyre takes out one, but Desai, the ISO, he's got the shield available as well now.
Desai just online here. So well played. I was a little scared on where the bullets would go off of that angle, but they just hit the target right on. Straight to the dome. Down goes Duck.
And Waffy's lurking around the back of the map. Xy's more than ready for him. Western Kentucky converts on the bonus, going to force this save out of S&T. Not a great start for the Miners here. And Zeem, he's going to be pulling out this Outlaw once again. I mean, we've seen a lot of teams go for this. It's a really smart play into these setups coming in here with the light shields. I mean, just a one-tap body shot without even having to splurge on the operator is so strong. We do have a Bucky watch here.
Gotta love a Bucky
It's
watch.
the neon Bucky watch. I mean, Duck has been getting a little bit silly with it. So we'll just have to see how this ends up going. But, oh, is he going to? Uh-oh, here it comes.
Hopefully the
Actually, he
neon
says-
can be
oh,
online.
boy.
Sprinting somebody's face with the Bucky.
Just shut down.
No, WKU just so good.
Player standing.
Wow.
Waffy's trips the clone, shut down by Exy. They did get the plant down, but, I mean, a 1v5 post-plant. I mean, realistically, what is the Cypher going to be getting done here? And, yeah, Treetop's getting taken out by the Outlaw. Zeem with a nice wallbang. And Western Kentucky 4-0. Another flawless. Again, I think that was another no-hit. I don't think a single player took a hit of damage there.
If not, basically close. I think S&T is just kind of tired having these back-to-back games through this lowers bracket. And, I mean, I get it. I understand. But there's got to be something you can do. You need to find a way to wake up. They just need to not forget they do have these timeouts to be able to regroup and try to set something up for themselves, set themselves up for success here.
Yeah, this is going to be our first rifle v rifle match. Neon once again sprinting it onto point. Oh, getting hit from all angles. So and Duck once again caught out. Jello for 2. Hunter's Fury coming in there. Pyre finally manages to net a kill with the ultimate.
I don't know if Duck really wants it anymore. He seems so out of it with Waffy's.
Yeah, taking some
catching
really
Zeem.
unnecessary risks there. Still, it's a 2v3. Not, I mean, it's definitely doable.
Yes.
I think if S&T, if they make the move on over to C, this is very much a winnable situation for them. If they can set up a good post plant, but this Omen is just so low. Waffy's, he takes one hit, he's going down. Still the Sova on the side of Western Kentucky, also quite low. But, I mean, the kill contract also online. If Desai just wants to suck someone into the Shadow Realm with him, force that 1v1, that is more than on the table. And I think they know this is available. They're trying to fake the plant, and here it comes. Waffy's taken prisoner, and Desai gets the shot.
Oh.
And Exy finishes the other one off in the real world. Western Kentucky up 5-0 now. And here comes the timeout. Pyre triggering that one. But, I mean, at this point, what is there even to talk about here? Because nothing is going right for for Missouri S&T. I mean, they have to pretty much rethink their entire strategy right now.
Yeah, I mean, at least we can acknowledge WKU is on a roll right now.
They really are. I mean, I think Western Kentucky, they've brought out this duelist setup that we've seen a bit of teams running this, but S&T, I'm not sure if they in particular have encountered this yet before. And it's a lot different than the setup they were running into on their previous game in Haven. I'm just not sure they were ready for this look.
Yeah.
And they seem to be having a lot of trouble adapting to it, especially with this Yoru coming in. I mean, it gave them so much problems on the last map, and it's giving them even more trouble here.
Yeah, and I mean, we know with Duck on the Neon is just a quick champ as well, but I think he's just playing it way too fast, going into way too risky situations and getting himself caught out, putting his team in a deficit too.
Yeah, I mean, just really trying to make something out of nothing, but coming up more than empty-handed every time he goes in.
I mean, hopefully with that timeout, S&T is able to regroup, make a solid strategy, a solid plan here to try to lower this 5-0 deficit in this game. They need to do something. They need to shut down Desai. They need to shut down Bullet. Shoot, even look at Exy.
Yeah.
5-0 right now.
Zeem was hovering an operator briefly, but not going to end up going for it and not going to end up needing it as he just charges forward, takes out Pyre, and immediately down a player here, and your only ultimate on the table. The Hunter's Fury was all they had in the tank, so S&T coming into this one down a lot of crucial tools and just getting picked off one by one. Desai,
All
Pinsers,
smiles.
Tops. Yeah, I mean, S&T, they look out of it right now.
Yeah.
Duck spots Zime through the wall, and the wallbang comes through. Loaves of Toast, just the last one left alive, and Bullet just runs it down.
3 flawlesses in a row.
Yeah. I mean, S&T just looking worse for wear here. I mean, it was a save, so you've got rifles available. Still coming in here with that Hunter's Fury, and only a couple away from that Rolling Thunder. But, I mean, you need to get something, and fast. 6-0 is a really, I mean, you're approaching a deficit that you are not going to be able to crawl back from at breakneck speed. And especially with the way they've been playing, I don't see them having the mental fortitude to necessarily string the rounds together that they need to win this.
Exactly. Plus, you just have 2 members on S&T as well. 0-6. They also need to find a way to be able to, you know, make a statement in this game, make a comeback, do something here. They need to just do anything at this point that's just beneficial.
Hunter's Fury comes out, but Exy immediately shutting down Duck. And what should have been a great entry for S&T immediately starts off with 2 of their members getting taken out. The Hunter's Fury not really able to find much of anything apart from some space here. And with the Neural Theft coming through, this is going to make the re-engage for Western Kentucky all the more easier. They are down their Sova, so not working with as much intel as they'd necessarily like, but that Cypher ultimate is going to make up for that deficit. ISO taken out. Treetops gets 3 in that round, but still got a breach left to deal with. Loaves of Toast, he finds one, and he's just going to solo Rolling Thunder. Xy's going to answer back with a solo Neural Theft of his own, and he wins out. 4 kills for Xy. A trade of solo ults that Western Kentucky once again comes out on top of. S&T throw everything in the kitchen sink into that round and come away with nothing.
Yeah, Xy just online. Looking like a conqueror here. 9-0.
On the Cypher, no less. I mean, that's not a character you traditionally see getting too many kills. I mean, both of your duelists are near the bottom of the leaderboard. It's the Initiator and the Sentinel topping things off right now. Duck also sitting at 1-7. I mean, none of the duelists having a particularly great time here, but this Neon in particular struggling, and we're going to see another Bucky coming through. Bucky Watch round 47 here today. I mean, we've had some fun ones, but I mean, Duck, this has not been it so far.
No.
Okay.
Treetops immediately
just gonna
sniped.
Sparkle Fingers coming through instead here. Flashed up. Spam coming down main, and there's nothing he can realistically do. Desai's going to help him out, find that assist. Bullet shuts down the ultimate.
Oh.
Still Zyme at close range with the operator gets taken out. So S&T in a winnable position. From the shadows, though, it's going to get the Omen into position.
Yeah, Zeem just stopped ADSing at such a bad time there, causing himself to panic. 2v1 situation here now. WKU with the advantage.
Yeah. Oh, Waffy's
Waffy's
the
has to know
round?
he's just in the smoke. Just needs to start spraying in and doesn't spray, doesn't go check at all.
Oh my god.
Just lets it go through.
I mean,
S&T.
that was painful. That was this is 8-0.
You need to
Western
wake up
Kentucky-
here, S&T.
Western Kentucky just got away with highway robbery on that last round, and S&T, I mean, like what's the game plan here?
I mean, you had such a fun game, a very well played game against the 1 seed here. You are so excited for this rematch against WKU.
As he just eats the shock dart, no fear.
Just no fear at all.
Oh, but here comes the rundown, though. They're looking to go in here fast. From the shadows is going to get one player in, but Xy again, he just keeps getting these shutdowns. Another one through the smoke. Xy is on a roll.
Duck just stopped right now. There is no flash here. no speed here. Just nothing you can
Hops
do.
on the lurk, shut down by Desai. Zeem has the cross angle, takes out Loaves of Toast, and covers from the flash. Waffles goes down as well, and S&T 9-0 deficit.
4 more rounds need to be picked up here for WKU for it to just be a 13-0. Really have to hope S&T is able to pick up at least 1. I want them to have at least 1. Or, I mean, you go home on a bad note there.
I mean, a sweep is on the table here. This is, with the way this has been going, I mean, Zeem is just pushing in deep with an operator.
I mean, do these players even need to have fear? They trust each other so much. They know they can trade themselves out. They know that a lot of their players just won't die, and they're just unkillable demons. I mean, I don't know.
Exy, man, this guy is insane.
Zeem now getting that information.
Oh, and here comes the neural theft, yeah. Oh,
Misses
Zeem.
the shot.
And here comes the Hunter's Fury. I mean, they know relatively where these players are, and it gets some good damage. Duck goes down once again. Desai this time. Pyre takes out the ISO on the other side, but not quite able to convert on that kill through the smoke. 5 HP in a dream. Trying to get the right click, but Bullet with the shutdown finishes that one off. Exy grabs another in that round, and I mean, they're going to be seeing this Cypher in their nightmares.
Yeah, Duck just 1 in 10 this map, sprinting into his grave. Not even really like a duck, really like a chick here. Maybe just an egg in the nest at this point. I don't know. S&T just, I'm not sure what they could possibly do to come back in this game. I mean, being down 10-0.
It is 10-0.
It's 10-0.
You never see this. This is. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, S&T, they're kind of just running it down right now. Several members pushing on to C and Crush. Duck once again just inting in to the core. Exy with another headshot. Hunter's Fury coming in now for S&T. Can it get some damage? Losa Toast takes out Jello, but immediately pulled into the Shadow Realm. Oh, and he actually wins it out. Ultimate shutdown. Kiltron contract denied.
Is S&T 1 around?
Can they get this? It's a 2v4. Western Kentucky, though. Bullet finds the kill, but it's just Zeem left alive, and he's only got an operator. 1 versus 3.
Needs to check that smoke. Needs to be careful there.
The Cypher's just going to push on through.
Ooh.
I think he... Did he get, like, an arm hit there?
Definitely caught him. Definitely hit him there. Ooh,
oh, my...
Through the wall. Almost another.
What is this guy on? Jesus!
Oh, my God.
No. You can't be serious here.
Time is going to run out here for Zeem, but...
He gets the kill. Does he get the defuse? Does he have the time?
I don't know if he has the time for the defuse.
Oh.
He gets the defuse off!
Oh, my God. Zeem! 11-0 for Western Kentucky with one of the most incredible clutches I've ever seen.
Oh, my God.
I mean, what in the world is this guy on?
Put that in Zeem's highlight reel right now. Get that man every award.
0.3 seconds on the clock. 3 operator kills in close quarters. Zeem on an absolute tear, and Western Kentucky up 11-0 in loser semis. S&T, they've got to be speechless at this point. What do you even answer back with? You haven't even switched sides yet.
I'm not sure if there's anything you can answer back with. I think you just have to accept the fact at least you're going to get 4th place.
Zeem with another operator kill. He's held on to this. Still Waffies. He's found a kill. S&T, they're trying to push an advantage here, but they're just getting picked apart one by one. And Zeem, the demon, he picks up another, and Western Kentucky's on match point.
Western Kentucky Zeem just all laughs here. Just knows this game is in the books. I don't know what SNT they fell asleep.
Switching sides.
It looked fine. Map 1, they get to map 2, and it's just, I don't know. I guess they said no more. We're done.
12-0 scoreline heading into the second pistol round. And SNT, I mean, is this going to be the first sweep of the day? I mean, I haven't seen a sweep in a collegiate match in a long time, much less with a team of this caliber. I mean, we just saw SNT take down the #1 seed in this bracket, but they have just looked completely demoralized this entire game. And the one round where it looked like they had an inkling of a chance, Zeem just goes sicko mode with the operator. Can you at least get a pity round here?
I mean, all of WKU just online. They want grand finals. They want that grand finals match, and they are showing it, leaving no hope here for S&T.
They've immediately pushed all the way up into B site. S&T, they've got a decent setup. It's still a 5v5, and
Spike already down.
Western Kentucky's kind of surrounded, but they've put S&T on the clock here. Exy comes up with the first kill, but Wafies trades it back. Jello, though, finding that one, and it's all falling apart. Only 2 members left for S&T. Still Lords of Toast picks one off, but Duck runs in once again, and Toast, he's the last one left alive with a sliver of HP. Hayden sitting on the spike. They don't have the time.
Jello securing it for his team. I mean, WKU just online.
I mean, 13-0. You don't need to say more than that. That was an absolute disaster for S&T and an absolute masterclass for Western Kentucky. A dominant performance. Saying it was a dominant performance is the understatement of the century.
Yeah.
I mean, Western Kentucky, they are looking extremely scary heading through this lower bracket run. I mean, Coed has to be watching that, and that is not a team I would want to face right now.
Hopefully Coed is taking notes. They have their hands full here. I mean, Coed definitely having a nice showing throughout this tournament so far, but off of that gameplay and that gameplay from WKU, taking that break, I don't know, a switch got flipped during that break, and S&T just kind of fell asleep.
Yeah, I mean, S&T, I think, really getting a bit worn out. That long extended series against UCF, I mean, it was an incredible win for the Miners, but it clearly took a lot out of them. And after that first map against Western Kentucky here, it really feel like they just ran out of gas in the tank. And Western Kentucky, I mean, they were running on nitro there. But, yeah, I mean, Western Kentucky, they've set themselves up for a matchup against Mizzou Coed in losers finals. They really want that rematch against Wichita State in Grands. And they're looking in prime position to pull it off. And like you said, Coed, they are going to have their hands full in this next map, but we are going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with an interview with someone from the winning team, Western Kentucky player on the desk. I'm hoping it's Zeem personally. I want to hear about that operator clutch, but you guys are just going to have to stay tuned to see who we get right after this short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a post-match interview.
Welcome to our post-game interview from WKU versus Missouri S&T, with WKU having a fantastic performance in their lowers semifinal game. I am Alec. I'm here joined by Ethan, also known as Bullet. And just tell me, what was team morale like? What was the energy like in that room during that game?
Yeah, it was obviously super exciting. The momentum was really strong. We did a lot of prep work going into this event, and obviously, we kind of have different modes that we play at for teams of kind of different play styles and stuff like that. And so, one of our stronger modes is going against teams kind of like the Miners, and so I really feel like we were all prepared, and obviously it showed, with the 13-0 and stuff like that. But overall, it was a good team. Those guys are really fun. We played against them for years, and yeah, it was good times.
So tell me, so map one, in the beginning of that match, it was starting off kind of close there, and then you guys kind of just took control. Was that beginning simply just like a getting your hands warm type of thing, since there was such a long break?
Yeah, there's definitely like a long lapse in the time from whenever we played, and everybody's really tired. It's been a really long tournament, but a lot of it was also just like the nature of the map. Like Split is definitely a map where kind of anybody can kind of capitalize off of a multitude of different play styles, and Teo Breach is so strong that like sometimes it just catches you off guard even though you know what they're gonna do. And so yeah.
Exactly. So you made it now to lowers finals against Mizzou Co-Ed. Tell me about your thoughts going into this next match.
Yeah, definitely we want revenge. We played against them earlier today. We went overtime all 3 maps and lost 2-1. And so it was a little bit of a really unfortunate game. We really tossed, and it was probably the worst series that we've played all of it. And it was still super close. So like obviously going into this, like we feel very confident, and mainly we're just excited to beat them up.
Exactly. I mean, based off of that gameplay from the last match, I expect this upcoming match to be a banger. To cap this all off, I mean, is there anybody you would like to shout out real quick before your lowers finals match?
Yeah. First, shout out to Western for sending us here. We love our school. Shout out our 6-man Devran. That's our boy. And shout out all of our families for helping us out, getting here and stuff like that. And yeah, just everyone that supports us and loves us and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Bullet. I am so looking forward to this lower finals match between WKU and Mizzou Co-Ed. Stay tuned. That match will be coming up soon. We will see you then.
Welcome back, everybody. It's been a long night. We are in the final game of the lower bracket. Western Kentucky, a good run here. They're able to beat out on SNT in a rather dominant fashion, especially that second game. It was over in a flash, 13-0, moving on to co-ed. Whoever wins this moves their way up to that grand finals and is fighting for that first place spot against Wichita.
Yeah, I mean, Western Kentucky looks very scary right now. I mean, if I was co-ed, I would definitely have to be on top of my game. The game that Western Kentucky just played was outstanding, to say the least. That was some of the best Valorant I have seen since I have started to dive into Valorant anything. And you know, I'm hoping that this is just going to be a banger of a game. Everybody's going to be awake. Everybody's going to be warm. This should be a fun one.
Yeah, Mizzou's had a little bit of an extended break here with the last couple of games not needing to be played. Meanwhile, again, Western Kentucky, they're warmed up. They're ready to go. We'll see how that plays into things, but they're probably feeling some of that exhaustion. They both want to win this game because they both want that rematch against Wichita. Both of these teams were knocked down to the lower bracket because of Wichita, and they want to go back and fight and get that revenge.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is something to look forward to. You know, I know all of these teams currently still in want to be the champion of the Mizzou Valorant Invitational. So much on the line in this match here, determining who gets third place, who gets to go home, unfortunately, and who gets to move on.
Yeah, and also we're seeing Mizzou, they're shifting away from that Teo comp. They're running the double duelist with the ISO, with the Yoru. We've seen a lot of these teams shift over to that composition, and now Mizzou's doing the same. WKU, it's a mirror matchup with a double duelist. We'll see how this pans out going into the first pistol round of this last lower bracket game.
Definitely do need to be a little aware of WKU's pistol
And
round.
suppress the shots. Finds one, finds two. Zeem takes him down, though. Damage is done. A nice play. GPL with the shield. Gets broken, but he finds a kill. Trying to get that shot. Gets the double tap back. And this last player is 1 HP. Waiter with 2. Mizzou on top to start things out.
W Panda indeed, getting such a good start there for Mizzou and just trusting the rest of his team to get the job done. Taking pistol round, getting some good weapons here to start off round 2 of this match.
Yeah, they've got to feel happy about picking up that win. They've had time to warm up, but they haven't really had the game time that Western Kentucky have after that last quick one. But they seem to be warmed and ready to go in these final 2 games.
Definitely. Just
B-Dog 102. Big kill here. The TP in from Zeem, and that's high. Finds a big kill. Oh, the shots. They find a lot of damage. B-Dog finally falling. GPL gets one. It's a 2v2 though. And now WKU, they've got some weapons to work with. Oh, Waiter spots out the elbow.
Unfortunate pixel
Jello.
there shown for Waiter.
Oh, but I think he could just hold this. He's just holding. Pros don't fake, by the way.
Waiter serving up the plate. Taking the defuse. Moving that lead up to 2-0 for Mizzou. Mizzou's looking pretty nice so far.
Yeah, it was expensive, though. I mean, they get the round, but at what cost? It took everything. Took all of their power to pick up that one. And now they're going to be on some scrappy buys. We see a Judge, a Bucky, and a couple Sheriffs. Not the best buy, but, of course, it is another round again for Mizzou.
Yeah, as it is always said, Bucky watch for B-Dog 102. Hoping he can pull off some greatness here, but Adalia with the crazy.
Oh, he doesn't actually. Sometimes the Bucky gives and sometimes it takes away. I feel like for anyone besides him, that's a kill with the Bucky. Oh, steps in, Panda. It's a free kill. Trying to find this weapon. Throws out the flash.
Jello getting the plant down for WKU. 3v4 situation here. 3v2
Waiter
now.
finds the gun. It's a 2v2. The TP across to the backer site. I think they saw them. A nice flash, but it tags Waiter as well. Oh, he pulls out the flash at the wrong time. It's all up to Cypher. They don't know where he is. They do now. And Spike. Oh, they line up, but Panda will take down Exeki.
Yeah, Panda doing just a fantastic job in this round so far, especially with shutting down Exi, who having a nice angle there in the back of the map. Very, very well played there
I think
from Mizzou.
really WKU had those 2 opening picks. Mizzou, though, the overextension from Dazzy gives Panda a kill. They pick up the rifle, and they convert that into a round win. WKU are forcing up again. They've still got plenty of money to work with,
Yeah.
but Mizzou have their own rifles in tow.
Who knows? WKU seem to be playing just, I don't know, maybe a little timid here.
Oh, Panda walking into Zeem.
Panda not checking those angles. Well,
B-Dog stuck in a corner now. Does he have any way out? Oh, is he going to expect this? Are they going to expect this? The paranoia, the TP to get to safety. The flashes, he's hopping around with the shadow step up top now. The 2 smokes.
B-Dog moving like he has a slime cube under his feet, just jumping everywhere, looking so great.
Yeah, it really is just hopping around. Now, 4v5. GPO, the timing. He sees the smokes. Does he expect these players up close? The Hunter's Fury now. The shots they line up. GPL will find the first 2. Has the double tap. The damage with that Hunter's Fury. Gets a couple of tags. They're worried as the Dimensional Drift now. The scout out. Goes up into heaven. Is going to spot Waiter up here. Shots though. Waiter finds a kill. Oh, and he exits into the waiting arms of Waiter. Waiter will drop. And it's a 3K on the round.
Waiter once again serving up a 5-star meal. More like 3-star, I guess. Getting that triple. I guess that's more appropriate. Timeout is called from Jello.
And I think, WKU, you lost the pistol, and then you lost the anti-eco. Sure. Anti-eco was very sloppy for Mizzou. They were able to take out all 5 of them, and after getting the plant down, it was just Waiter holding that defuse. But then, the first rifle round, or I guess the eco round, Mizzou steal that one away, and now we have the first rifle round, and Mizzou once again are winning these fights out-handedly. Yeah. There's a couple of hero plays, a couple of 3Ks, a couple of clutches, but at the end of the day, these rounds are not going to WKU, and they're 0-4 because of it.
Yeah, I kind of expected the same situation what happened to WKU their last match against S&T, where, somewhat of a slow start, but Mizzou wants to get through this. They want to secure their place in grand finals, and it is showing in their play. They are doing just such a fantastic job. No matter the odds, especially when it comes to the economy, they're just playing it so well, playing like a team. You can just see the synergy.
Yeah, all of these teams are tired after a long day of nothing but Valorant. But it's starting to come to a close, but you can't rest just yet. You've still got a few more games to play through. WKU may be starting to feel the pressure, feel that exhaustion as these last few games start to wrap up.
Exactly. 2 ults are available for both teams here. Just got to see how
Dahlia up close. Oh, it hits the clone.
Once again, getting caught in that same spot. You think you wouldn't repeat the same mistake, but hopefully he'll learn from it again. Jello does get that plant down onto C-Site, forcing the timer onto Mizzou now.
Oh, the kills. They pop out, trying to find something. Waiter, though, with 2 once again. Flashes for both sides here. Waiter will fall, and now it's all up to Panda. Kill contract goes wide. Will not get sent to the nether this time. Another flash. TP, it's faked. Panda actually takes the TP up close.
Oh, Panda! Get that man some bamboo. He deserves it. W Panda indeed.
Teleporting over there with that TP like an ender pearl. Panda 7-3 on the scoreboard as well with that dimensional drift to come through that round. Mizzou is not letting off on the pressure.
Not at all. They are just being so relentless right now. WKU just seemed like they just slowed down after their last match against S&T. This is a whole different showing. Maybe they needed more time to warm up. Who knows? But, I mean, got to give props to Mizzou here. They are just off to such a strong start.
Once again, WKU on to another rifle round. I like these change-ups. I like Mizzou shifting their strategies after round each and every time. Keeps WKU on their toes.
Exactly. I mean, WKU just does not know what to expect at all from Mizzou. I think they expected an easier time, but who knows? Maybe somehow, some way, they were able to just be mind-controlled.
Oh, B-Dog finding another opening pick. Panda, though, falling quickly after. No way out. Can't TP to safety. So it's a 4v4. Waiter, though, this timing.
Ooh, nice job, Waiter.
Waiter is heating up this game. The TP. Oh, he doesn't find it. He doesn't cancel it. But it doesn't matter. The kill goes over to the way of Exy. GPL dropping the double tap, jumping out is absolutely wild. But now it's up to B-Dog 102, and he can't get it done.
WKU finally picking up their first round against a very strong-looking Mizzou here. Maybe just a fluke there. Looked like Waiter definitely got taken aback, kind of confused when that teleport was thrown out and he missed it. Just wasn't able to catch that corner. And, I mean, yeah, still looking good, though. Mizzou still sitting on 2 ultimates, with it being Waiter and B-Dog 102.
Yeah, Waiter had the Hunter's Fury earlier, and I mean, he's 11-4.
Yeah.
It's already back up again. He might be looking at 3 Hunter's Furies in a single half. Oh, Panda, though, falling early once again in these rounds.
Not a very nice start there for Mizzou. You don't want to have that disadvantage in the numbers so early on in the round. However, they still have a lot of time to play with. All Mizzou has to do is just take their time, hold their angles. This is still very, very winnable. But both sides just not moving at all whatsoever. Just
They are
angles.
Playing so patient, waiting for any sort of overstep, and GPL will lose out on the fight against Exy.
Exy's head just being one tick smaller than the cursor. So unfortunate.
Just a pixel off. Oh, they're walking into a Dahlia, though. And he's got to judge.
Dahlia has to be very careful here.
Oh, no. How does it not work every time?
I don't know. I think the shotgun.
You put it away. Put it away.
It may not be the play.
Plant will go down. Waiter. Shock darts are out. Trying to find a spray. Lucky spray through the smoke. Neither will land. Aiden holding on to this paranoia, waiting for this push. Mizzou, what is your plan?
I mean, you're stuck in a 2v5 situation now. The clock is on you. Gotta think there's just, Waiter being taken down by Bullet.
Oh, and I mean, Bullet will tag B-Dog to 1 HP, essentially. He takes the op, he runs. I think it's a good call.
Have to agree.
To get out. Oh, they know exactly where he is.
Don't think they're going to be able to catch him in time, though. As you can see on the map, trying to chase him down, trying to get to his location.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to find him either. They don't even want to try. Western Kentucky finally find some footholds here as they pick up their second round. Operators, though, still in the hands of Mizzou. But the rest of the team, not the best money situation.
Yeah, Mizzou's still up 3 rounds onto WKU, though. Hopefully they don't let their mentals fall in this match. They're still doing really good, but WKU now just getting that footing. Morale definitely has to be up for them. I'm sure they are just now getting their confidence back. Once again, just such a well-played game from both sides here. Waiter holding a nice angle, trying to see if he can find anybody's forehead.
Yeah, Waiter now the one holding this long angle as the TP as well. They were both actually set up with snipers. Look how passive WKU is playing. Look how far back. They are waiting for an overstep. They are waiting for a misplay from Mizzou, looking for a chink in the armor.
Exactly. This is definitely a different WKU than what we saw last game. They are definitely more patient, seem much more calculated.
Oh, but Waiter.
Headshot onto Zeem, who was a sniper god himself last game against S&T.
Waiter making sure there's no chinks in the diamond armor of Mizzou right now as B-Dog still holding mid. The sun will go up, trying to get damage.
Oh, no.
It's a little bit of damage, but he'll fall. The wraparound here from Adalia. The timing could be perfect, but they can't find the shot.
No.
XZ, the Marshall
Waiter.
shot now. They're looking for something, but they're just going to spray through. An off shot for Panda will find the first.
GPL finding another onto XZ.
Oh, but now it's all up.
Situation.
It's all up to Panda with an operator. Smokes go up too. It's almost an unwinnable position, and he knows it. He's going to back away. He's going to save this operator.
Yeah, it's going to go ahead and let
round.
that timer run out. Smart decision. You don't lose your weapons there. However, you do give WKU another round under their belt. Looking kind of scary.
It's looking a little scary, but they're not out just yet. They've still got a couple rounds of safety to work with. It is an attacker-sided map as well, and you still do have that operator, so you got plenty to work with these upcoming rounds.
Exactly. Who knows? Maybe this time that they're taking, maybe just trying to find their footing again. Even though they got that 5-0 lead, giving up 3 rounds to WKU definitely does not feel good. But they can't lose focus here if they want to remain strong in this game. They still do have 2 ultimates available. However, WKU does have 3. They need to be careful of that.
They're going to immediately pop the dimensional drift as well. They're going to go ahead and push on into the C site, find where these players are playing. It's going to get sniffed out. They know that Yoru is somewhere back here. They'll drop the clone. He'll pop one out, and he TP's back to safety.
Very nice play there from Zeem, getting
They
a
hear
lot of information.
They hear the players. They hear the movement. Waiter up close. Eats a flash up close. Is Dazai, and he'll find the first kill. GPL is stuck in a corner. They don't clear it, but unfortunately, eventually they do. The rest of the team right on behind. WKU now finding a very strong foothold. 4 in a row, looking to tie things up.
You would think GPO would at least be able to pick up one there, knowing that one of WKU's players had their back towards him, but it looked like he just got jump scared and kind of panicked. I don't know, iffy round from Mizzou, but still in the lead, but it's coming really short now. That difference is closing very, very quickly. Now they've dropped 4 rounds in a row. What can they possibly do to bring this back?
Well, they're on a save round. Maybe you can sneak this one away, but even if you can't, it's still all tied up. It's an attacker-sided map. You just can't let yourself get down, lose this momentum that you built up. Still plenty of game left.
Exactly. Just got to make sure they stay on top of their game. Don't get caught out here looking slow, moving like zombies. Just no brains, no type of thought. Need to keep it going here for Mizzou.
Yeah, it's a long night. All of them are, I'm sure, exhausted. But with a minute left, again, WKU is playing these rounds so cautiously, so slowly. Oh, Adalia gets sent to the nether with a sheriff.
Let's hope that Adalia can pull it off.
Oh, he does!
Adalia does. Wins that 1v1, blowing up Desai's forehead like a gas ball. Very, very well played there from Adalia.
And now this is going to cause WKU to run away. Panda, you need to win those fights. And Narrow Theft comes out. They know exactly where all of these positions for Mizzou are. Waiter with the Marshall, can't find a shot. GPL back aside has the sheriff, but the shots aren't landing this time. Now what can Mizzou do?
One ult available from Mizzou on Adalia, but 2v4 situation here. Adalia getting another dome piece here, but taken low.
Oh, the shots through the smoke. Adalia is all alone against the world. What really can he do? He can find a third.
Taken down, though.
He can find a third.
Game now tied up. 5 rounds in a row now for WKU.
I want to see a timeout here from Mizzou going into these last two. You've lost 5 in a row. Surely WKU is starting to heat up. They're starting to get confident. They're starting to get this momentum, and you need to find a way to stop it.
Exactly. I mean, a game plan definitely does need to be formed here for Mizzou. You cannot just give up 5 rounds in a row and just let it go unanswered. You do not want that type of energy for the rest of this map going forward.
Oh, Hunter's Fury. They're looking for anything, but it goes wide. GPL, though, finding Eggsy is big. They're even going to use that kill contract once again back into the death realm. It's a clone that they grab, and that means GPL won't find anyone. Luckily for the team, the rest are here to help out. And it's just Bullet left. You can grab the clone. And it's pretty funny. Grab the clone.
That was interesting. I never seen that before.
Interesting. Got down to a 1v1.
1v1 situation here between GPL and Bullet. GPL does take it, though. Mizzou hopefully finding their footing again in this map.
Takes a couple of ultimates, but they are able to clean it up at the end of the day. And now, if they can win this, they're going up into the attack side. Up 7-5. Otherwise, it's going to be all square at the half again.
Exactly. 2 ultimates even for both sides. Love it when Waiter pulls out the phone. Reminds me of Paladino playing Valorant, calling Mr. Prefects. Funny reference. I hope he's watching. Prefects
are League of Legends AD carry. Also plays at Mizzou League of Legends in-houses at 7 p.m. on Mondays. Feel free to show up. meet the man himself. But now Panda up close with a Guardian. The drop, they don't get the shot, but the trade is there. Waiter quick on the draw.
4v4 situation here, still even. However, WKU still up 2 members with ultimates. Mizzou only 1. B-Dog holding a nice high angle here. Could potentially catch out Desai if he decides to walk in without checking those angles.
Yeah, it's a tough angle. Oh no. They spot him out and he's in his smoke. That's going to give the kill over. That's going to open up the thing. Open up this round. Smokes go out. The fire, the shots through the smoke. And Adalia is punished. GPL has the wall. It will go out. A dart in the back of sight. We'll get a couple tags. And they'll take one very low. A good flash here from WKU to help them retreat. This Yoru, though, is on a flank late. The tap, the Hunter's Fury. Yoru stalling for time. Waiting for his moment to strike here. Tap number 2. The shots. And Yoru knows that now's the time that he can walk on out. GPL finds the first.
Oh,
and
no.
Yoru, Zeem, the demon, around the corner for 2.
Mizzou just forgot to check the flanks there. And it is going to be 6-6 in the half. Very, very close game so far. Just when we thought Mizzou might have been just a dominant force in this map, WKU have just been a non-stopping train so far. And man, this match has just gotten more and more exciting. Just got to hope Mizzou is able to regain their footing, get that momentum back that helped them win 5 rounds in a row. Or this map could just not be looking good at all for Mizzou.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's 6-6 half going into the favorable side here. It's definitely not the worst position to be in. They've got plenty of time, plenty of space to work with here with rounds. And if you can pick up another pistol, it's a good situation. But Zeem again with another 2. And Bullet in the back. Waiter finds one. Panda with another.
2v3 situation here.
Stuck on sight. people all around them.
Leader going ahead
Whoa,
for
the
plant.
TP. Panda almost finds a shot. The blind comes out. Oh, but Zim and Dazai in sync with the last two. WKU clean up this pistol round. They will take the lead for the first time in the match. And Mizzou is finally on the back foot, but still plenty of time left in the second half.
Exactly. Fantastic pistol round there from WKU. Definitely bringing it back. You can tell they are warm. They like these odds they have going for themselves so far. And Mizzou just has to focus up, lock back into this game, or it's just not looking good here. And I know for sure they do not want third place.
No, they don't. They definitely want to make their run back into the grand finals. They want a shot at taking home first place. WKU, they've had some struggles, but they also want their spot there in the finals. Zim now with the judge in garage. It never went well for Adalia. And let's see if that's true for Zim. Maybe he's just built different.
I mean, if Adalia gets caught in the same spot he constantly went to, that's just going to be hard to take.
Thrown, he will get suppressed. The blind. They throw the kitchen sink at Bullet, and it works. They get a weapon upgrade as well. They get Spike down. Adalia is on a lurk, but unfortunately sniffed out. Ooh, B-Dog sending a couple shots. The clone will get popped quickly. A nice dart will find a lot. The darts go out. A dart will find a kill. But Dazai is going wild right now. And it's a 1v2 as B-Dog, the lone member, drops down. Exeki from above. Eggsy from above drops down. Finds the kill. WKU will find the anti-eco.
Yeah, WKU now back on 2 feet, no longer on the ground. Up 2 rounds on Mizzou now. I mean, a timeout is definitely needed here for Mizzou. They need to regroup. They need to speak to each other properly, make sure they don't tilt, and make sure the morale is still up and increased.
Yeah, I think maybe you don't drop it now. Maybe you wait a round or two. If you lose the next round, or this round, I think you definitely want to call that timeout. But, I mean, it's the pistol round. Those tend to be 50-50. If you lose that, anti-eco tends to not go your way. But this is a round that you need to win.
Exactly.
2 shots, 2 darts are destroyed. They're walking into a 3-stack right now, though. Does Mizzou know? Do they have an idea? They hear some sheriff shots. GPL. Bullet right around this corner. The drone goes out. They get some tags. And the double tap goes out. A good pair of blind as Panda teleports to the back. Survival smoke in mid-sight here to allow these players to get some chance to make some plays, but they don't find anything. Zim, though, with the judge, will find 1, will find 2. That's how you get it done. And now the dimensional drift will let him get away, or at least be annoying, as Panda finds Eggsy. Zim dropping all of the util as the dimensional drift drops. TP's into this corner. Does Mizzou know? They don't, because Wader looking the wrong way. Panda, though, finding his counterpart. And now it's just the Omen. And they claim their prize. Mizzou will not lose the bonus round.
All right, Mizzou now up on at least 1 foot after they fell off their feet. Now down 1 round. They need to keep this momentum going, keep what they have going on, and they can take this map easy. But maybe not easy. WKU is still extremely formidable, and they have shown that coming back from that 5-0 deficit. However, they could potentially get this win, go to the grand finals like they want to. Yeah. But still, though, just WKU, still such a massive hurdle. And Zim with the sniper, taking out GPL.
Big early kill. Hunter's Fury, though. Zim easily teleports on out of there as the dimensional drift here from Panda. The back of sight clears up the way for the team 2 ultimates invested for Mizzou. They get a site. And they'll get this plant.
Yep, Waiter going for that plant. Definitely have to be careful for these long angles, though. Zeem with the sniper is just so dangerous. Almost as bad as a skeleton equipped with a crazy bow.
Oh, Bullet finding Panda. Paranoid goes out. They're pushing Eggsy with another. B-Dog trying to get away, but into the smoke he will go, and as it falls, he will too. WKU striking back here. Once again, taking things to a 2-round lead.
WKU just walking onto that point like a